Protests are looking wild. Look at this.
Paramount, California, where protesters have been clashing with police all day outside a Home Depot. It is still unconfirmed whether immigration officials were conducting an ICE raid, but several ICE vehicles have sustained damages, and multiple protesters have now been arrested for an assault on a federal agent.
That's a good start. Yeah, that's a great start.
Follows a night of riots in Los Angeles following multiple ICE raids in the city. Hi, everyone. I'm Joe Concha, along with Lydia Hu, Alicia Acuna, and Guy Benson. The big story tonight. Tear gas has filled the air as protesters clashed with police last night in Los Angeles. At least 45 people were arrested last night.
That's way too little. Like, there's got to be hundreds of them doing crazy shit like this. Like, you only arrest 45 people. What the fuck is going on?
HS says that more than 118 illegals were apprehended this week. The protester tried to storm into an ICE facility last night after being fired upon by radical speakers at a rally. Listen.
Free them all! Free them all! Free them all! Because an attack on one of us is an attack on all of us!
I love how they're just like openly promoting like racial, like basically like racial identity politics. It's like, well, you know, because some people are illegal here. And and who knows whether they even came from the same country. It's so retarded.
Los Angeles does not back down for that kind of fight.
Continue fighting until we reconstruct every single institution from the ground up so that we can grant full amnesty for all immigrants. Demand full compensation for all of the victims of this criminal injustice system.
What's going to change this is organizing, and not just any type of organizing, militant organizing.
I mean, if you're gonna make an accusation and like call for people to like militantly organize, and then they do, I feel like at a certain point you've got to be accountable for that, right? Like, this is like inciting a riot or some sort of like, I mean, there's got to be some level of accountability here, doesn't there? I mean, come on. Yeah, chill out with the violence. Yeah, everybody's okay with you protesting. I mean, not everybody, but I mean, most normal people are okay with you protesting. But like, if you're going and talking about like a violent protest, like this is crazy.
Mayor Karen Bass is still standing with the protesters, saying she's fighting for all Angelenos,
which is insane. You're standing with the protesters. What about the people that are getting their stores destroyed? And this is the problem that I see with this. I'm going to be skipping around because I've seen some videos here. Like, this is absolutely not, I mean, these are not protesters. These are rioters. They're burning a car in the middle of an intersection. Like, I mean, this is crazy. And if you look at this here, there's even more of them too. Let me see if I can find it. And where does it go? And, oh, here's another one.
They know how quickly we mobilize. That's why they're changing tactics. Because community defense works, and our resistance has slowed them down before. And if they're escalating their tactics, then so are we. When they show up, we gotta show up even stronger.
You've got it. I mean, at a certain point, until these people get pulled out and get in trouble with this, it's just going to keep happening. It is. It's going to keep happening until people get held accountable. These are the people that they're standing behind. Look at this. Look at all this stuff. I mean, this is just people popping all kinds of shit off. Like, look at this. Burning shit down. Oh, here's another one right here. Yeah, this is LA. Here we go. Look, they're setting shit on fire. Like, what is it? Like, a mostly peaceful fire? How does this happen? Yeah, I'm sure this is good for everybody, right? Definitely great. Yeah, and so you have mostly peaceful fires being started. Apparently the wildfires weren't enough for them, and they started doing even more of these. Obviously, of course, burning American flags. This goes without saying. Yep. That's great. Yeah, for sure. And again, I don't care if somebody wants to burn the American flag. Do whatever the hell you want. But you can't do it in the middle of the fucking street. What is this?
Hell no.
Deport them? No, the problem is that you need to get arrested for starting a fucking fire in the middle of the goddamn street. It's insane.
Yeah.
And so anyway, you've got this stuff going on, and oh, this is another one. This is so fucking funny. Here we go. The ICE wanted them to get arrested. Well, actually, let me go back. We'll watch the rest of this. I just wanted you to see that whenever she's talking about defending these protesters, these are people that are breaking into businesses. They are destroying property. They are lighting random cars on fire. They are stealing things. They're vandalizing the entire place. They're throwing bricks at police officers, throwing bricks at random cars. This is in no way, shape, or form is this peaceful at all. It's crazy. No, you don't understand the historical context. Yeah, for sure, man. The historical context of throwing a brick at somebody.
Regardless, of immigration status, and doubling down that LA is a city of migrants, leaving out the illegal part. But the people...
Yeah, and this is the problem, is like, I don't think these people realize what I think they're going to do is they're going to create a form of xenophobia that's going to push against all migrants and all immigrants in general, because their refusal to create a distinction between legal and illegal immigrants, I think that people will play into that, and they will just want all of the immigrants removed in general, right? And that's what I've already seen happening, right? And you saw this in, like, you know, a micro version of this with the H-1B visa thing. And so the problem is that they're actually putting a lot of these immigrants that are legal immigrants in the country, they're putting them at risk, and they're putting their status at risk by intentionally conflating them with actual criminals that came over illegally. It's insane.
As Karen Bass are threatening ICE agents, spray painting death to ICE on dumpsters. Gavin Newsom also weighing in on the riots and blamed them on, get this, President Trump, accusing him of tearing families apart.
And this is on Friday. So, I mean, this is to be aired 2 days ago, right? Donald Trump's chaos is eroding trust, tearing families apart, and undermining the workers and industries that power America's economy. Well, I mean, here's the thing. I mean, I don't know really what is this is Donald Trump's fault that you have a bunch of illegals in your state that are lighting things on fire. Donald Trump made them light things on fire? Like, I don't think so. What a ridiculous thing to say.
And this chaos has now spread to New York City today alone as protesters organized in Lower Manhattan.
I cannot wait till they bring in the National Guard and put these people in jail. This is such fucking savage third world behavior. I don't know why Americans are expected to tolerate this for even an hour. Like, I think immediately they did. I know, but like, it should have happened immediately.
Joining us to break down everything in terms of these protests is border czar Tom Homan.
We're gonna go.
Tom, how is ICE responding to these protests? And thanks for joining us tonight.
Look, we're going to continue doing our job. And yesterday we got 118 arrests. You know, I was out here yesterday to kick off this operation. Yeah. And what people aren't talking about is ICE served, you know, several warrants yesterday. These were criminal warrants. This is a criminal investigation. And
these people don't care about that. They don't care about the well-being of anybody. They just care about pushing their ideas and feeling good about doing it.
Today, we're continuing operations.
They don't
They're not
care
going to
if it
shut us
affects
down.
anybody
We're
else.
out there right now doing operations. We're going to keep doing operations. We brought in more resources to push back the protesters, but I'll say it again, a serious warning. You can protest all you want. You got your First Amendment rights.
Sure.
But if you cross that line of impediment, or you're putting hands on officers, or destroy property, you will be prosecuted. There's zero tolerance.
See, like, that's the obvious, like, I mean, I don't know how anybody could disagree with this. I mean, like, if you're touching officers, if you're destroying property, like, yeah, you can protest, that's fine. But, like, what is this?
On crossing that lines, and that's what we're standing by. We're bringing more resources as we speak. We'll have more resources tonight. We're going to continue doing the job that American people voted Donald Trump in office to do, and we're not going to apologize for doing it.
Tom, it's illegal.
The reason why American protests evolve like this and other countries don't, the reason why is because they're allowed to. Other countries are, in general, like, a lot more authoritarian with things. And so because of that, and I'm not saying, like, just, I think this is a general reality in, like, most countries, but I think that's one reason. But I think also, not France. Yeah, I mean, France is not like that either. So yeah, maybe that's actually not true anymore. But I do think that, again, like, I made a tweet and I said, if you want to tell whether a protest is in America or not, if you've got a bunch of random retards flying around flags from a bunch of different countries and different identity groups, it's in America. If you have people all flying the same flag, it's in that country.
Acuna, again, thank you so much for being here. During the protest yesterday, a Los Angeles City Council member called for mobilization against ICE. Listen.
Yeah. That's the thing.
They know how quickly we mobilize. That's why they're changing tactics. Because community defense works and our resistance has slowed them down before. And if they're escalating their tactics, then so are we. When they show up, when they show up, we gotta show up even stronger.
So, Tom, will the Trump administration take action against these public officials who are threatening ICE agents with resistance?
Absolutely. I think Pam Bondi and the Department of Justice is looking at that. And
they've been looking at a lot of things. They were looking at the Epstein files, too, and where are they? Like, I don't want to hear looking at it. I want to see it happening. Like, I'll believe this when I see it.
Right?
You know, like I said many times, these elected officials or these non-government organizations, they can't cross the line either. I mean, we got people like, you know, Hakeem Jeffrey saying he's going to dox ICE employees. You know, ICE agents out there with masks on. They're wearing masks to protect themselves and their families because they've been doxxed, their families been doxxed, their life's been threatened, their families have been threatened. I know myself.
Well, then where's why aren't the doxers in jail? Why haven't you figured this out? Like, if you're intentionally trying to put a federal agent and a federal officer of the law's life in danger, why haven't you put them in jail? Like, that's terrorism. That's the problem. If this guy is going out saying that, then like, where's the accountability here? Because this is the problem that I think they have, is that it's very obvious that this is a bad thing to have happen. But the issue is that the people that do it don't face any consequences, so more people just keep doing it. These riots would have never happened if they had called in the National Guard the moment, and the police the moment that they started. But because they didn't do that and they let it escalate to this now, and the ultimate consequence of this is that everybody is paying like, this is all your tax money. Like, if you're an American, your tax money is getting pissed away at this bullshit because they couldn't stop it from escalating. And the way you stop it from escalating is immediately identifying the problem and solving it. But they're afraid to do that, or they refuse to do that. And then it escalates, and now everybody's spending more money and time. It's very frustrating to see.
I've had over 1,000 protesters at my house. I expect that as the borders
This is what the majority of California wants. Let them be. That's fine. But then I don't want my taxes going to them. And I think that we should treat them as a foreign nation. Like, if you want to go down that route, that's fine. But like, then okay, let's go down that route. The fact is that California, like, I mean, it's a state. It's not its own country. Like, we fought a whole civil war over this. Like, like, do we really have to go back to 1965 to refigure the same things out again?
I think so.
I don't think that we need to.
But these men and women are putting their lives on line every day. They arrested a lot of bad people yesterday and today. They arrested.
Well, your taxes don't go to California; theirs go to you. What happens when California gets attacked? What happens if China attacks California? What happens if Russia attacks California? What happens if Japan attacks California? Well, I'll tell you what happens. The federal government and the federal military ensures that California is safe. That's the way it works. And so you're saying the federal taxes don't go to, like, California. It absolutely does. They enjoy a complete privilege and absolute certainty of protection because of their existence inside of the United States.
And they couldn't exist
and because of their
without
protection under the United States military. That's the reality.
Child sex offenders. They arrested people convicted of robbery. They arrested public safety, not only significant public safety threats, but national security threats. They arrested gang members. We're making Los Angeles safer. And Mayor,
somebody says a lot of people in California don't support this. I know. I know. Like, listen, like most places, it's not like 100%, 0% one side. I get that there's a lot of Californians that think this is fucking ridiculous too, and I get it. It sucks, and I think that everybody can commiserate with you. Yeah, it sucks that your government is like this.
Mayor Bass ought to be thanking us for making her city safer. Yeah. And the term migrant, as Joe Concha rightfully said earlier, they're illegal aliens. There are illegal aliens in this country, and we welcome. We're the most given country in the world. But these are illegal aliens who committed a crime by crossing this border illegally, then yet committed another crime. Again, yesterday's about a criminal investigation into money laundering, tax evasion, and some of the funds going to cartels in Mexico and Colombia that fund their operations of sending narcotics to this country, killing American people. This is about enforcing the law. And again, we're not going to apologize for doing it. We're stepping up. She says they're going to mobilize. Well, guess what? We're already ahead of the game. We're already mobilizing. We're going to bring National Guard in tonight. We're going to continue doing our job. We're going to push back on these people, and we're going to force the law.
Tom, it's
Thank fucking God, bro. I've been waiting on this forever. This is what they should have done back in 2020.
And I want to ask you a little bit more about these Democrat demands that ICE agents be unmasked. Some Democrats are saying that if they don't unmask, they're threatening to dox them. Listen to this.
I don't know of any police department that routinely wears masks. We know that there are other groups that routinely wear masks. NSC 131 routinely wears masks.
Sending masked men to snatch, kidnap, and disappear immigrants of all legal...
To disappear them. I love the language there. It's always the emotional escalation of the language.
...statuses across the country.
Every single one of them, no matter what it takes, no matter how long it takes, will, of course, be identified.
Tom, I wonder if you can speak to that a little bit. Explain to us more, help everyone understand the threat that our ICE agents are facing by just doing their job, why they need to wear these masks.
Well, this is the way they operate. They operate under fear and terrorism. Because the reason why so you have to think about the second order effect of this. The second order effect of this is that ICE agents are identified and then they face consequences because people attack their house, attack their family, attack their kids, or do something like that to them. So really what they're advocating for is outsourcing terrorism to the most extreme group that they are a part of. Right? Like that's basically what's happening. Like there's no other reason to know what their names are. It's straight up terrorism. It is. And I think that really, I mean, in my opinion, if these people are releasing the names of the ICE agents, I think try them for terrorism. I think do it. Like, and especially if they're public officials. Because, I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I'm really tired of public officials doing things that they shouldn't be allowed to do and getting away with it. I think we need to bring back a higher degree of accountability. I'm so sick of this. Treason, not terrorism. If you want to, if you think you can charge them for that, I would be in favor of it, but I don't think you can. But I mean, I could be wrong. But either way, like, yeah, somebody's got to do it. Yeah, somebody has to do this because, and this isn't also like, this isn't really just a Democrat thing. Republicans do this too. And I just think in a general sense, I think that the public is fatigued from having a bunch of these like politicians and these people who are community leaders who openly break the law, who openly defy federal officers, who openly vandalize things, advocate for violence and do this stuff. And there's seemingly no consequence for it at all. There's no consequence. Nothing ever happens to them. And like they can come up on Fox News and talk a big talk, but that's nice. When are you going to arrest these people? When are these people going to actually go to jail? Because if you do that, that's what's really going to matter. Fatigued, coded language, thank you. Yeah, I think people are completely fatigued from it. They are. It's exhausting. You start Trump and his actual felonies? Sure, yeah. I mean, I think Trump should be held accountable for anything bad that he does. Absolutely. This isn't, and this is the problem, right? But like, no, and also, by the way, I think that advocating for attacking and putting the lives in danger of federal employees in real time is more pressing than some sort of tax reporting, some accounting bullshit. Like, I'm sorry, but you're not going to try to like fucking, you're not going to make this false equivalence that, you know, him reporting his taxes in some bullshit way, which by the way, isn't good either. He should still get in trouble for that. This is in any way, shape, or form equivalent to openly doxing federal agents and opening them up for violence against them and their families. This is a complete false equivalence. It's not even remotely comparable.
Also, what actions need to be taken against Democrats who are demanding that they be unmasked?
You're being totally dishonest.
What would happen if they do dox them and at least publish their identities?
What happens? What happens, Tom?
Look, it's incredible. We're at a place where the guys, the men and women who enforce law, they're the bad guys, and the ones who break the law are the victims. You kidding me? How can they say anything about BLM? They're all there. They were a mask. How about the protesters?
He's completely right. Yeah, he had no problem. They had no problem with mass protesters doing this. They were never complaining about masks whenever it was protesters for Palestine, destroying property and shutting down college campuses. Now it's an issue because it's, you know, the officers doing it. Antifa's always
They
masked,
were
yeah.
protesting against Israel and the Jewish students. They were wearing masks. I didn't hear a word about that for these protesters wearing masks.
And this is another really important thing to keep in mind, is that almost all of the people that are advocates for this are simply advocating for it under a power principle. There isn't really there is no like guiding moral philosophy of this. There's no ethical foundation for this. There's a very simple, I want to control you and tell you what to do. So I'm going to advocate for this whenever it's in my best interest, and I'm going to advocate for the exact same thing. I'm going to advocate against it whenever it's not in my best interest. There's no principle to this at all. And it's important to keep that in mind, because then you know the rules of engagement with people that are like this.
These agents are wearing masks for one reason, because the assault on ICE officers is up over 400%. The assault on ICE officers. They're being doxxed across the country. And their families are being attacked. Their families are being doxxed. Their families are being threatened. And I certainly understand it. I have a lot of death threats. I've been doxxed. My family's been doxxed. I understand it. But they're wearing masks for one reason only: protect themselves and their families. They're doing it.
Yeah, they are. And that's the reason, by the way, there is no other reason to post a person's full name and address other than to open that person up for effectively being attacked. Like, that's effectively what you're doing. There's no other reason to do it. And it's not, and here's also the thing too, is that most people don't live alone, or at least in a lot of cases they don't. So you're doing crazy AoE damage with this. Cartels don't fuck around. Well, it's not even about cartels. Like, I'm just saying, like, these are just like average American citizens, you know, that's it. And so, like, doxing is like casting weakness. Yeah, it is. Well, it's like more like casting hunter's mark. If you have to, if you want to get into a WoW term, that's where I would put it. But either way, it should be attempted murder. I think that it should be endangerment, or it should be something, right? But like, it should be treated as, in my opinion, I think doxing, the goal of doxing is to terrorize somebody. That is the purpose and the goal of doxing. It's to make them afraid of for their life, and it's to make them worried that somebody else would hurt them. That is absolutely what they're doing. Call it what it is. That's it. Just call it what it, like, I mean, that's really, it's it. It should be a felony. It should be, yes.
Dangerous job. This is already a dangerous job. They got to wear a gun. They got to wear a Kevlar vest every day, because they're doing a dangerous job every day. While the rest of these people, like Hakeem Jeffries, is sleeping in his bed at night at 3 a.m., nice and comfortably and safe, there's men and women of ICE on the street doing surveillance on significant public safety threats. Really bad characters and national security threats. They're taking it on every day. The men and women Border Patrol standing on a dirt trail every night, 3 a.m., taking on the bad guy. So this is another threat against ICE agents.
And it's to silence people in the future through fear? Well, that's the goal of terrorism. The goal of terrorism is to do something that is disproportionate and scary. That way, it makes other people afraid of doing the same thing and pushing out against it, right? So, like, for example, like, you have people that do this on Twitter where, you know, somebody says something that's like off, you know, like politically off. They immediately get pilloried, right? They get attacked by everybody. And so that's it. That's how terror works. Yeah, exactly. You're discussing an authoritarian government. Well, yeah, I mean, I would want to have criminals feel afraid. I would want them to be afraid. But the issue is that, and this is the problem, the reason why you call it vigilante justice is because it's not actual justice, or you could just call it justice. It's a form of it, but it's certainly not accurate.
And we're asking the Department of Justice to look at these statements and see if there's something we can do. When do you cross that line on threatening ICE officers? And here's the problem. You know, you got all these people now attacking ICE. You saw they're writing death to ICE agents. ICE agents been threatened. Their families been threatened. And you got members of Congress. You got some judges out there that compare ICE to the KKK, ICE to the Nazis. You got city.
I mean, like, that's stupid to do, but like, that's small potatoes compared to actual doxing. Like, actual doxing, like, that's stupid, but like, I don't like calling ICE Nazis. I don't want somebody to go to jail for that. Doxing somebody, posting their home address, I do want them to go to jail for that. Absolutely.
Council people saying ICE are terrorists. They're feeding the hatred. And here's my concern. I've been doing this for a long time. It's a matter of time before ICE takes a life or an ICE agent loses their life.
Apparently, Tom was watching the stream yesterday before he went live on Fox. This is exactly what I said. This is a pressure cooker. And the longer that you let it go, the higher the probability is that there's going to be a pop-off situation.
There's a rhetoric is at an all-time high and is being fed by people who should be more responsible. Elected officials especially, who keep firing up this rhetoric. I'm telling you, it's coming. There's going to be a tragedy because they keep throwing gas on this flame.
Yeah, of course. I mean, eventually it will happen. And when it does happen, you're not hearing what he's saying. He's saying congressmen call ICE agents Nazis, which incentivize the crowd. I mean, yes, I understand that. And I think it's bad that they say that. But I'm just giving you, like, I think that's freedom of speech, even though I fucking hate it. Like, I think it's massively irresponsible, and you should never get voted for again if you ever say that. But I still do have a principled stance that I think that is freedom of speech, even though I think it's awful. He's not saying to ban it. Yeah, that's my viewpoint on it, right? But they are pushing rhetoric. Like, I understand that it's not a big difference, and we are getting in the weeds with this, but if you want to ask me my opinion, that's what my opinion is.
Tom, it's Guy Benson. Good of you to be with us this evening. The U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi just announced yesterday that Kilmar Abrego Garcia, another now familiar name in this whole wider drama, has actually been brought back to the United States after being deported to El Salvador. Here she is detailing his alleged crimes.
Garcia has played a significant role in an alien smuggling ring.
Who could have guessed?
They found this was his full-time job.
Wow.
Not a contractor. Thousands of illegal aliens were smuggled. This defendant trafficked firearms and narcotics throughout our country.
And Tom,
by the way, this was like a 4 or 5 minute video, I think. Might have been 3. I don't know if it got cut whenever I watched it. Like, that was only like a few things. Like, there were a bunch of other things that he did too. Democrats love this guy? Yeah.
In light of these details, some Democrats are still on the bandwagon here, it seems. Watch this.
The Trump administration and all his cronies who should apologize to the country for putting us through this unnecessary situation, and to Abrego Garcia for putting him through the situation.
Otherwise, he has a status which is withhold deportation.
Now they're trying to act like he's some kind of drug lord or, you know, human trafficker.
Yeah, that's about right. Yeah.
So, Tom, I posted this image on X yesterday showing how some in the liberal media just insist on calling him the Maryland man or the Maryland.
Well, it's intentional dishonesty. And that's the problem, right? I mean, and also pedophile. Yeah, there was something with an underage person as well. I don't know if that was confirmed or not, but yeah, there was something.
And father, there's a big exception there on your screen, which is Fox News. And as you just heard in that montage, Senator Chris Van Hollen of Maryland, the big cheerleader for this man in Congress, went on national television, if CNN qualifies, and said that the president of the United States should apologize to Kilmar Abrego Garcia. What's your reaction to that?
Van Hollen's an embarrassment to the halls of Congress. He went over and collared an MS-13 gang member.
He right.
A designated terrorist, a wife beater, and a public safety threat. And as we continue to do the investigation, now he's a human trafficker who trafficked not just guns and weapons.
It's like an onion, and it just keeps getting worse. There's so many more layers to it. Oh, well, wait a minute. Okay, he's part of MS-13. Oh, well, he also beats his wife. Wait a minute. He's also trafficking people? Wait, what's this thing that he had with an underage girl? Wait, what is this? Oh, there's drugs too. Wow.
Trafficking.
That's crazy.
So he's going to pay. We're going to prosecute him. So we're bringing him back here to prosecute him. We're bringing him back here to put him in prison. Then when he's done in prison, guess what? He'll be deported immediately again. Did any of these people ever meet with Angel, mom and dad? Van Hollen had a young mother with 5 children murdered by an illegal alien. Did he ever meet with them? Did he ever meet with the victims, the hundreds of victims of illegal alien crime? No. He's an embarrassment to halls of Congress. He's an embarrassment to position.
It's insane. Like, honestly, like, I don't know how people can get away with these optics. Where, like, you're going and, like, you're meeting with, like, these people that have this massive rap sheet and there's, like, all this bad stuff with them, but not with your actual citizens. It's insane that like there's even any tolerance for this at all.
He holds. President Trump don't owe anybody an apology. President Trump in 7 weeks gave us the most secure border in the history of this nation. President Trump is arresting thousands of public safety threats in this country every day.
How are they supporting this?
President Trump is making this country safe again.
The reason why they support it is because they hate the country. They think that it's racist to deport people, and they've been completely brainwashed into believing this. So whenever you understand that, like, it makes sense, but you can't look at it from the way that you look at things. Mind you, a point should not be an argument at all, but here we are. Yeah, of course. They want due process? Well, they don't want due process. I mean, if they're talking about doxing ICE agents, they don't want due process. This entire argument of them wanting due process, they didn't want due process for January 6 people. They didn't want due process for Trump. They didn't want due process for any of this. They don't want due process at all. They want to be able to control the mechanism that exercises what due process is supposed to do. That's their goal. It's not, they don't care about the system. They only care about the system to the extent that it's beneficial to them. But don't ever think that this is a principled stance at all. You talk about due process, care about due process. What about due process for people throwing bricks at things? Shouldn't they go to jail? Shouldn't they be arrested? I mean, I'm pretty sure that's due process, isn't it? Well, apparently not. These people don't care about the system at all. All they want to do is use the system as basically as a bureaucratic shield for their bad behavior.
Illegal alien criminal at a time. And like I said, despite what's going on in LA, I'm here now. We're continuing operations today. We're going to do this job every single day. We won't be stopped. President Trump is a game changer. I worked for 6 presidents starting with Ronald Reagan. When it comes to national security, border security, immigration enforcement, public safety, no one has done better than President Trump. His success is unprecedented, not only on the border, but in taking national security threats and illegal alien public safety threats out of this nation. I wake up every day proud to work for President Trump, and we're going to keep doing the job that he promised the American people he would do, and the American people voted for him to do. We're going to keep his promise to American people.
I think that's what most people want.
And the numbers prove that, Tom. We see that border crossings are down more than 95% without 1 inch of the wall being built as the big, beautiful bill goes through Congress. Rhetoric alone is keeping people coming into this country, and obviously the job you're doing in terms of deportations. We thank you for joining us tonight. Thank you, Tom Homan.
Hey, Sean Hannity
well,
here.
There it is. I mean, like, I'm glad to see them doing this. I'll link you guys the video, but apparently they are sending in the National Guard. Party of law and order violates the Constitution and disregards our due process. Keep bootlicking. It's not bootlicking to want people that are illegally in the country and destroying property to go to jail. This is not bootlicking. This is common sense. This is common sense that 95% of the country agrees with. To try to turn this into some kind of like fascism, authoritarianism, no, it's not normal to light cars on fire in the middle of an intersection. I don't care what flag they're carrying around. It's like people are getting mad. Oh, it's a Mexican flag. I don't give a shit about that. That's not the problem. The problem is the car that's on fire.
Yeah,
that's the issue.
People are just...
It's oppression? No? Well, it is. Like, the goal of it is to oppress people. It absolutely is. Do people not even question where all these bricks come from? Well, no, because you saw where they came from. People were destroying concrete, and then they were taking the pieces of concrete that they destroyed with the hammers, and then they were throwing the concrete at the police officers. So it's basically like playing Rust. You know, you take the rock, and then you hit the rock, and now you have more rocks. Like, they're basically playing Rust in L.A. Like, you watched it happen, right? Yeah, they're crafting ammunition. I'm being serious, right? That's literally what it is. And so, anyway, let's see if there's any more of this. And there's another one here. I guess this is the follow-up, and now after this we'll look at some of the live stuff that's happening too. No, they hot drop panels of bricks there. There's pictures. Well, I mean, okay, then just figure out who does that. I mean, there's cameras everywhere. There's, you know, like how many fucking, like, something bad happens, like, you know, for example, like a plane crashes and there's 7 different Ring camera angles of it. I'm sure you're going to be able to find some examples of this. The problem is setting the car on fire while displaying the Mexican flag. It differentiates between vandalism and invasive militant force. I don't really care a whole lot about the flag. I mean, I'm just going to be honest with you. I just don't. But my main focus is on the actions, right? The flag doesn't really matter. The flag is an indicator that these people are not in, they don't really like America, sure, right? But like, that's not my main focus.
And we have a Fox News alert. President Trump ordering more than 2,000 National Guard troops to L.A. As violent anti-ICE protesters burn cars, throw rocks, and smash windows for 2 straight days, threatening the lives of police and ICE agents. The rioters protesting the arrest of more than 100 migrants in L.A., including suspects accused of child abuse and sex assault charges.
Yeah, and this is what's so crazy is that, like, if you look at a lot of these people, like, I mean, you're talking about, like, sexual battery, sexual assault, like, where's this? This one's not really actually so bad. What's this here? Controlled substance, assault with deadly weapon. Like, what is this here? Assault with deadly weapon with great bodily injury, child cruelty, DUI, spousal battery. Like, I mean, this isn't like even, some guy that found himself on the wrong side of the law. Like, these are actual career criminals that should be locked up for their whole life.
Career
criminal. Like, I mean, really, like, yeah, they're literally simping for pedos. Like, I'm not even kidding. Like, that's what's happening.
New York City, at least 20 protesters are detained after storming ICE headquarters in Lower Manhattan. Fox News contributor and retired NYPD Inspector Paul Morrow joins us now. Great to see you this morning, Paul. So how much more complicated is all of this because Democrat politicians in these sanctuary cities are not cooperating with ICE and helping them do their job?
They've caused this problem.
Well, enormously so, for all of the obvious reasons. And you don't have to look any further than the instance that we had with the Wisconsin judge,
kind of
where
ridiculous.
You had an illegal accused of a serious assault, domestic, and the ICE agents did everything they could to tamp things down, to do things professionally, didn't go into the courtroom, waited in the hallway. It should have been a simple handoff. And I should mention that grabbing fugitives in that manner is not uncommon in law enforcement. And yet they bumped into an ideologue who wanted to adhere to this sanctuary city doctrine so vociferously.
It's a sanctuary city, can't you tell? Because everything's on fire.
She interfered with the federal operations and snuck the guy out of the side door. That's the level that the left has progressed or regressed to relative to these sanctuary policies. And it's just become a virtue signaling contest. Ironically, Charlie, this stuff began in order to protect immigrants who were afraid to go to the police because of their out of status, legal status, immigration status. And instead, it has now progressed to the point where these same groups are afraid to go to the police because the local prosecutors won't do anything to the perpetrators. So they know if they report to the police, as we had in that Wisconsin case, the perps are going to get right out, and then they're in danger. They're undermining the very thing they were trying to do.
Yeah, that's a really great point. And of course, now we're in a situation where you literally have, out in LA in particular, you have police who are not going to keep order
I don't think that's good
around
for your lungs.
all of these riots, and you have President Trump having to order in national.
How do you let people just sit on the fucking sidewalk here and throw rocks at cars? Like, and this is the big issue that I have, right? Is like, in my opinion, if I see this doesn't, like, I don't get mad at these guys. I don't. And this might sound weird. I don't really care about these people. They're just retards that think that they're fighting for some stupid cause. Who I really get mad at is the government. I get mad at the government for letting this happen. They're letting these people completely fucking run wild, and nothing's happening to them.
Guard troops. The other situation that I think is kind of interesting is the issue with masks. And President Trump has said that these protesters are not allowed to wear masks. How important is that?
Well, look, if they actually can enforce that, it's very important. And it goes to the idea that these arrests of the people that are impeding.
Well, it would be very easy for them to enforce that. Anybody that has a mask immediately gets arrested for having a mask. I mean, like, that's super easy to do. The same with people that had a gun. If, like, there's somebody on the gun in the crowd that has a gun, they would get immediately arrested too. I mean, it's super simple.
ICE from doing their lawful duty. These should be federal arrests. And it goes to what I was just saying earlier. The local prosecutors are not going to do much for you.
Protest?
Every time, I can guarantee you that the charges that were laid yesterday here in New York. Alvin Bragg's going to drop them.
And this is the problem, is that the majority of people that are at these protests are actually just protesters. But the issue is that the ones that are not committing the crimes facilitate, encourage, and provide a safety net for the ones that are. So they're effectively body blocking the police while other people are destroying property and stealing things. That's the issue, right? A cover, yes, exactly. Because I do think that it's okay to protest this. This isn't a big deal. You can do whatever you want. But like the issue is, like, again, if you're actively protecting people that are criminals, then I mean effectively you're just an accessory, aren't you? That's bullshit. They have no permits. Well, you only need a permit if you're shutting down a specific area.
Seems to be inclined to do the same in LA, because he made statements of essentially supporting this. So you don't have any teeth on the local level. If you want to interdict, build out the networks, find out who these people are, find out who's funding them, who's coordinating them, where the money is coming from.
This guy's smart. It's like, yeah, you've got to cut off the head of the snake, because if you don't do that, it's just going to keep happening.
Yeah,
that's the problem. Is like they're not addressing where the problem is coming from. They're only addressing the problem.
There's reporting some of it comes from overseas, because it's all the same groups. These are the same people who are disrupting the campuses. So if you want to build that stuff up, you got to go federal. And so knowing who they are and building out from there to penetrate the networks, that's how you got to do it.
Yeah, with no help whatsoever from local politicians. Paul Morrow, thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, of course they're not going to help.
Hey, it's Will Kane. Click here to subscribe to the Fox News channel on YouTube.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree with him, right? I mean, I do. You think National Guard will come to LA even though the mayor said no? I don't think the mayor gets to decide that. I mean, I'm pretty sure the president decides that. So, like, I mean, it doesn't really matter what the mayor says.
Welcome back. Top officials from both the U.S. and China are meeting in London right now to diffuse some of the tension caused by tit-for-tat tariffs and restrictions over essential minerals. The two sides hope to repair a fragile truce negotiated last month in Geneva. That deal led to a major rollback in tariffs for 90 days, but quickly took a turn after China refused to give up its control over rare earth minerals. President Trump held a phone call with Chinese President Xi Jinping on Thursday to talk about details of a potential new deal. Trump said on social media that the call, quote, resulted in a very positive conclusion for both countries. There should no longer be any questions, respecting the complexity of rare earth products. Kevin Hassett expanded on that during an interview with CNBC this
yeah. Huh. That's crazy.
Right around the time that we were walking in here, the governor and the state attorney general said that they're going to sue you for sending the National Guard in. They're saying there's no invasion, there's no rebellion. The president is trying to manufacture chaos and crisis on the ground for his own political ends. Federalizing the California National Guard is an abuse of the president's authority under law.
Well, you know, it's interesting. You watched the same clips as I did. Cars burning all over the place, people rioting. And by the way, we stopped it. We were able to make it much better, but it still looked pretty bad. And in watching clips last night, people were saying this is really a big problem. And until we went in, if we didn't do the job, that place would be burning down just like the houses burned down. They were in big trouble last night, Peter. You know it. And the night before, and the night before that. And I feel we had no choice. I don't want to see happen what happened so many times in this country. I watched Minneapolis burn. I look at what happened in so many different parts of California. You take a look at what happened in San Diego. There's so many different places where we let it burn. We want to be politically correct. We wanted to be nice.
Big mistake.
We want to be nice to the criminal.
Huge mistake.
And what you're doing is destroying the fabric of our life in this country. No, we did the right thing. We've been given credit by people that I would least suspect. Why I would say that some of the people that came in and said, thank goodness, they said, some of them, thank God that Trump got involved. And I'm very happy I got involved. And I think Gavin, in his own way, is probably happy I got involved. Yeah, go ahead, Peter.
What do you make of the fact that he says, you want a civil war on the streets of America?
No, that's just the opposite. I don't want a civil war. No. Civil war would happen if you left it. If you left it to people like him.
Wait, what?
And I liked him. You know, I always got along with him. Never had a problem with him.
Wow.
But he's grossly incompetent. Okay.
Negotiators in London. Have you gotten an update from your team in London negotiating?
Louder.
Have you gotten an update from your team in London negotiating the China trade talks?
We'll see if there's any more of these.
We are doing well with China. China's not easy.
I don't think we're doing well with
Just
China,
like-
guys.
Just like your,
Guys,
your home country is not easy, Dara. I think we're doing very well. They're over there now. I'm only getting
Just
good
the way he
reports.
said
It's a
that.
little early, but they'll be calling in soon. In fact, probably when I get back, I'll have my first call from them. We want to open up China. And if we don't open up China, maybe we won't do anything. But we want to open up China. It'll be a great thing for China, a great thing for the rest of the world.
To lift export controls when it comes to China? Did you give your negotiators any sort of limitations?
We're going to see. Look, China has been ripping off the United States for many years. Nobody charged them 10 cents. No president had the courage to charge China for whatever reason. They didn't want to do it.
Yep.
I took in hundreds of billions of dollars. I put on tariffs on China when I got in first term. And we took in hundreds of billions of dollars. And then I did it again, but I did it for a lot of others. If you look at the stats, the deficit last month was cut in half. Everybody was shocked. I wasn't shocked. I think a lot of the people at this table weren't, because they saw the billions of dollars that were pouring in, and the tariffs hadn't even started yet, just about. They were in cars. They were in some countries at a very minor level. And we cut the deficit in half, and it was a big story a couple of days ago. They said, I don't believe, one of the announcers on a business network went wild, said, I can't believe these numbers. Those numbers are good. The numbers are going to be very good. I think we're going to have a great 4 years. You know, we had the greatest economy in history during my 4 years.
Wow.
I think this one's going to blow it away. Yeah.
Mr. President,
Go ahead, please.
do you have a message for Greta Thunberg, and did she come up on your call with the Prime Minister today?
Well, she's a strange person. She's a young, angry person. I don't know if it's real anger. It's hard to believe, actually, but I saw what happened. She's certainly different. Anger management. I think she has to go to an anger management class.
Oh my God.
That's my primary recommendation for her.
Kidnapped by Israel,
He
as
does
she
not
says?
give a fuck.
Was she kidnapped?
I find it. I think Israel has enough problems without kidnapping Greta Thunberg.
Secondly, are you going to
Is
get?
that what she said? She was kidnapped by Israel?
Yes, sir. Are you going to get rid of the Tesla and the Starlink service that you have here at the White House?
Probably not.
No, I haven't heard that. I mean, I may move the Tesla around a little bit, but I don't think we'll be doing that with Starlink. It's a good service.
Where are you going to move it to?
Yep.
Move it around. What do you mean?
I have a lot of locations.
Actually, about the Tesla.
I got so many locations that I don't know what to do with them all.
About the Tesla, did you ever see Elon Musk get physical with the Treasury Secretary?
No, I didn't.
And I tried to
They
ask.
did have an argument, but I didn't see it.
Was it
I didn't
physical?
see a lot of physicality there.
And there was this New York Times report that he did not want to talk about, Elon Musk, that alleged that he, towards the end of his time in the White House, was blurring the lines between recreational use of drugs and medicinal.
Ooh.
Do you think he ever had drugs here at the White House?
I really don't know. I don't think so. I hope not. Look, I wish him well. You understand. We had a good relationship, and I just wish him well.
He's not taking
Very
the bait.
well, actually.
Yeah.
About aid in Gaza, you
They're
mentioned
really
now the
trying to
flotilla.
bait 'em.
Do you have a response at all about Israel intercepting this boat? And can you give us an update on what's happening to the entry of aid into Gaza right now? We've had people being shot by Israeli forces who are trying to get aid
Gaza's
from the
right
Gaza
now-
Humanitarian
Yeah.
Foundation. Yes.
Gaza right now is in the midst of a massive negotiation between us and Hamas and Israel, and Iran actually is involved. And we'll see what's going to happen with Gaza. We want to get the hostages back. That's all I can tell you. Yeah, please, in the back.
You said yesterday when an reported that it was not insurrection taking place, but then on True Social a bit later,
Ooh.
you'd
said they were insurrectionists. After what you've seen
You're
now-
talking about in L.A.?
Yes, sir, in LA.
Yeah.
I wouldn't call it quite an insurrection, but it could have led to an insurrection. I mean, that was a lot of
Well, it's
that was a
over
lot
now,
of harm
pretty
that was
much.
going on last night. I watched it very closely. And it was amazing that the job that the National Guard did. And by the way, the police were working very hard also. But, you know, the police are given instructions
only do so much.
to be politically correct. I said, no, you don't have to be politically correct. You have to do the job.
And on Elon Musk, do you plan to speak to him on the phone anytime soon? I know some.
Which one?
on Elon Musk, do you plan to speak to him on the phone anytime soon?
I haven't really thought about it, actually. I would imagine he wants to speak to me. I would think that. If I were him, I'd want to speak to me, and maybe he's already called. You'd have to ask him whether or not he's already called. But I'd have no problem with it.
If he calls you, pick up and speak to him?
Well, I don't want to say that, but I would imagine he'd want to talk to me.
Mr. President.
Yeah, please.
Phone tag, yeah.
From Iran today. Have you
He
gotten that
misses Elon?
proposal? And what
We
is
have
the
a
main
meeting on
impediment?
Thursday. We have a meeting with Iran on Thursday, so we're going to wait till Thursday.
And what's
for
the
that
main
proposal.
impediment to getting a deal?
Well, they're just asking for things that you can't do.
Okay.
They don't want to give up what they have to give up. You know what that is. They seek enrichment. We can't have enrichment. We want just the opposite. And so far, they're not
De-enrichment.
there. I hate to say that because the alternative is a very, very dire one. But they're not there. They have given us their thoughts on the deal. And I said, it's just not acceptable. I would say, yeah. I don't know what else. I can talk about the weather.
Well, you can talk about Lebanon.
Pretty much that's the main topic.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Mr. President.
We talked about Lebanon also. Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
Well, Lebanon's working very hard. They have a great new ambassador.
Wow.
That I put there. Man, I know very well. He's very smart. I didn't even know he was Lebanese. And I said, why would you want Lebanon? He said, I was born there. I love it. I love the people. I said, it's very dangerous going to Lebanon. There are some ambassadorships that are wonderful. There are some that are dangerous. I said,
that'd be a bad one.
Michel, his name is. It's a he, Michel. Very elegant man. And I said, why would you want this? And he said, because I love my country and I love those people. I said, it's very dangerous. He goes, I don't care.
Damn.
This is not a man that lived on danger. He's a very successful man from here.
Michael.
And he wanted to be the ambassador despite probably a very dangerous situation he's going into. You see what's going on.
No,
but
wait, you guys
I
think
had
he's
great
talking about
respect for
Michelle
that.
Obama?
He loves that country. He loves it. He was born there.
really?
That's what
He
I'm
loves the
thinking.
country,
Michael,
yeah.
President,
Michael
you've got a
Obama.
big, beautiful parade coming up on Saturday.
We do.
What's your biggest expectations for that? And I've got a second question in regards to Gavin Newsom. Go ahead and talk about the big, beautiful parade.
It's such a, thank you, Brian. It's such a, I think, important moment for this country.
The Glazer questions, man.
2 weeks ago, I was calling people and back and forth with leaders, including President
Just a recap?
Putin,
No, this is happening
including
live.
French president, including lots of different people. And all of them said, we're celebrating victory in World War II.
Yeah.
And I said, wow,
We should do
isn't that
that.
amazing? We're the only one that wasn't celebrating, and we're the one that won the war. Now, Russia did help. They did lose 51 million people, in all fairness. People say, oh, he's sticking up for Russia. No, they lost 51 million people.
Bro, Russia.
And,
yeah,
can't forget that.
He's right.
But
respect.
France was celebrating. And, as you know, Hitler made a speech at the Eiffel Tower. But when I spoke to President Macron, he said, oh, we are celebrating the great victory of World War II. And I think that's great that he was doing it. But we're the one that won it. And we weren't celebrating. I said to myself, isn't that crazy? And I think it's time for us to celebrate a little bit. We've had a lot of victories. We won 2 world wars.
Yeah.
And then we go out and change the name of the forts where we won the wars. You go out, we win world wars from Fort Robert E. Lee, from Fort Bragg, from all the different forts. And what do? We change the name of the forts because we want to be politically correct. So a lot of them were changing back. You probably noticed Fort Bragg and others. But I think it's a time to celebrate our military. We've rebuilt our military largely. Little low on ammunition. That's because it goes out very fast to other countries, one in particular. But we'll get that back very quickly. But we have a military the likes of which nobody has. Nobody comes close. We have the best equipment in the world. We make the best equipment in the world. There's no military like our military. We showed that with ISIS. I was told by the television generals it would take 4 years to win, and we did it in 3 weeks. And it was headed by General Raisin Kane, who's now the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. He's great.
Just love saying that name.
No, I think it's time that we celebrate. And I sort of have to laugh at these people. Well, you know, you're going to spend a lot of money. A lot of that money is being paid for by me and people that make donations. I don't know if you know that. A lot of it won't even come out of the military. I think I can say that, Susie, right? We have people putting up money to do it. Not that it's necessary, because I think it's a great expenditure. We have mini tanks. We have all sorts of new ones and very old ones.
So he's paying for the military?
One and World War II. It's really a celebration of the Army. So the Army is a year older than the country. So next year we celebrate 250 years, but we're celebrating the Army on Flag Day. And it's not my birthday. It is my birthday, but I'm not celebrating my birthday. I'm celebrating Flag Day. It happens to be the same day, so I take a little heat. But Flag Day is the appropriate date. And we're celebrating 250 years of the Army, a great service. And remember, you know, think of it. We won so much.
I didn't know that.
World War I, World War II, so much else. And then we became politically correct.
What a coincidence.
But I can only tell you that I was told that ISIS would take anywhere from 4 to 5 years, and we did it in 3 weeks. You were there, you watched, right? We have the greatest military in the world. Nobody can beat us. As long as we have our right leadership, nobody can beat us. If we have stupid people running it, like you had in Afghanistan, when you look at that, first of all, Afghanistan should have been an easy victory as a war, but we were so sad the way we fought it, so ridiculous. We fight not to win, but we didn't used to be that way. And we're celebrating, because I think the day in Afghanistan was the saddest period of time in the history of our country. That was a Biden mess with bad generals like Milley and others. They were bad. They were incompetent generals. I know all the good ones and the bad ones. We got rid of most of the bad ones. But it was time to celebrate, and that's what we're doing. So it's on June 14th.
Great.
And it's going to be a parade the likes of which I don't know if we've ever had a parade like that. It's going to be incredible. Yeah. We have even though it's the Army, we have a lot of those Army airplanes flying over the top, and we have tanks all over the place.
Isn't the guy from
thousands
Syria,
and thousands of soldiers going to bravely march down the streets. It's going to be a beautiful day.
Was that him?
And we're going to celebrate our country.
You spoke of leadership, and real quickly, speaking of Gavin Newsom, is he the right leader for California, considering how massive their economy is and all these U.S. investments coming in? Is he the right governor and leader for the future of California and for U.S. investments?
I don't think he is. I mean, I think he's done a terrible job. And, you know, he's a guy, I always got along with him. You look at his past statements about me. I was a great president. I always took care of California, you know, all that.
We helped with wildfires.
But I'm just talking on results. You look, you know, he has the advantage of beautiful weather, maybe the best weather of any state when you think about it. Beautiful weather, beautiful ocean, beautiful everything.
True.
You have all the advantages, and he didn't take advantage of that. And he's let people come in by the millions who are overrunning your hospitals, your education system, and your police. Your police are being overrun. Look at what's happened.
That was bad. That was real bad.
He should only be happy I sent in the military, because if I didn't send him in, you would have had a problem there, the likes of which we haven't seen in a long time. Yeah, please.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you, Brian, very much.
Supersonic flight. On supersonic flight.
Supersonic
Yes,
flight.
sir. I know you just signed an executive order on it. Do you want to see a supersonic Air Force One in the next 10 years or so?
Oh, well, I don't care too much about that, but I would like to see, you know, if you think about it, flight, the word flight's an interesting word, but it's probably the only category where we've actually gone backwards, because we used to have the Concorde, and we could fly to London very quickly.
Concorde?
We all know Concorde. What happened to that?
Nicely. And
canceled.
today it takes you 2 times and 3 times as long.
Yeah, but it
It's the
costs a
only
lot of
thing
money,
where
right?
We've regressed. By the way, the Concorde, to my way of thinking, to this day, Michael, because you're very much into aesthetics, I know, but to this day was one of the most beautiful pieces of art I've ever seen. It was a piece of art. The beauty of the Concorde. It was the most beautiful plane, but it was you know, got you there in half the time. Now you spend a lot of time.
Back Concorde. He's going to make Concorde great again.
There's no reason for it. Because, you know, they have the sonic boom. It's not a huge problem, but they have the sonic boom thing pretty well figured out. The technology changes, the change in the skin, the change in weight, all of the other things. There's no reason why we shouldn't do great. So we are making it possible for them to do supersonic. and get us back on the track. I mean, think of it, 30 years ago, we actually had planes that flew much faster than we do now.
Well, because they were
half
too
the time to
expensive.
get to
I'm
a
pretty
location.
sure that's why.
So we've regressed, and we're going to progress.
5 sonic big booms.
Eh? Right. Sort of an
Boom
amazing thing, isn't it? Though?
Holy shit.
We've gone backwards. On Wall Street, they haven't done that. If Goldman Sachs was like that, you wouldn't have Goldman Sachs anymore. Yeah, please.
Situation in Los Angeles.
Ooh, he doesn't need to now, right?
Marines in California.
We'll see what happens. I mean, I think we have it very well under control.
Yeah, they don't need to.
I think it would have been a very bad situation. It was heading in the wrong direction. It's now heading in the right direction. And we hope to have the support of Gavin, because Gavin's the big beneficiary as we straighten out his problems.
He's going to be
his
okay
state
with
is
it.
a mess. And I'd like to get somebody involved in the rail, because, look, personally, it should have never been built, because you can fly there for $2, and what are you doing? They're doing that. You could drive. You could do lots of different things. You know, if they did a study, if you gave every passenger the finest limousine service in the history of our world, the most expensive chauffeur-driven, white-glove limousine service back and forth,
that's good.
We would have saved billions of dollars as opposed to building this monstrosity that's going up.
Well,
and I've never seen anything.
Does everybody get a limousine now?
I'm a person. I've always done well on cost overruns.
Yeah,
I don't
where the
have
heck's
them.
my limousine
But I will
at?
tell you,
The
I've never
heck?
seen cost overruns. You see them where they're 20% more, 50%, 100% more.
Jesus Christ.
These are thousands of percent. Nobody even knows. They have no idea. And it was supposed to be from San Francisco to Los Angeles. Well, they just made it way outside of Los Angeles. Where it's stopping in the middle of, I don't want to
Limos
say
for
nowhere, because
everyone.
I happen to like one of those little cities very much. But it's way short of the destination. And our government is saying, you know, why are we involved in this thing? It's been handled so badly before him, but he really blew it. So, you know, all right, one more question.
Speak to any of the discussions that were had there and the purpose of that retreat, your time at Camp David.
On a what?
Your time at Camp David, can you speak to what discussions were had there and the purpose of that retreat?
Probably not.
Well, I don't want to speak to
Yeah.
discussions. I mean, I told you what we were there for a little bit. We had discussions on many topics. We had a group of people, large group of people, including generals and admirals and lots of others. And all I can say is our country's in great shape. We're in great shape economically.
Great.
The bill that Mike and Jason and all the
Trump is
people
a
are working
streamer that
on
was born too
is going to
early.
be, I think,
Yeah.
amazing. I think it's going to be one of the most important pieces of legislation we've ever had in this country. It's going to do things that you wouldn't believe. And we're going to, you know, I have a very simple phrase. We ran an election on very simple words: make America great again. That's
heard
what we're
that.
doing. We're making it great. We're making
Remember
it
that.
safe. We're making it beautiful. And we're making it very wealthy again. You know, wealth is okay. You need wealth to
here we go.
take care of lots of other people. We have to make our country better. It has to heal from 4 years of abuse. Our country was abused badly by a very incompetent person and a group of people that weren't incompetent, but they were radical left lunatics. And they ran the country with an auto pen. And I hope that law enforcement's looking at that very seriously. That's like a takeover of our country in a certain way.
That is weird.
Because this guy
It's
had no
very
idea
weird.
what he was doing. You saw that during the debate. You saw that in other cases. I mean, he had no idea. I saw it years ago. By the way, 40 years ago, he had no. He was bad 40 years ago. We're not just talking about. And they always
It's a
like to say
career of
age,
being
but
a
it's not age. I
retard.
know people
Wow.
88, 89, 92. Bernie Marcus, who just passed away, was 95. I spoke to him a year before. He was 100%. It's not age. It's something else. But whatever it is, you can't have that in this country. The damage he's done to this country is unbelievable. But the good news is we've got much of it fixed already, and the rest of it will happen. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Well, there it is. Contrary to what some people would have you believe, the amount of pushback and the amount of support for, holding these people accountable and arresting them is at an all-time high. I think that the majority of people want to see these guys and these people get arrested. So take a look at this.
You know, if we just take a look at the baseline numbers here, this is Trump's net approval rating on immigration. It's gone up like a rocket. Compare now versus 8 years ago during Trump's first term. Look at this. In his first term, Trump was way, way, way underwater at minus 21 points. But look at this. He's up over 20 points. Now, in the aggregate, he is in positive territory at plus 1 point on his net approval rating. Some other polls even have it a little bit higher than that. There is no issue on which Trump is doing so much better than he was in his first term, more than the issue of immigration.
This is the reason why I think he should use the military if necessary, and also the National Guard, to just completely shut this stuff down. Everybody is agreeing with him on this. Everybody's in favor of this. Like, everybody is, like, really, I mean, like, people voted for this. Do it. I think the problem that a lot of people have right now, this is what I'm frustrated about personally. Why are there not 3,000 arrests from yesterday? Why do they not already have the National Guard patrolling, making sure this doesn't happen? Build the camps. Yeah, it's too soft. They're way too soft on this. It's embarrassing. And you can see very clearly, this is what the public wants. So don't let social media and other content creators and people like this gaslight you. This is the popular opinion. The popular opinion is to put these people in jail and remove them from the country. And it is overwhelmingly the popular opinion. And this, like the crash out that's happened over the past few days, will only serve to make it even more extreme.
No wonder the Times has written up the way that he is. Trump is begging for a fight on this because he knows what he's doing so far.
To put children in jail? This emotional manipulation doesn't work anymore. I understand, like, I don't care. If you're bringing kids over and you're trying to use them as like a shield for your bad behavior, then yeah, I guess they're going to jail with you. I don't care. I don't think most people do. I think a lot of average Americans are sick of having their own empathy and their better nature weaponized against them in order to justify a bunch of illegal aliens and criminals coming over and doing stuff that they shouldn't be doing, and they shouldn't even be here in the first place. Yeah, bring your kid to riot day? What the fuck is wrong with you? Where are the parents? Where's the parents' responsibility for taking care of their kids? It's insane. No, you're not going to claim the moral upper hand whenever these people are willingly putting their kids in danger by doing this. It's outrageous.
Is working with the American electorate.
It's massively working.
Rank on issues for him.
And guys, I wonder, where do you think that it's going to push? Like, whenever you see a bunch of random people in masks flying every single flag except for the American flag, lighting self-driving cars on fire, and standing in the middle of the street, and, you know, like driving around in motorcycles around, again, like cars on fire in the middle of an intersection, I wonder if that's going to help Trump or not. Geez, I wonder. You might not be seeing this, and you might not see this, but I am a legal immigrant myself, and all my extended family and I are pro-Trump. Left-wing media is lumping legals with illegals, and it really bothers all the legal immigrants. Well, of course it does. I mean, I went to school with a lot of Eric Hernandezes, okay? Like, and, you know, like David or, like, Bill Rodriguez. This is extremely fucking common.
How is he doing compared to others?
Yeah, so I think what's so important is it is his top issue so far, and the reason it is his top issue is because take a look at the individual nuggets in here. Why are people approving of Trump on immigration, approve of these different immigration actions, while Trump's administration's program to deport those here illegally? Look at this, 54% approval. How about agents searching your hometown for those that they think are here illegally? Again, positive territory here. Above.
There it is. And you can see, obviously, people do support this. And again, the majority of people support this.
50% for Donald Trump. So it's not just on the broad issue of immigration where Trump is doing well. It's on the specifics. When you dive into the issues, Trump is above 50%, and his actions are above 50%, at least with those most directly connected to what's going on right now out in Los Angeles.
So Donald Trump, the president, picking a fight on this, and to an extent, you see Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass, a Democrat, and the California Governor Gavin Newsom pushing
on CNN?
back.
Yeah.
So what do voters see in terms of their perceptions of Republicans, the president, or Democrats, say Gavin Newsom on this issue?
Yeah.
How is it not higher? They're literally illegals. I think that the reason why it's not higher is because he's talking about doing this wholesale. So there's a lot of people out there that want the deportations to happen, but they just want it to be for the people that are criminals. But what I'm saying is that mass deportations for anybody here illegally is actually the consensus opinion. Or sorry, I guess consensus isn't the right word. It's the majority opinion. But whenever you add in, especially people that are committing crimes or doing anything wrong, then you have a lot more people.
The American electorate believe that
this is what I'm saying is like this is the most extreme way of asking the question, and even this extreme way of asking the question generates a majority yes response. So think about whenever you get more specific.
the Democrats don't have a clue on the issue of immigration. I mean, you could just take it here. Closer to trust more in immigration, Democrats versus Republicans. Got 3 different polls for you across the board. They all tell the same story. Republicans lead on the issue of immigration. You see it here, CBS plus 6. You see it here, CNN plus 6. You see it here, Ipsos, even bigger, plus 19, no matter.
It is just not popular to burn down self-driving cars and protect illegal aliens over American citizens. Isn't that shocking? Who could have ever guessed that?
What poll you look at, no matter which way you cut it, the American public is with the Republicans, the American public is with Donald Trump, and to a much greater extent than they were in term number 1. And it's not just on the broad issue.
And this is why he needs to be decisive, and he needs to act on this very quickly. If Trump actually does pretty much get rid of a lot of these people, and he forcefully does it, and you see mass arrests, and even you have, like, I think a big issue is that a lot of these community leaders and the people that push for these riots, they never get held accountable. They spent 4 years trying to hold Donald Trump accountable for January 6th, but somehow we can't hold any of these people accountable for doing this for years. How does that happen?
Of immigration, it's on the specifics as
the flags
well,
are a terrible
in which
look.
the American public is with Donald Trump and the Republicans, and that is why Donald Trump is eager to take on this fight and eager for those scenes out of Los Angeles.
I was just going to use that word, eager. This explains some of that eagerness to push forward ever more on this as it escalates. Harriet, and thank you very much for.
Yeah, I think that there's a good chance that he's waiting for it to hit a fever pitch, and then after he does, then he's going to, like, basically mobilize the military or National Guard in order to take care of it. I think that's definitely possible, that he's kind of waiting. He's waiting for things to get worse until he, lets it pop off even more. Look at his most recent Truth Social post. Okay, let me see if I can find it. Let's see here. If they split, we will hit. This is a statement from the President of the United States concerning the catastrophic Gavin Newsom-inspired riots going on in Los Angeles. The insurrectionists have a tendency to spit in the face of National Guardsmen and women and others. These patriots are told to accept this if it's just the way life runs. But not in the Trump administration. If they spit, we will hit. Such a promise that I will hit harder than we ever have hit before. Such disrespect will not be tolerated. I'm going to be honest. If you're spitting on federal officers and they hit you, jeez, really? Oh, wow. Wow. Man. I think that really, and this is, there's like a meta level issue here. There is a normalization, and there is a normalization of violence against people because you disagree with them or because you think that it's acceptable to be violent toward them. This entire notion needs to be dismantled at the core. This is completely destructive, and it's destructive for everything. And so, yeah, this is, I totally agree with this. It's leftist ideology. Well, I don't know if it, I don't want to say that it's like one side doing this, because it's ultimately the ideology is what's bad, not the people that are doing it specifically. So it doesn't matter who's doing it. Spitting is potentially a hazard, depending on what disease they have. So yeah, that's fair. Spitting on someone counts as assault. You should expect them to hit you back. Yeah, exactly. And I think that we need to go back to a society where any sort of physical escalation is treated like it's bad. This is the same reason why I've had the opinion that I had about throwing bricks at the police officers too. Like in my opinion, if you throw a brick at a police officer, I think that they should be able to shoot you. Straight up. Like literally no restrictions. Like if you're throwing bricks, you should be able to get shot. It's attempted murder. Yeah, absolutely. And there's no reason, by the way, There is no moral and ethical reason that you need to that you can come up with that tells me that this is a person who should endure a life-threatening attack on their life and not have the right to defend themselves. This is a deadly weapon. A brick is a deadly weapon. There are no bricks of peace. Oh, got him. Oh, got him. Open beta June. Damn, that's in 3 days.
Oh, shit.
Another one.
I'm proud to reveal to you the next game from Toronto-based Drinkbox Studios, the team behind the Guacamelee series and Nobody Saves the World. They're making a full 3D game that can be played alone or with a friend in co-op. You can find out more during Day of the Devs right after the show. But for now, here is the global reveal of Blighted.
All right, let's get it.
Looking over this decaying world, one can only wonder, how did it all come to this?
Yeah.
It began with the ancient rituals. The dead buried with a seed from the trees of memory. Those who ate of the fruit saw the lives they lived and passed their knowledge to future generations.
I don't know about this one, guys.
Until Sorcisto, in his lust for power, consumed the brains of the living, spreading this blight.
Yeah?
You harbor it too, I see.
Is this a roguelite or a, like a... Well, this looks pretty good. Yeah, this looks all right. What do you guys think?
Should you fall, pray the vultures consume you before the blight does.
Easy skip? Is a switch up? Yeah, I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of games like that coming out now. A whole lot.
There is more Blighted coming up right after the show in Day of the Devs. All right, next is a first-person survival action horror game from Team Clout. It's a new team of 50 with founders in Canada and Armenia. They partnered with the new Munfish Powerhouse label to bring this insane Unreal Engine 5 game to life with unpredictable monsters and visceral dismemberment. Here is your first look.
Is ill? Let's get it. Crazy game? Yeah, we'll see what happens. All right. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, this is nasty. Yeah, this might be good. Oh. This looks pretty good. Yeah? Oh. Yeah, it's good. Yeah, absolutely. I would try this. Oh, damn. Yeah, the hit detection looks pretty good. Oh, fuck. It's like a dead baby. What the fuck? When does it come out? That must be a Planned Parenthood.
Poor little babies. All right, Mecha Break is one of 2025's most anticipated shooters, with its previous beta amassing over 300,000 concurrent players on Steam.
Insane.
And 3 million players
Dude,
in total.
Mecha Break popped
In this
the
game,
fuck
you
off.
explore a sci-fi universe and pilot
powerful mechs with immersive aerial and ground combat. As a top wish-listed game, players are clamoring to know just one thing. When is the release date? Well, here's Mecha Break's latest trailer with the answer you've all been waiting for.
All right, let's get it.
Growing Martian zones force the Thalassic Federation.
The fuck? The hell does that mean?
Its Project Enterprise.
This trailer is kind of cool. I like this. I played the beta for this game. It was really good. It's primarily a PvP mech game. That's yours? No, it wasn't mine. Mine had the rockets. Oh shit. I'm gonna be real, this trailer is really cool.
It's popping off.
It's like as fuck? Yeah, this is badass. Yeah, I heard they're adding in like PvE content too. July 1st. Damn. That's real quick.
In this next title, small-scale players traverse the oversized world around them, filled with local wildlife and hostile machines. Built by a small 8-person studio, this is Infinitesimals.
All right. What's this?
Mechanicals approaching.
Uh-oh. Like
we must now face a stark reality.
You like miniature or something? You like an ant?
The industrial civilization we were expecting to join is no more.
Oh shit. This is a cool idea. A Bug's Life? Yeah. Or like Grounded? Yeah. Remember I played that ant game? Yeah, it's actually just kind of badass.
Whatever it takes, we find a way.
Yeah, it actually looks like a cool idea. Instead of Arc Raiders, it's Ant Raiders.
2026 marks the 30th anniversary of a legendary video game franchise that I think we all know very well. Please check this out.
This was 1996.
Happy birthday to you.
Oh.
Happy birthday.
Oh. This could be it. Is this a new Resident Evil game?
Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you.
So are they releasing a new game?
A special message from Takeuchi-san.
Okay.
マギーさんありがとうございます。カプコン竹内です。
Are they announcing a new game? What is this?
皆様のおかげでバイオハザードも30周年を迎えることができました。
I have never played a Resident Evil game.
さてお待たせしているバイオハザードの最新作なんですが、もう少しだけ
So they have an announcement that there's a trailer that will come out soon. Okay. So it's not yet, but it's going to be soon.
I need a glass of wine too. All right. Thank you, Takeuchi-san, for that very special message. We cannot wait for when the time is right to share more leading into the anniversary of Resident Evil. Now it is time for the next big update for a beloved franchise.
Genshin Impact. What the hell is this? Oh.
Let's rumble.
Wait, what? WWE, yeah, wait, what?
What the heck?
Oh, shit. What? What is this shit? Is this a game? Man.
What is this?
I don't know what to expect yet.
Street Fighter 6.
Oh. Oh. I was so confused, man.
Fighter 6.
I was like, what the fuck? Okay, what's this?
Yeah. Flag time, baby.
All right.
Julia's ring. Get away.
I don't know, guys. Seems okay, but I don't know. Is this a PvE game? Damn. Who asked? I wonder. I'm not sure. Yeah.
Countdown begins.
Uh-oh. Uh-huh. Guys. I don't know about this one. Is it Concord 2? No. This is Concord 3. Marathon's Concord 2. Adios. It actually does have that does look like the Concord character. Yeah.
Wish list now.
That was Last Flag, a new online action game from the new indie studio Night Street Games, which is the ultimate game of capture the flag set in the 1970s. As you saw, the closed alpha will be starting later this year. Next, we have a beautiful new trailer for a Souls-like action RPG game developed in China by Lenzi Wuchang, Fallen Feathers, which is launching on July 24th. Here's a look.
We're going to play this. I've kept up with the trailers for this game, and I've watched pretty much every single one.
Is this bloodshed really what you wanted?
Wukong 2? It's not that good, but it's pretty good.
Fate is all set in stone. You can't change how it ends.
I do feel like if a game comes out in China, I feel like I'm more excited than if it comes out in Canada. I'll just tell you that. So this is Ishin. This is really cool. Point door, thank you for the sub. Oh. Phase transition. China's cooking? Yeah, it is.
What will it take to finally awaken you?
Damn, they give her a lot of outfits. It's a good idea. It's smart. Yep. They saw Stellar Blade.
They're out there. All gotta rescue them. This is what we gotta protect. We cannot choose when people's dreams.
What is this?
Find Rizzo. Find Master Kill. Find Jill. Find Method. Find Rico. You find Capital. Find Ghostface Killer. Where is the Wu-Tang Clan?
What?
Find them.
What? Wu-Tang Rise of the Deceiver? What the fuck is this? What the hell? Okay, so there's just nothing else about it. All right. Yeah, that Wu-Tang game does look really good. Yeah.
Ghostface Killer is calling on you to rescue his Wu brothers. Wu-Tang Rise of the Receiver is a new co-op action RPG with anime-style fighting, and it's the debut title from the 53-member Brass Lion Entertainment.
Cool.
Now, here's a new look at Guild Wars 2, which has new updates, including player housing, and is free to play. This weekend, to celebrate SGF, you can take advantage of double XP all weekend long.
My calling takes me far from home, where shared struggles.
This game came out a long time ago.
My greatest advantage? Adaptability.
Like a really, really long time ago.
Their greatest weakness? Me.
My story. Is goated.
My story.
I'm glad people like it.
Is yours.
I could never get into it, man. I would watch my friend play it a lot, and I hated it. Not for me. What's this? It's a girl game. That's great. Uh-oh. You know what this game reminds me of? All the other games that are just like this. It does. Reminds me of a lot of the other games. I would maybe try this. Seems okay. Ooh, this comes out the same day on the 20th? It's the same day Chrono Odyssey comes out. Genshin fatigue? I can see why. Rewards boosted to 20%. Epic Games Store? Oh my God.
You're never gonna guess what happened. I took a bullet, I died, I came back. Here we go. And I met Johnny Silverhand. Chip. Long story.
Remember when I played this game and I loved it and I stopped playing it? Remember that?
Here is another game throwing back to a classic animation style. Enter a surreal world where you're a down-on-his-luck outcast who has to battle his inner demons, literally, in this action roguelike. Here's Into the Unwell.
Uh-oh. Oh, I did that. me? Yeah.
Another relapse.
It's a cool style. I like that.
Get well soon.
All right, let's see the gameplay. Here we go. Uh-oh.
Maybe it's too much for someone like you.
Ooh. I feel like there's too many games like this.
Delusional. It won't always be so easy.
Yeah. Oh, that was cool.
Like Psychonaut.
You
gotta be.
still look a little unwell.
Good one. Yeah, it's all right.
Hey guys, I'm Ian Prue, the co-founder of 1047
Make
Games.
FPS great again.
When we started Splitgate in our dorm room, we just wanted to make a game we could play with our friends. And 20 million of you played with us.
That's a lot.
Now, with the help from our amazing community, we've built Splitgate 2. Why? Because I grew up playing Halo.
Yeah.
And I'm tired of playing the same Call of Duty every year. And I wish we could have Titanfall 3.
Holy shit.
With Splitgate 2, we asked ourselves, how would we take Portals to the next level? What if you could portal to entirely different worlds? So we combined the action, movement, and gunplay of arena shooters with the scale and intensity of something much bigger.
Maybe we play this.
Splitgate Battle Royale launches free right now, and it's fucking awesome.
What the fuck?
You said
All
fucking,
right.
so you know it's
Holy
good.
shit. So they have a BR
What a
for this game?
badass.
Let's see it.
Expertly done. This is the epitome of sport. They are splitting savants and jetpack geniuses. The movement is so fluid, so fast, you can't stop what you can't catch. And he complete the comeback. He's going to try. He shoots. He gets the kill. Now that's how you portal. They're not done yet. They got one. They got another. They're going to do it. They're going to do it all the way. Oh my God! They did it. They actually did it.
So this is like a BR?
DMC. You're real natural. You're unnatural. What the fuck? That was badass. No scope. Killjacular.
That's what they had.
Now we are honored to showcase the latest project from the talented minds at RGG Studio in Japan.
RGB Studio.
What is this? What the hell is shit? Yakuza? I think it just might be Yakuza. I think it's Yakuza. I think it's definitely Yakuza. Man. It's not? I thought it's the same studio. Is that the studio that makes Yakuza? This virtual fighter. Just throw his ass out. Oh. Damn.
Oh shit.
Got a name? Mako. Daito. Daito. A Jap then, huh? Don't I look like one? You're not? So, what are you then? Sana. 俺が知りてえや。
That was actually kind of cool.
You saw it at TJ
honest,
last year as
that was kind of
Project
cool.
Century set in 1915, and now the full name has been revealed. Stranger Than Heaven, the brand new title from RGG Studio. This time it's now 1943, and knowing RGG, I'm sure more surprises are surely on their way.
Uh-huh.
All right, well, we're almost done
pretty
here,
cool.
but we do
Yeah,
have
it is.
one final, very special
All right.
game announcement to share with all of you.
Let's
who've been
get it.
waiting. Today, we've showcased a lot of projects from teams around the world, including many brand new studios, and we're proud of that. But this one comes from a studio that is no stranger to delivering blockbuster games time and again. When I first got a glimpse at this project last summer, I was absolutely blown away
It's a new game.
by the scale, scope, and ambition of this developer's vision. And while there are many places, really any place, this game could have been revealed, we are so deeply honored that we get to share it with the world right here at Summer Game Fest.
This is FBI.
Sir.
Well, this probably isn't Elder Scrolls. What's this?
Grace. Grace.
9?
Grace Ashcroft.
Yes?
My office.
Uh-oh. Somebody's getting fired.
Coming.
Now she's getting double fired.
If this is about the report you asked for yesterday, it'll be ready in 3. No, 2 days, tops.
Put a hold on that for now. We found another body. One that exhibits the same pathology as the others we've been investigating.
It's like a zombie game.
Now, I need a good technical analyst on this.
Okay.
Capcom.
I need your eyes on the crime scene. The Renwood Hotel. I know that's where your mother was murdered.
Oh.
Silent Hill?
Alyssa died 8 years ago. Perhaps it's time for you to face the past. Grace.
Yo. This has to be what?
What is this?
Is she upside down? Yeah.
Hey! Help!
Stay close.
They're coming. I know now that you're the one that I've been searching for. The special one. The chosen one. Miss Ashcroft.
Investigating all these strange deaths, huh?
We need to keep our voices down.
Have you seen the same shit I've seen?
GTA 6? Sorry, Resident Evil?
Please know that you are my hope.
Everyone's gone.
Wait, what? Wait, it is? Requiem. Oh, shit. So they baited us by saying wait a little bit longer for the trailer. That's clever. Damn. Damn. Maybe I'll play one of these on release.
Resident Evil Requiem. And it will be playable to fans this August at Gamescom, where we'll also be hosting Opening Night Live on Tuesday, August 19th. Resident Evil Requiem marks a bold shift for the franchise, both in tone and gameplay, and today's reveal isn't just about survival horror. Expect high-stakes cinematic action too, with much more to share soon, leading up to its launch on February 27th, 2026.
Yeah, it's not even that far away.
Amazing.
Yeah, this is great.
Capcom. That was an amazing announcement. Glad we kept it a surprise. All right, that's going to do it for our live Summer Game Fest show. Let's thank our co-host, Lucy James. Didn't she do a great job, everyone?
Wow. Good job.
Good job. Lucy got to see the video for the first time.
I know. I can't believe it. You kept that so secret.
Very top secret. All good. All right. Well, there's much more Summer Game Fest to come.
Damn, no weeks.
Make sure to visit summergamefest.com to see a listing of all the digital events this weekend. You can watch and to highlight even more games, including the Xbox Games Showcase on Sunday. Stay tuned online to see coverage of many of the playable games at Summer Game Fest Play Days that's taking place this weekend in LA.
Damn.
And make sure to stay tuned for Day of the Devs, which is coming up next with additional new reveals from incredible independent studios around the world and deeper looks at some of the independent games we showcased today.
Man, maybe I'll
Thanks so much, everyone.
Awesome, and thanks to you, Lucy. Great job co-hosting. All right, that's going to do it for Summer Game Fest. We will see you at Gamescom on August 19th. Thanks, everybody.
August 19th. Damn, that's actually pretty soon. I'm going to be real. I think this is probably his best show. Like, obviously, it's like very much decided based off of like the games that get announced. This probably was his best show. Yeah, I feel like, yeah. No, never mind. No, it's not. Okay. Damn it. Turn this shit down. Goddamn. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about it. I feel like there were a lot of games that got announced here that, like, I mean, Code Vein 2? Mortal Shell 2? What the fuck? I didn't expect that at all. But they just brought it out. Viewed it? Is it down? All right, we'll check the bingo. All right, you guys want to see the bingo? Let's see it. Okay. Wuthering Waves, Dune MMO, Arc Raiders, Chrono Odyssey. I think a new IP, we did get that too. Liza P DLC, DEI game, we got that.
Oh shit. Witcher 4.
Resident Evil 9.
If you sat down and played your entire game,
we did not get. Ooh, we did not.
Then everyone you loved would be dead.
I guess we technically got a little bit of Witcher, right? But like not really.
Hi, I'm Tim.
Oh man.
And I'm here to
it was close, but not enough. It was close, but not enough.
Day of the Devs.
Bloodborne LMAO. Yeah, sure. Wu Chang is like Wukong? Yeah, but it's not Wukong. And so that's it. What was the DEI game? That stupid bullshit Days of Our Lives teenager game that was cringe about like toilet papering houses was stupid. So yeah, that was the DEI game. Bro, like it mixed it, bro, like.
All you have to do right now.
Yeah, I don't think so, bro. Playing Lightspeed DLC, you know, I'm gonna get it downloaded and planned out for tomorrow. That way, I'm ready to go. This means Summer Next Fest. Roy brought a good variety of games, except for that teen game. Yeah, I'm gonna be real. I actually think this was. Wait, this is.
Ever wanted to live the fantasy of casing a place, gathering intel, and pulling off a heist?
No.
All as a
so anyway, let me see. Yeah, better than I thought. Yeah, I'm gonna be real. I think this is his best show he's done. In terms of like announcements and everything, I really do think it's his best show. I thought this was a video game.
Senior level designer and artist.
Yeah. Okay. Let me just mute this all the way. Okay. So let me read here, and yeah, what a bait for Resident Evil 9. Yeah, bro, that really got me. I thought it wasn't gonna happen. I was like, oh, okay, it makes sense. They're not ready for it yet, but no, that's not what it was at all. E3 needs to come back. Well, I'm not sure about that. I mean, I think overall, I mean, let's be real. Like, this is a really good show, man. This is a great show, and I was impressed. Atomic Heart 2, yeah, exactly, and Silk Song, yeah, that one didn't happen. I do think, like, it's so weird to me that we keep getting these advertisements for VR games whenever I don't know anybody that actually plays VR games. And as far as I know, there's, like, nobody that even watches content for them or anything. I don't know where this audience comes from, right? Like, I don't know what it is. And same, yeah, exactly. Like, not one person, exactly. Maybe there's a few people, but yeah, other than that, I feel like this is, you know, this is a great show, man. It really was. And you know, usually don't expect that to happen. I mean, like, these games generally, like the ones they put afterwards, are like, you know, kind of hit and miss. But yeah, Dying Lights is awesome. Best of all of them, in my opinion. Yeah, there were a lot of really good games that came out, right? I mean, there's like the Art Raiders. Sorry, no, that was I meant to say Marathon. Arc Raiders trailer. Like, that game's coming out really soon. What's so nuts is that like 3 or 4 of these games are getting basically shadow dropped. I think this is the new way that people are releasing content. Is they're not even waiting for any time period or anything. They're just dropping the fucking game. They're like, all right, guys, hey, by the way, it's out, and it's out right fucking now. And I think that's what's been happening a lot. And I like that a lot. Yeah, thanks, Oblivion. Well, I feel like it's been going on a little bit longer than Oblivion, but I think that Oblivion definitely was a good point. And the Lies of P thing was great. They're shadow dropping them so you can't farm YouTube thumbnails. Well, they're not even DEI games, right? I mean, so I can't even do that to begin with. I think that the first game they did that with that I remember is actually Ninja Gaiden 2 Black. Like, that was the game that was it 2? I think it was whichever one that I played that was like recent, and that was it. So people hate being let down, therefore they announce and drop the game on the same day. Easy clap. Yeah, you can't be let down. Problem fucking solved. Metroid Prime Remaster was the best shadow drop. Yeah, I remember seeing that too. And that's the best thing they can do. All this marketing nonsense cannot make a bad game successful. Just look at Immortals of Avenum. They push them so much and no results. Why spend the money? I think that marketing does have a role and marketing does matter. But at the same time, you can't polish a turd. That's absolutely true. And so if you have a video game that comes out and it's not very good, you're not going to be able to convince people that it's good by saying like, oh no, look at all the streamers playing the game. Look how many streamers are playing it. This must be really fun. No, that's not how it works, man. Drop it and let the market decide. Yes. And that's it. The Foxhole as medieval stress test on the 9th. Yeah, there's a lot of games that are coming out recently, or really soon. Like, pretty much almost every day. Like, every day this month, we're going to have, like, almost a new game to play. So it's going to be insane. Watch the Resident Evil 9 trailer. Oh, I already saw it. Yeah, we just watched it. And I bet they save the money on marketing. They can just put more onto the product itself. I kind of agree with that, where it's like, if you, like, what the fuck is this? What the fuck is this?
You'll sound different if you're speaking up close.
Hello.
Or far away.
Hello.
Or in a tunnel.
Hello.
Or over a walkie-talkie.
Hello. Over.
Or behind soundproof glass.
It's called Dick Knows the game. And so anyway, yeah, that's it. It's not new. Yeah, can you believe that? They have spatial audio. This is, I think, the first game that's ever done that, as far as I know. And so, yeah, anyway, the games looked actually really good. I'm impressed. I was worried that it was going to be garbage or bad, but it actually went really well, and I think that they did a great job. Like, I think this is, again, probably Jeff's best show. And, yeah, Arc Raiders has a spatial. Yeah, I mean, I feel like most of them do, right? I mean, it's pretty much a normal thing that these games have. And they'll show what they announced. Half-Life 2 will be his best show. Jeff can still outdo himself. No, Half-Life 3. You mean I meant to say Half-Life 3. Here's how Valve is going to do Half-Life 3. They're going to just announce that it's out. They're going to say, hey, here's a trailer for Half-Life 3. It's out right now. That's probably what's going to end up happening. Like, that seems like that's the Gavin, you know, that's the Gavin way. Yeah, just out of fucking nowhere. It would be crazy. Yes, it would be. And the Yakuza type game was awesome. Yeah, like that reveal at the end of the guy with like his eyes, like, I feel like that could have been cringe in like 99 ways, and like it was not cringe in one way, and they had the one way that it wasn't cringe. And so I was impressed by that. Steam's Steam Deck Fest is coming up. Well, the Steam Next Fest is coming up too. Like, there are a lot of game events that are coming up in like the next probably 2 weeks. Like, I know that we have at least 3 that we're going to be watching in the very, very near future. So we've got a lot of games that are being announced. I feel like summer is like generally when games get announced, and then usually they'll get released around fall. I guess maybe for Christmas. I don't know. But yeah, Xbox is in 2 days as well. And it looked amazing. Yeah, a lot of these games looked amazing. Like, I really think it was impressive.
Peggy 18.
I pray when a song gets
I'm a sap for Yakuza. I gotta watch this again. I didn't realize this was Yakuza.
I'm feeling blue.
Audio's good.
It's time I close my eyes till
Story bound.
Got a name? Mako? Daito. Daito. A Jap then, huh? Don't I look like one? You're not? So, what are you then? Sana. 俺が知りてえや。
Flashbangs and fireworks going off outside the windows of the mayor's office. Flashbangs and fireworks going off outside the windows of the mayor's office. We're hearing the loud bangs as she's saying, folks, keep it peaceful. That point is come and gone. That is clear to this point. You see it behind me, obviously. The peaceful part of it is not happening. But here's the interesting juxtaposition, of course, because the protests and the demonstrations are against those federal agents, whether it's ICE, the FBI, Homeland Security, anyone federal agents assisting. LAPD, CHP, and the Sheriff's Department are all distancing themselves from the immigration operations that have been happening. But here's the interesting part and what makes it difficult. When there's violence against those federal officers, when there's graffiti on the street, cars on fire in the street, now it's in the hands of LAPD. Now it's in the hands of the Sheriff's Department. They can't sit idly by and let this happen.
Sure seems like they are.
We're setting a car on fire in the middle of the street about preventing an ICE raid from happening at Home Depot in the Fashion District.
He's right.
So that's the awkward juxtaposition where I think the mayor is kind of playing both sides, but is also being responsive to the fact that while people are upset and they're emotional about what's happening with the federal government, with immigration from the Trump administration and the feds going to businesses and homes in Los Angeles, the LAPD, the Sheriff's Department, CHP, all the local agencies are towing that fine line where they're saying, we're obviously not part of immigration and anything going on there, but we got to keep the peace on the streets in Los Angeles. And so it's tough because their presence alone is sometimes agitating the crowd. The police presence, the flashbangs, the tear gas, those are provoking the crowd to fire back. but it's tough because police are not part of immigration, but now they're part of these protests.
Someone's
and these
setting another fire.
It's a nuanced issue that is playing out in the streets here in Los Angeles, and I think it's important to note folks are trying to be cognizant of the fact and the emotion that the people out here have, but also realizing setting cars on fire,
this is unprecedented in USA.
Officers,
no, I've had shit like this happen tons of times.
Is not okay, regardless of what your cause is.
It's a difficult job being mayor. You have a lot of constituencies to tend to. And as she did also say, the mayor said she's for everyone. She wants everyone
is
to...
that who I think it is?
One side or the other side or the other side. She wants everyone to be okay. She doesn't want to see violence, and she wants to see her citizens maintain their safety and comfort living in Los Angeles. It looks like from A7, Tim, I'm not sure you can even see, but it looks like at least 3 of those Waymos, 3 of the 5 have now been lit on fire. Do you see any police moving anywhere in this area?
Oh no, I mean, from our vantage point, like I said, we're a little bit removed, right? We're not trying to get too close to that thick black smoke, but I don't see any police officers on this side of the 101. Of course, we're dipped down a little bit on the road here as it curves down into Alameda. I see a lot of bicycles and folks on the street and a lot of onlookers on this side, essentially watching it from this angle. I mean, look at this. There's a city bus driving by. I don't think there's any police anywhere close to this. Whether or not the fire department is coming and how quickly they're coming remains to be seen. They might let this burn out, but obviously in the middle of the street here, a raging fire, cars that were set on fire.
It's not the Channel 5 guy? I thought it was because of the mask. I really thought it was.
Yeah, indeed.
Tim, this is Niku. So you're out there and you're just like in the thick of it. The smoke
maybe
is
it is,
behind
maybe
you.
it's not. I guess we'll find out in a couple of days,
really
right?
We'll
find out.
In the air. Does it have a distinct smell? What's it like?
You know, it's an interesting question, too, because on Friday night, especially when those tear gas was shot from the feds outside the federal building, that is a very distinct smell. You get it up your nose, it burns all the way through your nostrils and gets into your eyes as well. Some of those pepper spray balls that we felt in Compton as well, those are kind of quick bangs. You kind of get a little bit and then you move on your way. This smells like an open dumpster fire. I mean, for better or worse. We could smell it when we pulled up and walked up the street. The thick black smoke is kind of emanating. Thankfully, there's not much of a wind at this point, so it's going straight up in the air, but I think it's a true sense of what we're feeling here is that smoke is kind of emblematic of the frustration, this thick black smoke kind of billowing above these demonstrations. Everyone frustrated at this point and just a cloud of uncertainty hovering over all of Los Angeles these last 3 days.
Yeah, I don't know how much you can tell. You're in one spot, kind of separated from everything. I'm just curious at this point whether things are truly escalating in downtown Los Angeles or just a group that splintered off happened to find 5 cars that they were able to light on fire.
I think it's a bit of both.
Like it's a lot worse than the situation actually playing out on the ground.
It's probably a great point, Jory, because that's the quintessential question when you have rallies, demonstrations, riots, if you will. I wouldn't go far as to call it that. I know President Trump had tweeted about riots and looting. I don't know that I would characterize it that way. But certainly when you have groups like this, from what we've seen, Tommy, pan over here to the left here.
There's no
the vast majority are people taking videos, people waving flags, people walking around, people wanting to be part of the cause, wanting to have their voices heard, and wanting to show the power of numbers and the power
how did
of
this?
force.
Wait,
Certainly
did a police officer set this car on fire too?
Maybe 30 agitators throwing rocks,
Oh,
covered head
no.
to toe, trying to instigate
How could the LAPD
police
do
officers
this?
and the feds who were there. The vast majority, that's another big explosion, huh? The vast majority of the folks here seem to be those who are walking around, and you have these pockets of people who are intentionally causing some issues. I'm pausing here for a second just to take a see if police are moving up any closer. Obviously, the biggest concern anytime you have a car fire, but especially when you have a car fire surrounded by people standing around, as you have a gas tank full of gasoline, and a fire and explosion here would not be ideal. Some of those explosions, you know, it's interesting. We've gotten used to over the last day and a half to tell the difference between a fireworks like that or flashbang being fired by authorities.
Oh my God!
A subtle difference, and frankly, doesn't really make a difference. Obviously, one is set by authorities, and the other is fired by. That's another one that's a firework. But these are part of the crowd. Intermittent and a small part of the crowd. So it's tough to describe the crowd as a whole as agitators. I wouldn't even say that, even close to that.
Of course
but
not all of
because
them are
it only
agitators.
takes a handful of people to light a car on fire, a handful of people to throw fireworks into a line of police officers, a handful of people to vandalize vehicles, to vandalize and graffiti walls. those get the attention, and rightfully so. I mean, obviously, you have a huge burning fire in the middle of the street
Obviously,
here.
that's the problem.
But it doesn't seem like this is necessarily encompassing the vast majority of the people here.
Get the attention?
It's just everyone gets caught up in the hoopla as they wanted to come out and kind of voice their, have their voices heard.
No doubt. It's a matter of a couple people kind of ruining things for everybody else. What might have been a peaceful demonstration certainly is no longer that. As those cars continue to burn and explode. We've talked about those are Waymo, so they are fully electric. And once the air and the fire reaches those batteries, it will go off like that. It's a very difficult put out. Tim, you okay? Okay, we'll get back to Tim in just a moment. But again, looks like at least three. I'm sure those guys are working on trying to set the other two on fire as well. And you can see that material just melting and burning and covering the surface and still continuing to burn on the surface of the street.
And we just heard that Tim Caputo was moving, so we'll have a different look, different angle from the protest downtown. But where Tim was standing and we heard those explosions in the background, I think he said it was a combination of the car fire, fireworks, and something else. But
right. Well, we did see those flashbangs going off, so it looks like officers are somewhere, unless that is those are just simple fireworks. But we see those poofs of smoke, and those typically are flashbangs trying to disrupt the crowd. And we do see some movement coming now towards the 101 from the top of our screen. So that would be a north to south. That would be coming directly from where Tim was standing. I don't know if there's any police activity pushing these folks this way, or perhaps just the smoke. It's getting too hard to breathe. More explosions here from those cars, but we do have a decent-sized crowd watching these cars continue to burn. Otherwise, as Tim said, things do look relatively peaceful. He's just right there doing it. We saw the folks at Aliso and Alameda sitting down on the ground. We saw the folks at Temple and Alameda just kind of waiting it out. It's broken down to just a couple dozen people at that location. And so things seem pretty, it's hard to say that with three cars burning, but things do seem relatively calm, minus these cars that have been set on fire.
Yeah, minus the car fires, things are fine.
And it looks like this scene is
By the way, those Waymo cars are public transport.
Like you said, the other
You're literally watching your tax dollars go up in smoke.
Sitting down, and this is just the worst of it, seeing these three Waymo cars on fire, which hopefully someone can get a handle on them very soon. But again, it's really dangerous for any kind of police or the fire department to even move in on a situation like this.
It's a private company?
Really
yeah, it
handle
is.
This
Who's paying the private company?
It's difficult. It's hard, especially with three. Are there three on fire?
Christ,
it looks like three are on fire.
So far.
But there are 5 Waymos in that area.
But they've still got 2 left.
It's a precarious situation. You want to maintain control and get order back in the city, but if you try and do so too in a certain way, you're going to devolve here into some really bad confrontations.
Yeah,
so,
we wouldn't want that.
You know,
it's much better
there
to
are
let
discussions
things
being
start on
had
fire.
right now by law enforcement about how best to handle this situation. Once the demonstrators made their way onto the 101, it took CHP a little bit of time to come up with a plan and how they were able to do that. And here we have the 101 back open again. So same kind of situation here. There's a large group of people. It could turn very volatile if you move law enforcement in there in the wrong way.
I don't know why Trump would do this at all.
What is just a bunch of people having fun watching cars burn into a massive confrontation and altercation between officers and demonstrators.
So it looks like next to that big, the car fire, we have that wide angle. Is that the one on the other side? Is that a closer look at the car fire?
Yes.
And if so, there's people around it. They're taking pictures, and it's just, they don't even mind all the toxic fumes in the air. But the scene has definitely looked like it's less crowded than what it looked like about 30 minutes ago. So at least people are moving away, but still really dangerous because, again, these EV batteries, this can explode at any minute. And just the air, I mean, Tim said it smelled like a dumpster fire behind him.
Yeah.
So.
And poor Tommy, his photographer, was back at this location last night with Amy Powell dealing with that. They were hit with tear gas, and so he's back at it again. There's another explosion coming out of that car. We thank all of our photojournalists for being there and our reporters on the ground. This is not easy stuff. It's a very precarious, dangerous situation. We saw one station in town. Their reporter and photographer were basically kicked off of scene by demonstrators. It was unsafe for them to be there. They pushed them out of there. That is why we're being very selective with where we put our reporters on the ground today, because we don't want to put them into harm's way. But simply being on the ground, you can see how volatile it is. Tim was just a short ways away from this and had to move their situation because the crowd might have been moving their way. And you, as a reporter, With a camera there, you don't want to put yourself in a situation where you can't get out and put yourself in harm's way.
And it could be so tempting because you really want to show, you want to get the message across and really show these images, these videos of just what it looks like there, but at the same time, you really have to worry about yourself, your well-being, and that's also the case for the police officers that are out there too. I'm sure they're caught in that that kind of struggle as well.
Why would they be in harm's way if it was a peaceful protest?
A new location. Let's see
because
where
it's
he
not.
is and what is going on.
Obviously.
As we search really for the bulk of this crowd. That's the 101 South that is still shut down. The 101 North is moving freely again, and what a shot from Tim Caputo's camera location. Tim, tell us about what you're seeing now.
Well, full disclosure, we didn't actually move locations. We were kind of double parked and had to move the van to let some people out because once we got to this location, what's ended up happening, and no surprise here, Los Angeles Street, cars cannot go down. So they're pulling this kind of U-turn to go back down to Alameda Street here towards Union Station. So we are in the same spot, a pretty safe distance away. I can tell you, you know, there are rowdy elements of this crowd. That's why I'm kind of keeping my head on a swivel as well, because some of the anger pointed at the media, some of the anger obviously pointed at law enforcement, at the mayor's office, whomever they perceive as potentially a person of authority at this point. So we're just kind of watching our backs as well as we watch what's going on ourselves. But you know, as you guys have mentioned too, is this car trying to make a U-turn here, this Range Rover right in the middle of the street? That's a really good question. These cars are still burning, and the vast majority of people standing on the sidewalk here, standing even in the street here, mostly just getting video. It does seem like some of the attention has moved away from the burning vehicles as this crowd is now moving back towards the federal building across the 101. Back over to Los Angeles, Aliso, and even Alameda Street, essentially where the protests we've seen the last 48, 72 hours have been focused. Obviously, this is where it began, but it eventually kind of bleeds out and filters out into the adjoining and adjacent streets around here. And that's what happened in this area when these cars were set on fire. It does seem, at least where we're standing right now, while it does seem from our angle there are a handful of people standing on the street, the crowd is actually moving farther away across the 101, potentially back towards that federal building. It's tough to tell from here, and frankly, I'm not going to try to get any closer to show you a closer perspective from it, but it does seem like just from the visuals here, as the fireworks continue to go off, the crowd is starting to move away from these burning vehicles. Hopefully, maybe that gives the fire department the opportunity to get in here and try to douse these flames before any gas tank explodes or anything gets worse here. It remains to be seen because we haven't seen a whole lot of law enforcement or first responders in this immediate vicinity. And understandably so, obviously, with folks so angry and things on fire and fireworks going off, it is not exactly the safest place to be at the moment.
Why are people lighting off fireworks?
Sandy, you are keeping your head on the swivel.
Is this the 4th of fucking July?
We saw someone pull up right behind you. He was on a bike. But what is the general feeling of the crowd there? Are they confrontational? Are they saying anything to you?
No point in putting the fires out. Those batteries can burn underwater.
They're not necessarily angry at me. They're not necessarily angry at the media. They're angry. They're angry at what's been going on the last couple of days. They're angry at this immigration policy that they protested back in February. Remember back on February 2nd when protesters at the time got onto the 101. That was the kind of initial set-off point for a lot of these folks. And now that what we've seen over the last 24 hours, I feel like to a degree it's emboldened them. You have the crowd, you have numbers, you have people that are upset, that are frustrated, that are scared, and they want to have their voices heard, and they feel as though the only way they could do it is be as loud and be as disruptive as possible, and they are doing exactly that. I can tell you the vast majority of people here just want to be part of the movement. They want to be part of the resistance. That doesn't necessarily mean they want to be part of assaulting officers, of vandalism, of burning cars.
Yeah, but they enable the people that do.
But being part of it oftentimes means you get awfully close to it. And I think that's what's happening with some folks here, that you might not want to be part of that car fire. But guess what? When you drive by on your motorcycle and do some burnouts around it,
this isn't a resistance. This is a democratic election that you lost.
Kind of a show of force, a show of resistance, and it's still going strong.
Yeah, and as the mayor alluded to, and as we know, there are legitimate demonstrators out there. There are also people who, after a sporting event, you know, just want to watch something burn. And so there is a distinction between what is happening right now, whether these cars burning are truly, along with the, you know, it's not a peaceful demonstration, but whether they're actually out there to make their voices heard, or whether they're just out there to take pictures of themselves in front of a burning car once the crowd is out of the streets.
And Jory, it's an interesting point too, because you mentioned the mayor talking about how she wants it to be peaceful and she doesn't want things to go sideways or anyone to get hurt. I think it's an interesting point because a lot of folks out here have told me this is sad. This is not sad because of what the people are doing. They said it's sad it's come to this. They've reached the boiling point.
It's sad
They're
that I
mad,
have to
and
set
they want
the
to
car
do
on
something
fire.
about it. And I think that's what the mayor kind of alluded to
why
as well.
Why are you making me set the car on fire?
Angelinos for this. She's blaming what led up to make Angelinos do this. And I think that's a subtle but important difference of the folks out here as well, and what the mayor was trying to convey, in the sense that the Trump administration's immigration policies, the ICE raids that have been happening in the last couple of days here in Los Angeles, brought this city to its breaking point, and that's why Angelinos are doing exactly this. And I think that's the sentiment by and large. I've only talked to a handful of people kind of on the outskirts here who said, this is sad. I hate to see it come to this in the city, but something needs to be done. And this is how they're lashing out.
Poor victims.
Right, we've seen
this is how they're lashing out.
Those ICE raids
Something
play
has
out.
to be done. I know what to do.
Bass alluded to the
Let's
fact
burn
that,
down a car.
One
Let's
of them took
burn
place at a
down
Home
public
Depot.
transit.
We saw some in the garment district, and some
Let's destroy
factory
the public.
workers were taken into custody.
Let's waste tax dollars.
It is said by the Trump administration that their focus is on the dangerous, the violent, those who have criminal records, who are in this country illegally. But a lot of people in this crowd feel like that is not the focus of what is actually happening. And while some dangerous and violent people are being taken off the streets, there are also upstanding members of society that are being swept up in this as well, and that was not supposed to be what this what has happened. In fact, I heard an affiliate in our nation's capital this weekend who was a Trump voter, who is a U.S. citizen, who was swept up by ICE simply because he looked like he might be here illegally. And once they saw his ID, that it was a real ID and he was a citizen, they let him go quickly. But that is what is happening here under some of these.
So you're saying that people aren't just getting randomly picked up and deported for no reason?
And I think Tim really said it best.
I feel like that pretty much says it, right? Wow, so they thought that a guy was an illegal alien. They checked his ID and he wasn't, and they let him go? Wow.
City, it's
Man.
city. I forgot what.
That's
that
crazy.
Was, but we saw it's just
Jesus.
graffiti all over the city. We were seeing graffiti and not nice things either. So
not
a lot
nice
of cleanup
things
in downtown LA.
And Governor Gavin Newsom, who is now at odds with President Trump and the federal government over the federalization of California National Guardsmen and women, keeping active on social media, responding to actor James Woods, who posted a video of 2 police cars on fire with the quote, "If I hear one more leftist shill in mainstream media utter the words peaceful protests, I'll throw up."
True.
To which the governor responded, "This video is from 2020. And so there he is, active, going back and trying to prove his point that the president
So
was
you
wrong
fucked
to
up
bring in
then,
the National
and you're
Guard
fucking up now.
against his wishes.
Great
Which
argument.
is something that typically we do not see happen. The normal order of things.
Really?
Is that,
so this
the
isn't his
governor
first
of a
time
state
fucking
would
up.
request the federalization, some help from the
Where is
federal
it?
government, and bring in the National Guard. That did not
don't see
happen
it.
here. President Trump took it upon himself to federalize 2,000 members of the National Guard last night, put them into use today. The governor has made a move now
always
to
a track
retake
record.
control of those National Guards members. And again, we talked about the history in our country
a
of something
fuck-up
like this
veteran.
happening.
Sure is.
Presidents have federalized National Guards members. The last time I think it's happened was the Civil Rights era, when John F. Kennedy federalized National Guards members in the South to allow black students to attend schools who were being met with resistance by the governor, George Wallace being chief among them, and other local governments that weren't allowing federal law to be executed, and it was directly
WJFK.
harming citizens.
That's right.
This situation is not that.
Right. It's so different, and it's so hard
Really?
to see. Like, okay,
So
usually
this
history
isn't ignoring
repeats
federal
itself.
law
Let's
and
look
harming
back, let's see what
citizens?
happened. Can't really do that with this because this is, again, it's not going in the right order. 2,000 National Guard troops are deployed
I guess
here,
I was
and,
confused.
Yeah, President Donald Trump went over Governor Newsom's authority, and he brought them here. So it's just really difficult to see how this is going to turn out.
Yeah,
you can't predict it.
And we've heard from ICE about their the execution of some of their activity the last couple of days, and some of the violent and dangerous criminals and people that they have taken into custody who now face deportment. Our Tim Caputo, who you've been talking with there on the ground there, spoke with U.S. Attorney Bill Asaley this weekend about some of those movements. Let's hear more. Tim, what did the U.S. Attorney tell you?
We didn't fight the Civil War for
He
fucking
was resolute
nothing.
that these ICE operations will continue regardless of this, regardless of what happened yesterday, regardless of what happened on Friday as well. It was an interesting take because we've heard a lot of people talking about how they want us to stop. The U.S. Attorney said absolutely not. This is their job and their duty. They say they were going after criminals. They say they were going after people who have immigration judges in their final warning to leave the country. He also said, full disclosure, if we run across somebody who is here illegally, we're going to arrest them too. Now, how much of that is going after people with those warrants and how much is the other, we don't exactly know. But he said, regardless of what is going on, those operations that happened in Paramount yesterday, he said they carried them out. Despite that entire protest happening for the better part of 12, 15 hours. And he said they will continue to happen here in Los Angeles. He was undeterred by everything that's going on. In addition to the National Guard, he says they've mobilized Border Patrol to protect the federal buildings here downtown. An obvious mobilization of federal officers and federal agents to protect the work that they are doing and protect the people who are doing that work. I had asked him what he thought about this resistance, about people being frustrated, about people being sad. That's all that's going on. And he essentially said, it is what it is. We're enforcing the law. And he said even more emphatically that if you try to resist those officers, if you try to impede those officers,
ready to deploy
if you
in Los
try to
Angeles,
assault or actually assault those federal agents, you will get arrested and you will be prosecuted. And we saw that yesterday. We saw it to a smaller degree on Friday. And I could imagine that's what we're going to see here as well as these protests have continued all day today. It was an interesting perspective from the U.S. Attorney as well, because obviously he sees it from the other side, is that they are federal agents carrying out these immigration this immigration work and the protection of those officers and those agents who are not only carrying out the work like yesterday in Paramount, who are mobilizing.
Wait, did Donald Trump set that car on fire too?
Where they were all meeting to start doing that work, and he
why
said
does he keep setting these cars on fire?
And they won't stand for that. So it's an interesting point of view that we maybe not necessarily have heard as much over the course of the weekend, because of the presence of so many people who are frustrated and fed up with these ICE raids. He said, I wouldn't even call them raids. They are arresting people who have warrants out for their arrest. He didn't even like the description of calling it an ICE raid. I think the vast majority of this crowd would disagree with that.
Right, and that's why we keep hearing from people like Governor Newsom and the mayor, for people begging them to be...
real quick, we got another one right here.
That's Cap David.
Given if you don't plan to invoke the Insurrection Act, do you plan to send troops to Los Angeles?
What?
Even if you're not planning to invoke the Insurrection Act, do you still plan to send troops?
Well, we're going to have troops everywhere. We're not going to let this happen to our country. We're not going to let our country be torn apart like it was under Biden and his auto pen.
What's the bar for sending Marines?
The bar is what I think it is. I mean, if we see danger to our country and to our citizens, we'll be very, very strong in terms of law and order. It's about law and order.
On the table, sir. Secretary Heck.
We're going to see what we need. We'll send whatever we need to make sure there's law and order.
Thank God. Do you see those protests spreading to other cities, Chicago, New York, for example, in the next few days?
Yes, we're going to be watching it very closely. And when they spit at people, you know, they spit. That's their new thing. They spit and worse. You know what they throw at them, right? And when that happens, I have a little statement. They say, they spit, we hit. And I told them, nobody's going to spit on our police officers. Nobody's going to spit on our military, which they do is a common thing. They get up to them this far away and then they start spitting in their face. That happens, they get hit very hard. What are the rules of engagement for federal troops? We'll see what happens. If we think there's a serious insurrection or less than that, we're going to have law and order. Very important.
How would you define an insurrection?
You have to really just have to look at the site. You have to see what's happening. Last night in Los Angeles, we watched it very closely. There was a lot of violence there. There was a lot of violence that it could have gotten much worse. You have an incompetent governor. Just take a look at the train stations that he's building. Like 20 times over budget. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. So I did call him the other night. I said, look, you got to take care of this, otherwise I'm sending in the troops. That's what we did. Thank you very much. You have a question for Marco? Question for Marco?
California officials could face federal charges if they stand in the way of the deportation. Something that Homeland Management said.
If officials stand in the way of law and order, yeah, they will face charges. Thank you very much.
Thank fucking God.
think it's about time. He done did something.
Gaming cred. Uh-oh. Here we go.
We are living through an unprecedented era in gaming right now. For the first time in the history of the world, the average gamer cred score has dropped below 0.25. If that number doesn't terrify you, I don't know what will. In today's society, we are surrounded on all sides by pretend gamers, people who pretend to be real gamers.
It's not on.
But in reality have never played Super Mario Galaxy. You see, back in the Xbox Live Go...
You know who really got me fucked up about this was Tectone. Because Tectone was going on about how much he likes Stellar Blade, and he said he played Stellar Blade, and I said, did you actually play Stellar Blade? He said, no, I played the demo for 10 minutes. Bro, these fake gamers makes me so fucking mad, man. Like, it's fake gamers, bro. It's like, no, you didn't play it. Like, if you didn't beat half of the game, you didn't play the game. You can't play 10% of the game and say you beat the game. That's stolen valor. It is.
Golden era of gaming, everybody's gamer score was visible to the public. You could just click on somebody's profile and see, okay, you beat Mile High Club on Veteran. This is an actual gamer. But today, they keep it all hidden because of course they do.
My favorite That's actually a good point, is that they should probably do that. You know how, like, you have, like, a credit score? We could make a website of, like, a gamer score. That's maybe China can do that, right? Because they have that whole social credit score. So they could make a video game credit score. That's a good idea.
Game is FIFA. My favorite video game would have to be NBA 2K. Been playing that for many years.
Wrong.
My favorite video game is Madden.
No, it isn't.
Call of Duty.
Deleted.
Grand Theft Auto San Andreas.
Actual gamer in the building. Yesterday I was watching.
Honestly, I feel like there are a lot of, like, there are the sports ball gamers where, like, their idea of video gaming is FIFA, 2K, maybe some Call of Duty, right? If they really want to throw down. Other than that, they don't give a fuck. That's it. And there's so many of them.
This Twitch stream.
And
I'm
Madden,
not gonna say who it is, but
yeah,
you know
I forgot about Madden.
He's going on this huge rant about video games. You could just tell from the look in his eye that he's never played Warcraft 3 in his entire life. Dude was just radiating this never played a Spyro game energy the whole night. You could tell from the chair he was sitting in that the man has never touched a single Hitman game. Then he starts talking
this is the thing people get mad at me for too, because I'm kind of in this boat. Like, I spent so much time only playing World of Warcraft that, like, I thought Avowed was good. Think about that. Like, really, like, and so, like, that was bad, right? And I felt like, you know, it's like that, but, you know, people were saying that Plato allegory of the cave. I was in the dark for so long, and now it's just it's a lot, man. You play less games than Elon. I don't know about that, but I mean, like, maybe. Fuck. Like, it's bad. Like Joe Rogan, I was like, I haven't played any other games, and now I'm trying to play more new games. I'm trying to catch up.
Age of gaming. You know what game he starts talking about? Valorant. And that's when you know this is a 0.03 gamer cred level game.
I don't know, bro. There's a lot of e-girls that play Valorant. I don't even know why.
We have got to boost our numbers, and the first part of this process is learning just how many games are better than Valorant. Max Payne, Max Payne 2, Max Payne 3, Bubsy, Blind.
Did you play Assassin's Creed? Yeah, sure.
I used to play Red Dead Redemption. That shit was fucking hard.
But that's like the easiest game ever made. We have to...
I don't know if it is or not. I have no idea.
Expand our knowledge of gaming history, or
see, there's the whole thing of fake gamer girls. See, like, we threw the baby out with the bathwater. There are some fake gamer girls out there. There are. There's not a lot of them, but they are out there.
Pretenders will erase our illustrious
You think all of them?
legacy. Did you know that before the PS5, Sony made games for a different console called the PlayStation 4? Now think on that.
Whoa!
Like EA Sports, I'm in the game. I don't have a game, cuz.
Snoop, you got more games than Master Chief. You were in True Crime, Def Jam, Way of the Dog, Call of Duty, Fortnite. One of the stages in Tekken is just straight up called Snoop Dogg, and it's you sitting there on a big throne.
I don't have a game.
He actually does have more games than Master Chief. How's that even possible?
Here is Naked Snake and Solid Snake. Can you tell me the difference? You have 1 second. Sorry, you took too long. 500 cred has been deducted from your account. You have to understand that we are living in a world with gamers that don't even know about Oddworld Munch's Odyssey.
Xbox. I'm a big gamer.
You hadn't tell me what dimension King Mickey has been sealed in for the past 27 years exactly.
To be fair, he did play Space Marine 2 also. And that's fine. But he also, the thing is with Henry Cavill is that he also only played WoW. As far as I know. Like, he was addicted to WoW also. So it's like, yeah, you're a gamer. You play the same game. That's the thing.
You know, Donkey Kong specifically, like, that character, I don't think he speaks.
Okay. When I was a kid, the coolest game was Cool Borders 2 because you could play as a little alien. Today, kids have godlike access to hundreds of incredible aliens.
Look at some of these games.
Today.
I think I had Kirby's Adventure. I don't remember that one. I had Adventure of Link. I hated that game. I just want to look through these. Donkey Kong, obviously. Where's the other ones? Ninja Gaiden. Oh, is that... No, that's not it. Holy fuck. Metroid.
Today, kids have godlike access to hundreds of incredible video games, but are misled into playing the lamest trash imaginable.
That's true, actually. It would be a really good idea for all the video game companies to collectively decide to shut down every server for every live service game for 1 year.
Hell no. Check out the Game Pass. It's on here. I was on Steam. Fuck. Damn, I dropped the ball on this. Splitgate 2. This might be good. Done, I might as well just wait. Keep happening. There's more. There's no way.
What's up?
Wait, what? What? Yo, no way. That just happened.
What's up?
Who does this? These are the people that don't want the police, and they think that they don't want the police to be violent. The reason why they're pushing for non-violence is because they want the monopoly on violence for themselves. They have no problem spraying this woman in the face with mace, even though there's no reason to do that. This guy's obviously doing it because he thinks it's funny. This guy's running his, what do you call it? He's running his bicycle into her. I mean, this is crazy. Oh, it's silly string? Oh, okay. Okay, well, it's not mace. Okay, that's good at least, right? Yeah, people are like dogs? Yeah. Yep. Yep. Okay, well, it's not mace. Okay, that's good at least, right? Yeah, people are like dogs? Yeah. Yep. Yep. YouTube listens policy for Twitter content? Yeah, I'll look at it in a bit. Oh, somebody fell over. See if there's any more pushing. I'll see if there's any more of this. It looks like that's been pretty much a bunch of people yelling. But like you can see, it's very clearly like these are people. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Look at this. Look at this. Jesus. And this is what happened. This is what happened. This is what happens when you don't have police. Yeah, I guess it was mace. Yeah, well, it could have been a second instance where it happened that wasn't there. Yeah, this pathetic. Yeah, and they're all doing this like small woman too. Like there's no again, there's no level that these people won't stoop to. Yep. Uh-oh. Where is she? Let me see if I find any more of this. Yeah, it's just, look at this. And she's getting bullied into a corner like this. This is crazy. Look how many people are following one person. Look at this. See? Yep. Yeah, this is what I said before about like this. This is again what I was saying about this is not race-based. Like there's obviously there's a tone of that for sure. But she's Hispanic and they are too. They all are. This is a violent agenda. These people are a disgrace. They are. Are they mob lynching her? Well, if they could, they would be. Like, what do you guys think? If these guys could kill her, would they have done it? I think the answer to that's absolutely. Absolutely. But the reason, again, the reason why they don't do it is because they know that they would get in trouble. And it goes back to what I've been saying over and over and over, is that the people that advocate for this kind of stuff, all you have to do is create consequences for them, and all of this magically disappears. It will go away so fast. This is one person. One person. A bunch of cowards. Yep. Look at this. See? Yep. Jesus. Straight up, yeah. She really brave? Yep. Don't ever let people hoodwink you into some bullshit race war shit. No, these people there are, and by the way, this is how the majority of people feel, but they're afraid of speaking out because they're worried that they'll get attacked like this. That's the thing. They're afraid of this. This is the reason why these people complain about the police so much. The reason why they complain about the police is because they want to be the police. They want to be the ones that get to enforce their rules and their worldview on other people. Just what we needed. A literal dumpster fire. And then we have, bro, this guy, oh my God. Just so we're clear, the FBI needs no one's permission to enforce the Constitution. My responsibility is to the American people, not to political punchlines. LA's under siege by marauding criminals and will restore law and order. I'm not asking you, I'm telling you, then do it and put them in jail. That's the problem. More peaceful protests. I don't know why Trump set all those cars on fire. It's pretty fucked up.
This is also what's happening in LA. Clearly, Karen Bass in the city of Los Angeles does not have control of the city. And if they don't have control of the city, well, they can't help protect ICE and allow ICE to actually do their jobs. So yes, the National Guard, and it looks like even the Marines might need to come in and make sure ICE is protected and can continue to do their jobs. Because remember, what they said is they're not going to work with ICE. So ICE needs more help since the local government is not going to work with them. It's also wild to me.
It's crazy how like reasonable and logical this is.
How Democrats will try to blame Trump for the people that they govern, rioting and choosing to destroy people's private property. That is not Trump's fault. That is people making conscious decisions. And the governments in California should be working with the federal government to hold these people accountable to the fullest extent of the law.
Yeah, absolutely. Gavin Newsom talking about it. Okay, here we go.
Do you have any confidence that Pete Hegseth will be as principled as Mark Esper was?
Hegseth's a joke. He's a joke. Everybody knows it. So in over his head. What an embarrassment.
Your shit is on fire. Like every 6 months, California gets lit on fire by something. I mean, really? Like, it's a wildfire, a riot, some sort of other natural disaster, some crime uprising. I mean, how many times has this shit got, like, yeah, like it's BLM last time, like just constantly.
That's just guy's weakness masquerading as strength. I don't even know he masquerades as strength. I mean, it's a serious moment.
Yeah.
I mean, this Human guy, these guys, it's just, it's the band of misfits.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, it really is. This is serious. People's lives are at stake.
Uh-huh.
The reputation of this country is at stake. Great American cities and states. It's not
getting lit on fire.
This is a preview for things to come. This isn't about LA per se. It's about us today. It's about you, everyone watching tomorrow.
That's right, guys. And that's the reason why people support Trump and the way that he's been handling this. That's the entire reason why. Because nobody wants to have these crazy hooligans show up at their city and break out the windows of their car or the windows in their buildings. Nobody wants this. This is what I think he doesn't really understand, is that he's actually right in a way, but he's right in the opposite way that he thinks he is.
I promise you. I mean, this guy's unhinged. Donald Trump is unhinged.
He's crazy
right now. And this is just another proof point of that.
For
Do you have any confidence that...
For sure. He's the one that's crazy. Definitely. And this was from 28 minutes ago. Oh my God. The U.S. military is set to temporarily deploy about 700 Marines to Los Angeles while additional National Guard troops arrive in the city. Around 300 National Guard troops are deployed to the city of Los Angeles as well. And the official, speaking on the condition of anonymity, said a battalion would be sent, but for now, the Insurrection Act is not expected to be invoked. The number of National Guard troops is expected to rise by 2,000 by Wednesday, and until then, the Marines are expected to provide support. It is unclear what is going to be happening until then. While the U.S. military cannot perform law enforcement activities inside the United States without invoking the Insurrection Act, the Pentagon is often called to respond to national crises, from border to disaster relief. For example, during the pandemic, the U.S. military set up temporary hospitals. So we'll have to wait and see. It's a show of force. Yeah, exactly. Invoke the Insurrection Act, Trump. Go up here and do it. I think he should. Here we go. Rioters are now trying to light police cars on fire. Here we go. Wow. Great. Oh, yeah. Let's light the police cars on fire. That'll really show them. Find them? Yeah, this is more peaceful protests, guys. Los Angeles rioters have set a police cruiser on fire and lighting objects and dropping them over the overpass. The California Highway Patrol is trapped in the underpass as rioters throw scooters and other projectiles at them. You see, they can't go out over the overpass. They're throwing shit at them. This is crazy. Jesus. Am I getting spawn camp? Yeah. Basically, right? What does this mean? People, and people wonder why you advocate for harsh prison sentences? Yes, keep in mind, I'm the one I'm the psychopath. I'm the crazy one. When I see this and I think, hey, there's something that we should do about this. And this is, again, you know... Yep. Jesus. This is crazy. Loser behavior? It is. It's bad. Such a peaceful protest, I can see that. Man. Oh, look at that, all the round of applause, too. Good job, buddy. Good job. They're not going to be able to get another window. That's the last window they're ever going to have. For sure. Tax money? Yeah, this is your tax money. Man. Jesus. Just absolutely destroying everything, man. It is insane what's going on with this.
Tear gas being deployed as protesters clash with police. And News Nation is tracking the unrest in LA County tonight after sweeping raids from immigration and customs enforcement officers today. Protests also erupting across New York City this weekend, with demonstrators flooding the streets in response to the wave.
See, this is the problem, is like, if you don't address this first, then it gets worse. And this is the same thing that happened with BLM. Is like, when BLM happened, it was because they didn't decisively act on it immediately.
Of federal immigration raids. And now, with tensions mounting coast to coast, all eyes on the growing divide between local communities and federal enforcement. Joining us now to give insights on the local response to all of this, former NYPD officer Bill Stanton.
Yeah, this is nuts, man. It's just a peaceful protest over there for now. White liberals stupid? Well, I think that they're very vulnerable to emotional manipulation. I think that's really the problem, is that they can be emotionally manipulated very easily, and because they can be manipulated so easily, that's the reason why they end up doing these things.
We saw the first night was bad. What we've seen subsequent to that is getting increasingly worse and more violent. Tonight we had individuals out there shooting commercial-grade fireworks at our officers. That can kill you. And we have adapted our tactics to be able to have a chance to be able to take these people into custody and to be able to hold them accountable. We are overwhelmed as far as the number of people out there engaged in this type of activity.
And I feel bad for the LAPD, right? Because, like, these are guys that sign up and they want to protect their community, and they have a bunch of people in the government that are effectively deciding, like, no, you don't get to do what you wanted to do. Like, I mean, a lot of police officers wanted to be police officers growing up. Like, that's what I've noticed, right? At least, like, I've observed. Like, they want to be police officers. Like, of course there are police officers. Well, I want to be a police officer so I can arrest all the minorities. Yeah, sure, there's some of them. But a lot of them want to come in and do a good thing, right? And they can't do that. Yeah, you still have a choice, quit your job. Well, this is the problem, though. in a lot of these places, police officers are having huge problems recruiting because the government just basically says, hey, you have to be a punching bag. Hey, go stand out there and act like we're doing something and then take a rock to the face. They're having trouble recruiting.
And the type of things that they're doing, they'll take backpacks, and the backpack will have a cinder block in it. They have a hammer, and they'll break up the cinder block and use that, pass it around to throw at officers, to throw at cars, and throw it at
Rust.
Other people. We've seen people with hammers, and you broadcasted breaking the bollards behind the federal building and taking the rocks, if you will, or pieces of concrete, and throwing them at officers. We've had liquid of who knows what description thrown at officers. There's no limit to what they're doing to our officers. And again, as I mentioned,
well, there is a limit. None of them are bringing guns because they know if they do, they'll be immediately shut down. That's the reason. They're doing this because they know they can get away with it. Don't let them get away with it.
Mentioned in my statement, I can't thank our folks enough and our partner agency police officials for going out there and taking care of the community.
Yep, and I just want to see, like, you know, the LAPD, like, they're trying to do their best, man. They are. They're trying to do their best, but they can't do anything else. Why don't Democrats use the term illegal aliens? Because they intentionally obfuscate the line between legal and illegal aliens in order to achieve a political gain. That's it. Because this is...
I'm calling Trump on you, you illegal motherfuckers. I'm calling Trump on you, you illegal motherfuckers.
It's going crazy, isn't it? Let's see. I got another one right here.
Donald Trump said, hey, Governor Newsom, since you can't keep your citizens safe during these damn ICE riots, I'ma send 2,000 National Guard members to come get on that ass. Hopefully you'll be old scum afterwards. Why are y'all acting like ICE just up and decided to deport people? Donald Trump won the presidency, and not only that, he told y'all what he was gonna do. He even gave illegals the option to self-deport and get a check. If you didn't do that shit, shame on you.
That's your
I'm
fault.
genuinely trying to think of the thought process here. Do you think causing chaos, committing more crimes is gonna keep you in the country? Did y'all see that one dude circling around that burning car on the motorcycle waving the Mexican flag? Nigga, what does that do for your case? Send him right now. Like, how does that fucking...
I always wonder, like, that's a good point. Like, how does this really help anybody? Like, does this look good? Does anybody watch this and think, oh, yeah, you know what? I actually think these people are in the right.
Help you, you're a fucking arsonist. Also, ICE isn't deporting U.S. citizens. ICE is deporting illegal. Why are we acting like ICE is the problem here and not the people who, I don't know, didn't get their citizenship, didn't get a visa to pull up, they just crawled through the desert or snuck through like a goddamn criminal? ICE is simply a form of accountability for every illegal that decided to come into America illegally.
What a surprise.
Keep it up, Donald Trump. Oh, that was a good one.
I'm telling you, a lot of people are supporting this, and this is the thing that I was trying to get at and show you guys is that, oh, and also this is really of no surprise.
Part in this
here's another one.
They're not taking part in the protest, but perhaps exploiting it for their own ends, like people you see here that are looting this store.
Wow.
They're stealing sneakers. And
why would Donald Trump make them steal sneakers? That's awful.
They're going to be selling them, and they're being caught on video from various locations on both sides of the street. And so there's a good chance that their faces will be recognized and that their little spree of theft will be rewarded with some accountability that will land them in jail. That is what is being promised by the chief, by the mayor.
For sure. Yeah, they're actually going to go to jail for sure. I totally believe that.
By the sheriff. That people who take advantage, people who are involved in violence, vandalism, theft, will be held accountable. If not tonight, as the mayor just said, it will happen down the road. Don't think you got away with it just because you haven't been arrested yet.
I think they got away with it. Yeah. Yeah, I think that they did get away with it, absolutely. And what is this here? We have a disagreeer and arguer. Let me read this. This guy's a hypocrite. So what are you unhappy that I'm saying? By the way, you're not mad at me because I'm involved with politics. You're mad at me because I'm disagreeing with your politics. If I was agreeing with you, you'd be happy. Oh, here, wow.
You guys, they're looting. Can I get a new pair of shoes too? I'm not doing shit. Yo, grab me a shirt. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Man, let me just get a shirt up in here, dog. I'll watch your bike. Yeah, I got you, bro.
Man.
Hey, whoa, bike.
They're trying to steal his bike. Bro, they're just trying to go out with anything. It's like if it's not bolted to the ground, it's gone. No, not me, guys. It's embarrassing, it is. It's like every single year we have a California crash out. How does this keep happening? And also, like, I don't understand, like, I mean, if Gavin Newsom runs for president, I mean, fuck, man, like, this guy is running a PvP server. How the fuck does he think he's gonna win? He's gonna lose. It's not even close.
He's got a lot
with the box. Oh my god!
What the fuck out here? The guy's going to the cash register. Yeah, boys!
Man. They actually, bro, you're right. They're loot boxes, man. Actual loot boxes. This shit is so whack. Self-control. They don't have self-control. They absolutely have self-control. They 100% have self-control. The whole idea that they can't stop themselves from doing this is bullshit. They would not even think about doing this if there were a bunch of armed guards around. They are doing it because they know they can get away with it. That's why it happens. It's opportunistic, yeah. And they are getting away with it, to be fair. Oh, there it is. That's great. Oh, yeah. Yeah, this is why deodorant is locked behind plexiglass. Yeah. I don't know, guys, but I'd rather not live in a country where deodorant and hair dye is locked behind a plexiglass case. A little outrageous, you know?
Hey!
Just looting fucking everything. Jesus. Man. I'm sure that really helps everybody out. Fucking animals? Absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely.
So counterproductive to the very cause that you're advocating for. Well, and it feeds into what he wanted to do. What he wants to do is he wants to create a scene. He wants to say, I was justified in sending in the National Guard because look at how violent these protesters are, which they were not until this was exacerbated. But
they weren't violent, guys. What do you mean?
I think he has a strategy here. He is losing support in every area. Inflation, the economy, tariffs, foreign policy. His ratings are dropping like rocks. But there's one catch.
Is it like
here.
under 30%?
Current support right now, though, is that 66% of the American public actually thinks it is crime enough to be undocumented and therefore deported.
That it's criminal to...
Every single month, that number gets higher. Every single month.
It does.
And it doesn't matter how many of these things that they go and these yapping Karens keep doing, it's just getting higher.
Be undocumented?
Yes, it is not. You know how the disagreement was in the beginning? We were told it was going to be violent criminals, and I think everyone at this table would agree. Yeah. Haul out violent criminals.
No, you didn't agree. You actively fought against it constantly. You tried to compromise it, argue about it, act like he wasn't going to do that. And also, by the way, I don't know about you guys, but that was never the line for me. I mean, that's a good place to start, obviously. I think it's a smart thing to start with. But, like, that's not the only thing that you should do. You should get rid of everybody that shouldn't be here. Doesn't even make sense.
Fine. But a very important distinction was 60% of the American public, 2/3 of independents, 90% of Republicans, and just a little under half of Democrats think the crime is in being undocumented. Even if it's a...
This must really suck for them. That these people found out that it's actually illegal to be an illegal alien. This was a secret that, only a few people knew about. And now that it's been exposed, oh man. Jeez. Guys, yeah, it's illegal to be an illegal alien.
Civil offense. Yes. Yeah, so what I'm saying is a massive amount of this country actually agrees with not how he's doing it, but with what he's doing.
So they agree with how he's doing it too. I guarantee you they do. Absolutely they do. And if they don't now, the day that it starts happening in their city, they'll start agreeing with it.
So I think the strategy here is...
And in my opinion also, I don't think Trump is doing enough. I think he should have federalized the National Guard and sent in the military on day 2. The second that they said that they weren't going to do anything and they weren't going to help ICE, I would have sent them in on day 2 and had them just totally occupy the state until basically all of the illegals were gone. Like, that's my viewpoint on it.
He's leaning into a scene.
Straight Nazi shit? You're totally right. That's exactly right. Whenever you have a problem and there's a bunch of people breaking the law and they aren't supposed to be there, getting rid of them makes you a Nazi. Guys, I'm sorry to say, but I'm just not seeing your point of view there. It's just not going to happen. Like, you've used that term so much that literally nobody cares. I don't hear about that. Yes, I don't care. Bring the police state. It's not a police state to have a state that's policed. This is a very different thing.
Right now, creating a bigger thing because it is the one thing that he remains supportive.
Let's fix that right now because it is not illegal to be undocumented. It is not a crime to...
What? Yeah, it is. Her brain is fucking cooked.
Where do these people come from? What is this?
Be undocumented.
But what they're saying is the problem is that they
no, but I'm just saying we need to put that information out there.
I don't
it is a civil infraction.
Yeah, and I don't think
criminal.
So it's illegal because it's civil? What?
Actually broadly a misunderstanding. I think that 60% of Americans believe it's a civil offense and that if you come here and you're undocumented, that you should be deported.
But he's actually lost some points on the way he's handling immigration, not the border.
Absolutely.
And I think a lot of I think a lot of Americans voted for him on immigration, thinking he was going to deport gang members and criminals.
They voted on him to deport everybody. He said that multiple times. He made that very clear. He just said it's a priority system, which makes sense.
And he is deporting our friends, our neighbors, mothers, fathers, people working hard to make America actually function. And this is not what I think a lot of people voted for.
This is just fucking crazy, bro. Like, it's not illegal. It's not illegal to be an illegal alien, guys. It's not. No, you don't
heard it here
understand. No,
first.
no, guys, it's not illegal. I just don't know where the fuck these people come from. Yeah, is this show just a bunch of dumb Karens with too much time acting like they know what they're talking about? Well, yeah, pretty much, actually. Yeah. Let's see if I can find a few more of these. And then, oh yeah, they did interview, and then Reddit, obviously, even Reddit is starting to realize that it's a little bit of bad optics when you have every single person at these protests flying the flags of foreign countries. And I think this is kind of funny, and it's good to see. This is fear on safety and optics of how protesters are seen. Trump can't call us un-American or push that narrative. American flags must be in LA protests. Leave the foreign flags at home, please. It's just sad. Yeah, it looks like an invasion. Well, it looks awful. Yeah, of course it does. I mean, I think that everybody can see that. It's pretty fucking obvious.
We are here to say free the immigrants that have been arrested.
The immigrants that have been arrested.
We are here to say end the ICE raids.
They just will not. They will not draw a distinction between like illegal immigrant and actual immigrant that like has come in through the legal process. They are completely refusing to do that, which I think is insane.
Because his mother had died. My father, as the one processing the paperwork, put my grandmother down as his mother. And so I am illegal in this country. My parents are illegal here in this country.
Then why are you here? Yeah, I mean, you've got people self-reporting. Just go get them. Yeah, just go get them. It's super easy. Yeah, she's just she's admitting it.
We don't agree with the term illegal. We're undocumented.
Yeah, I don't agree with the term stealing or thief. I'll just refer to myself as unreceipted, or I haven't been checked out yet.
Been here for thousands of years before you guys showed up, screw up everything. We think we.
Who's we? What do you mean we? There's no we.
Should organize together with the U.S. working class and fight together and create a better system. We're anti-capitalist. We think socialism does work, real socialism, not Venezuela, not Cuba, not any of that crap that they try to sell us as socialism. And we believe it would be a more humane system that will take care of most of all people's necessities.
Is there a country we can look to kind of model the socialism idea?
The only model would be Soviet Union, the first 4 years.
Soviet Union? Mother Russia.
Jeez.
Years after that, it became a mess. Sadly.
So the only instance that you have of this working is whenever it worked for 4 years, which is also debatable. And then it also, as soon as that went away, it immediately went off the rails. Great. And also, weren't they like communist? Like, I mean, that's like I don't think they were socialist, were they? Like,
there was a bureaucrat leadership that grew out of that, but it has to do mainly with the attacks of the U.S. and all big powers against that system that was working.
I don't know what he's talking
about. In the few years that it lasted, it showed the world that it could do much better than capitalism.
So yeah, let's all be like the Soviet Union, guys. That sounds like a great idea.
That's what we needed.
Bro, he's out there. He's out there talking about me.
Hopefully one day we'll see the largest political commentator, Asmongold, out here in the streets, you know, for protesting, for, I don't know, making...
Okay, sure. I'll go with the National Guard to arrest everybody who's standing in the highway. Yeah, I think that sounds great.
By the way, before some people spaz out, this is literally what the mayor said.
That's not peaceful, what was happening. It's not peaceful for people to be on the highways. It's not peaceful for people to throw rocks. That's not peaceful.
And now this genius is also calling out Bernie Sanders after he said these protests were counterproductive.
But they're putting themselves in harm's way and potentially setting themselves up for a criminal future. I talked to the DA just a couple of minutes ago. The DA will file felony charges on individuals and also the potential for federal charges.
I can't get the fucking dumbass take that Asmongold had out of my mind. It was the stupidest...
Oh God, bro, it's always about me. Which one?
Being like, oh, if you ever see protests where there's other countries' flags being waved, you know you're in America. It's like, yeah, dumbass, it's a diverse country.
If it's a diverse country, wouldn't you expect to see more American flags though? Because like, I mean, to be fair, at least there's one of them right there.
Also, not much to feel proud about right here. This endless police militarization.
You wouldn't need the militarization. You didn't have people throwing rocks at them. You have to remember bricks of peace, gentlemen. This is protesting. Guys, they're just protesting. Guys, it's a protest. You have to understand, listen, this is their freedom of speech.
Yep. You got it.
It's time to kill the bill. Look, I have great respect for Mr. Musk. The man's got oranges. He plays outside the pocket, and I like that. His efforts were the most impactful that I've seen since I've been in Washington to try to reduce the spending. And he has changed, he's helped to change the debate. For 4 years under President Biden, the question that was always asked up here was who needs to pay more in taxes? And thanks to Mr. Musk and others, the new question is, what the hell happened to the money? And I think that's healthy. My response to Mr. Musk is that I feel your pain. He worries that we're becoming debt slaves. He wants Congress to learn or relearn the magical healing power of a no, and I agree with all that. I'm not prepared to throw in the towel on this bill. I mean, here's where we are with the bill. We're in what I call the lively discussion stage. And this thing can go in one of two directions. It can go in a positive direction, where nobody's completely happy, but we put together something we can all support. Or door number two is it turns into a crime scene. And I'm an optimist. I'm an optimist who worries, but I think we'll ultimately end up with a bill we can pass. If I were I'm labor, not management, but if I were running the show, if I were the majority leader, I'd say, look, folks, we're gonna have to work really hard. We're gonna have to adult real hard. That means working nights and weekends. And you say, well, why is that important? When we get together for 3 and 4 hours to discuss this bill and people can voice their concerns, it helps. I can't explain why. It's like explaining love or Bigfoot, but it just helps.
Did you say it was like Bigfoot and love?
About an hour and a half yesterday, and it was very productive. People get it off their chest. They feel like their ideas are being heard, and we need to do that. And we need to do it 3 and 4 hours over the weekend, every day over the weekend. And if we do that, I think we'll get something worked out by the July 4th. I mean, this is what I think. I'm going to make a prediction. I could be wrong, but I think we'll end up getting 51 votes for this bill. I think there are 2 people, I'm not going to name names, who will not vote for this bill under any circumstances. But I think every other vote is gettable.
Where do you think Senate Republicans go when it comes to SALT?
We're going to make changes to SALT. It's my best guess. How substantial those changes will be, it's too early to tell.
You know, concerned about the New York Republicans warning that they'll kill this in the House if you guys make this weaker?
Well, they've got to do what they've got to do. We've got to do what we think is best. And I don't think anybody votes on the basis of blackmail.
What specifically do you need to see change from the House?
elected and can do its job. Senator Kennedy?
Bit of a bit of a break. Right back at day. Oh. Non-discrimination.
It is
Like
time
a Djibouti
to go
show.
back in time to the
Back,
90s.
Bob.
We're watching retro commercials, all the nostalgia.
The best.
Yeah, Safari.
retros.
I'm gonna have a pith helmet on.
He's got like a GoPro attachment. I don't know what he's into.
I'm doing POV porno.
Safari of the ass. That's my
Dude,
porno.
he's got the first GoPro ever.
He's got it like clamped on the front. You see this?
He's a fucking time traveler.
Oh shit, dude.
He's got batteries in the back. What the fuck is he
That's
doing?
right,
Dude,
homie.
GoPro in the front, batteries in the back.
We be doing it.
This
big
happens.
style.
This happens sometimes around here, Chad. All right, you get used to it if it's your first time. Sometimes we come across time travelers. They're in some of these videos.
I'm trying to figure out. Maybe there's a fan in the hat to keep him cool.
Oh, you think like the hat's like an air conditioning unit?
Yeah, that's the only possible other explanation.
But then why haven't we had that technology now, though?
I think he's just an old white dude who's like, I'm going back to the 90s from the year 3000.
The best of times.
When Pepsi had all them drugs in them. Oh, the good stuff. Not that coke. The good shit.
This is radical.
When shit was radical.
Try Rally's new XL combos and
You guys
play
ever
the
been to
always good,
Rally's?
always
Never
fast
had Rally.
sweepstakes. You can win
I
one of
don't
two
know where Rally's
prizes.
is.
Rally's, twice as good.
They're not
I've had their
Tommy's.
fries.
They're not Tommy's, right?
Tommy's is good. You ever had Tommy's?
I've been to Tommy's once. I had diarrhea.
You will get diarrhea.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
you will enjoy yourself before you get diarrhea.
No, I didn't eat diarrhea. I got diarrhea.
You win it.
Tommy's kind of is diarrhea. It's literally chili.
Yeah.
No
Pops,
beans.
Pops pulled the sticker and it said, "You got diarrhea at Rally."
And I won.
And then all the workers
Good and
shit all over
fast.
Pops.
You got the good and fast diarrhea sweepstakes.
I got the diarrhea sweepstakes.
Isn't it Checkers now? Rallies and Checkers are the same company, kind of like
Regional.
how Hardee's and Carl's Jr. are the same thing.
Like Vince McMahon vibes.
It's fast. Fruit juicy.
Suddenly, from
Oh yeah, the fruit punch guy.
You never see him animated all that often.
flavors, torrentially tasty orange.
What the hell hat is he wearing?
Whoa, never seen
I
the
don't
Typhoon
know.
Blaster.
Have
I
you guys
always
ever seen the
wondered that as a
purple
kid.
drink version?
No.
No, I've had the blue drink version. That one's good.
But the Baja Fresh?
Tropical fruit with
The Baja
vitamin
Blast?
C and calcium. They're more nutritious than the leading fruit drink.
Nutritious, by the way.
Nutritious my ass, bro.
It's good for you.
New Typhoon Blasters. Flavors with punch.
Introducing Orchard's Best.
Flavors that punch.
100% juices with just picked fruit taste. Not fruit picked in the Renaissance period.
Oh, like
or
Garfield, huh?
disco era.
Yeah.
Or even
Just
last Columbus
uninterested
Day.
voice.
We're talking just picked taste.
Big-
8 new flavors.
peaches.
Like sweet
Boy,
strawberry.
I love waking up on Mondays and
If you wanted
having
the taste of old fruit,
apples
you'd
and
drink
grape.
wine. The just picked taste of New Orchard's Best. The taste that never gets old.
I love the fucking blasting, disco-y, vibey dance music, and the guy that's just like, yeah, it's delicious.
Do they still make that
Oh, good.
concentrate in a frozen tube?
Oh yeah.
They do? I need to get some of that.
You think you do, but then it's like you're just gonna dilute it with water.
I loved it when I was a kid.
And then it's just a pitcher vibe. And then you go, pitchers are kind of like...
They take up a lot of space. And then they can get knocked over in the fridge.
Look like AI.
Never gets old.
This is what AI will look like.
Arizona is not just a state of the union. It's a state of mind. Arizona Jeanswear from the original Arizona Jean Company. It's more about attitude and latitude.
Oh, yeah!
Clothes for people who think and people who care. It's clothes that fit your head. Arizona. Great prices, great jeanswear.
That guy's great, dude.
Just getting squirted on.
I've never gasmed like that guy has.
You've had jeans so comfortable.
Oh, man.
Oh, it's in his face.
Hold on, guys. I gotta save this one for later.
Yo, it's in his mouth.
He's so wet.
So juicy. Let's go for the slow-mo on that one. Oh, dude. Save this one for later.
Yo, it's in his mouth.
He's so wet.
On that one. Enjoying his jeans. You guys don't know how to enjoy your jeans. Looks like the thumbnail right there, huh?
Arizona jeans. It's clothes that fit your head. Arizona. Great prices, great jeanswear. On sale now for back to school. Only at JCPenney.
JCPenney doing it right.
Doing it right.
This is a commercial.
Everybody will be dancing and they're doing it right.
There's some cheese in the fridge. Throw some cheese on your fruits and muffins.
Cheese on fruit is good. I'm not gonna lie.
Cheese or fruit and muffins.
You get a charcuterie board, some fruit, and a little bit of cheese. Ooh.
Getting chooteried up.
Looks good. May I?
God damn.
Big cream. Yo, the 90s drip.
Another one. See you after baseball practice. Got the toasters too.
Yeah, the oversized XXXL clothing
Look at the
is
size of the clothes.
it's back in style.
It's cool.
I gotta say, it's comfortable as hell. I've been buying some of the like bigger shirts. I'm like, dude, this is nice.
That kid's shirt is a little excessive. That's like
insane.
a dress.
Yeah,
He's
is
wearing a dress.
drowning in it.
And
That
he's
is
wearing
a little much.
big pants.
But yeah, it's too. There's a limit to everything. Too tight and too baggy.
Oh.
Soon, I hope.
Pillsbury Toaster Strudel is like a Pop-Tart, but better, with layers of flaky pastry, juicy filling, and do-it-yourself.
Just that sweet, sweet cum dripping on top. Pillsbury Doughboy just ripping it on you.
Icing.
So what do you do with the Pop-Tarts?
Something better just popped up in your grocer's freezer. Pillsbury Toaster Strudel.
See, he's fucking up. He should be selling those for $0.25 at the playground.
Could be flipping that cream.
He's like, I'm not even eating these. Might as well sell them.
It's a real like gimmick. Is you get the toaster strudel, you eat that, but you pocket the cream. You take that to school and you trade a little shot of cream for some quarters.
I'll trade you.
You give that up to the other kids.
You just put a little bit on my finger.
What are we looking at?
This is
Waterworld, yeah.
Oh no.
On a planet once
Is this movie any good?
I mean, the movie sucks, but it's probably a good dub movie.
And a lone man,
Costner, right?
is
Yeah.
only hope.
Dennis.
Oh. I've only just seen the Universal attraction.
Waterworld, rated PG.
Mad Max, but
starts Friday.
water.
And the water, yeah.
You got in trouble selling stuff at school? My friend's dad owned like a packaging company, and they sold like gummy worms and like nuts and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
So he used to bring a whole bunch to school, and we would sell it at nutrition. And then one day the guards caught on. The guards. And then they were like, you can't do that anymore.
Big
and
trouble,
he kept
dude.
doing it. And I was like, I'm out, dude. It's getting the heat's getting too high.
Too much.
It's too high.
Popping with flavor.
Yo, Pringles clap. I haven't had Pringles in a long ass fucking time.
Would you thought?
Good, but they're not chips. Like when you eat them,
Something
you're like,
else.
this is not a chip.
It's
This
almost
is,
like a cracker.
Look, compared to the typical potato chip. But it's less greasy.
It's still greasy.
25% less fat. That was the 90s thing, right? Less fat.
Yeah, then they
fat-free.
made those diarrhea chips.
Yeah,
You
the
go,
Allegra chips.
Oh my god, it's fat-free. I can eat the whole sleeve and I gain 0 fat.
Yeah, because you got hot rhea.
Can I get some of those diarrhea chips? Because I think that would be a good diet for me. Just eat diarrhea chips all day.
Just shit it out. Just spewing hot. The Olestra squirt chip, yeah. That one will make you squirt. The Olestra.
Floyd, more paste picante sauce. There you go. Floyd, this ain't paste. Well, so what? Paste is made in San Antonio by folks who know what
Ain't
picante
picky.
sauce should taste like. Hey, this stuff's made in New York City.
That guy's the best actor I've seen in a commercial yet, dude. Dude, his face.
Hey.
Hi. This says here.
You gotta admit, dude, everyone's like on their game, but this guy is like, I'm getting other fucking gigs.
Oh, I'm gonna be in Shitty Slickers too.
This stuff's made in New York City.
Dude,
what
he
picante
killed
sauce-
it. Look at this guy's like, well, San Antonio.
Oh, should taste like. Hey.
Fuck. Hi.
San
One more, I got
Antonio
one
by
more.
folks who know what picante sauce should taste like. Hey, this stuff's made in New York City. New York City.
Pick up the original.
God
Pick
damn,
up
he's getting a callback.
Where are they gonna put that jar of
Maybe-
salsa?
We were a bit
Can
too
I say
hard
something?
on Floyd.
All salsa that comes in a jar is fucking gross.
Yeah, it's kind of weird and
I don't think
preservative.
I've ever had one good jar of salsa that came
What's
out.
your number one, Lou?
Homemade.
Homemade?
You either get the homemade. Another choice, get the store brand that they made inside the store that comes in like the little plastic container.
Pops, what's your number one?
I'm kind of with what Louis says, but I think I'm more of a green fan. The green salsa.
Oh yeah.
My number one is when you go to some place, hopefully it's a hole-in-the-wall Mexican joint, and they got this.
Oof.
The jalapeno crema. Whew. That is number one.
I like avocado salsa is really good.
Because it's not like green, right? It's not like when you say red or green, because you say green, you get this stuff.
And salsa verde,
This
which is amazing.
This is the specific kind, my friend.
Cremo.
The crema de la jalapeno in your mouth, though. I'll take this over like a typical green any day.
Oof, I'll take that.
Give me that.
I'll take that.
I want to see those little specks of flavor.
Oh my God. No mames carnal. Oh.
No
damn,
mommies?
that's what they call it? Y'all give me a tall glass of no mames carnal.
Can I get some of those no mommies, please?
Dude, I'll take an extra large cup of that.
Do you have a glass of
To go.
tall mommies?
Dude, give me some of that. Looks like wasabi.
Why is everyone laughing? No mommies sauce. Where's the
take
no
it.
mommies?
That's what you say when you go to the Mexican
Dude,
restaurant.
I'll
You
take
say, no mames carnal. And then they'll give you that. I promise.
The La Onda special.
No, don't do that. Don't do that.
$6.99 for a complete meal?
Yeah, $6.99.
Great.
Oh no.
Shit.
Drop the drink.
Whoa.
Uh-oh.
Bend over and touch your toes. See where the wild goose goes. Cavity search the back of your teeth.
I feel like that word was a lot more used back then. Reject. A lot of cartoons, remember that was a big thing. Like, you're a reject.
Yeah.
You never hear that anymore.
Want a complete meal that includes desserts and beverages? Old Country Buffet has what you want.
Oh, yeah.
Dude got handcuffed and fucked at the hometown buffet.
God
Rest in peace,
damn.
hometown buffet.
All for one low price.
You dropped your beverage.
Old Country Buffet.
Don't drop
We're
the
real
soap.
close to
Don't
home.
drop that beverage.
If you wanted to find a bunch of old people in like one like area, Old Town Buffet was just the oldest place you could be.
If you're into gilfs,
Oh,
dude, if you're into gilfs as a young man, just open your shirt a little bit and go into one of those.
hang out by the gravy. You know what I'm saying?
Just flex the gravy and offer them help with the ladle.
Oh, you want some of this?
Let me top you off.
Country or brown gravy?
Dude, when you're topping off a granny with the long ladle, and she's like, "My word!"
I
You
like
see
to
Eli
lay
Roth hanging out by the gravy. He's
from
like, "Hey,
the
what's
bottom."
New Golden Raisin Crisp. GRC's got crisp and crunch. Tastes so good, I'd eat it for lunch. New Golden Raisin Crisp. Finally, a raisin cereal with more love than just raisins. It's gotta be GRC. Get it? New Golden Raisin Crisp.
Golden.
Hey, Mr. Butterman. Trish ready yet?
Trish was raised.
Oh, I hate these guys.
You don't like the battery people?
Buckle up, dude. It's gonna get scary.
Why's it AI, dude?
Appreciate Duracell batteries.
Batteries are batteries, Moo.
Oh, what a dick.
You can't top the
That tone is so good. That boom, boom, boom.
Appreciate
Nightmare
Duracell
fuel, man.
I like it. It's an interesting style.
They're like Fortnite people.
Yeah.
Yes.
Batteries are batteries, Moo.
Lazy Town.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Secret from me.
I love her more than anything.
What he loves more than anything is that Pop Secret popcorn.
Top secret. Picked up.
Pop's got a secret.
Oh, I keep popping all night, baby. That extra.
No one wants to share.
I'd give her the world.
I want the popcorn.
Oh, she wants to pop, baby.
Dude, I'm so fat that I look. You know how like
How fat are you?
you know how salsas have like a meter for how spicy they are on the jar.
Yeah.
Did you know that the popcorn have a butter meter?
No.
And I was like, which one has more butter? Movie style butter or extra butter? And I was like looking at them like, this one has more butter. I bought the one with more butter.
You negotiated butter levels to yourself?
Dude, that's what I want on popcorn.
More butter. Bought the one with more butter.
You gotta get the one with more butter.
There's the light, there's regular, and then there's mo butter. And you bought mo butter.
Yeah.
Give me mo butter.
Mo butter, mo better.
It was parents' night at karate class. Everyone wore their whitest.
I could beat the fuck out of all
Well,
these kids.
almost.
Bang! 100 of them, you think? 50 of them? 100 of them?
Bang, 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 bang.
I don't know, dude. Kids are pretty tough.
Oh, when I'm in the ring,
Boom, boom, bang.
Let's say execute order. Whatever. Execute order 66. And you have to destroy all the youngling Padawans.
If they hit you in the nuts, dude, you're going down. Like Baby Lou headbutts me sometimes.
Are you getting down by kids?
hurts.
I almost wonder, like, if there was enough, could they do the Matrix 2 pile-on, where they pile on Neo, all
That's
the
what I'm
agents?
saying, dude.
Could
There's
they all
enough.
pile on you to the point where you're like, I thought I could just bang, 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 and now I'm
one man versus 5 red belts.
Everyone. Looks like somebody forgot the Clorox
the dirty
bleach.
What the fuck? The whole thing?
Oh,
Clorox gets
no.
Oh.
I don't know. He looks cooler.
Oh,
he
he's
looks like
grungy.
Ryu.
Your gee's got a bunch of stains.
That's an icky gee.
Ketchup stains.
That's his lucky gi.
Icky.
White
His
is the
rally
new
gi.
detergent alone. So, if you want your family to wear their whitest whites,
Gonna get your ass beat with that dirty ass outfit.
get the Clorox bleach.
These cinematographers have all won Academy Awards.
My word. Victorio Storario.
Who?
They all use
Bound for
Kodak
glory.
film.
They sound familiar. Fanny?
Fanny.
What is this?
In fact, over 90% of all Hollywood features are shot on Kodak film, including all of this year's nominees for Best Picture.
Oh.
What
So then it
film
must
is
be
on
good.
Camera?
Kodak.
We can show you at Home Depot. We can help your dreams come true. So much to see, so much to know, so much in store for you.
At Home Depot, low prices are just the beginning.
They don't make commercials like this anymore, man.
Ortho lawn and garden products
Rose
to keep
food.
everything you plant growing healthy and insect-free. The name
You know,
to
the older
know
I get, the more I love Home Depot.
It's nice.
Yeah, as a kid, I hated going to that godforsaken place.
Now I love it.
Yeah, the
Now
smell.
something about me is like, damn, that's a nice ratchet set.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You smell that place, and as a kid, you're like, no, now you smell it, you're like, endless possibilities.
Memories.
I could build a home.
I could use a few more screws for the tool shed.
I could reinstall a drawer handle.
Wow, look at these light fixtures.
Oh, the ceiling fans.
Maybe we'll just stroll through the garden area for a little bit. I wouldn't touch the employees, though.
Don't do that. Wait, his hand's going down.
Yeah, when you start putting your arm around these guys, you really know your stuff. Yeah, sure, whatever, man.
You really helped me find my socket wrench.
Mm-hmm.
Young man, you're very strong, too.
Big bolt.
Yeah, I had an old lady at Dave & Buster's put her hand on my back one time. It really creeped me out.
Like the lower back or the upper back?
Both.
Just a little.
She was like, she went like this.
Just a little human connection.
And then she was like, when I got out of there, she's like looking for a ride home. And I was like, I gotta go.
I think you were getting hit on.
No, for sure.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get home.
She like came up to me like 20 times throughout the night.
How am I gonna get home
I
tonight?
think she wanted it.
And I was like, no, thank you.
How the hell am I supposed to get home?
Yeah. And then I saw her in the parking lot confronting like this couple. And there was nobody else in the parking lot. And I drove by, I saw her confronting the couple, like talking to him. And I was driving by in my car and I had my music on full blast. And I was just like, no, I thought, I should help them because they're stuck talking to this lady.
Yeah.
But then I was like, then I'm going to have to deal with it. And I was like, bye. They just drove away.
Bye.
Damn, nice sanding job there, brother.
Cut that bitch off.
Watch, right when he cuts it off, he gets a boner.
Oh, it's hanging.
He drops his nuts.
He's not wearing pants.
I think he was resting his nuts on it. Watch, this guy's resting his nuts on the plank. Plank falls down. Balls drop.
Whoa, the silhouette.
Got his ass. Can't get past me.
Outside and you want bugs gone.
Poetic.
Now there's an off that you don't put on. Now there's an off that starts with a light, so you can enjoy a delightful night. Hey.
New off citronella candles.
I didn't get one of those, dudes.
I fucking hate mosquitoes.
Mosquitoes are the worst.
Just light them and let them do the rest.
What's the downside of these candles? There's always a downside.
They don't work as good as you want them to.
Do they stink?
They
What's
kind of have
the
a smell like a
What's
smell.
the chemical drawback to citronella? Does it fucking burn your lungs or something? You
It's
know,
just got a stink to it.
causes cancer probably.
Damn it.
It always does. All the good stuff does. The candles, they do nothing.
Rise and shine.
You're so obnoxious.
Obnoxious, but employed.
Nice way to treat your brother. So where's my breakfast?
Here, gotta run.
Kellogg's Nutri-Grain bars.
Hey, I do healthy, but low fat, no preservatives.
Wait, what is
What's it taste
is
like?
this ad for unemployed people?
What's it taste like?
No, he's just in college, Pops. Did you see his fraternity shirt?
Oh, he's an Alpha Sigma Omega,
yeah,
bro.
dude. He's just down on his luck.
But it is the psychology of the guy who's got it together knows what you're supposed to eat at the start of your day. And the party guy's like, whatever, man.
Kellogg knows breakfast, so it's a delicious crust with
Buttery, flaky crust right there, huh?
I love Nutri-Grains.
I think I turned I think there's the point when you become old is when you love Nutri-Grains.
No, I've liked Nutri-Grains since I was like 7 years
Oh,
old.
so you're just born old.
Yeah, and I also love Fig Newtons.
I love Fig Newtons.
See? You're old too.
I've been old, bro.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay, boomers.
with whole grain and filling with real fruit.
They still
now in
make
cherry.
Yes.
I eat this
they
on my
do.
way to work.
Or to an interview?
Can you get me one?
Kellogg's Nutri-Grain bars, now in cherry. Start your morning off right.
I love the blueberry, the strawberry, and the green apple flavors. Those are the best.
Oh boy, babe. Does this movie hold up?
I think it probably would. I don't know about Babe in the City. That one probably doesn't hold up as well.
Oh, I'm gonna cry.
Universal Pictures presents.
Oh, I was waiting for that.
Yeah.
I don't like the sound of that.
Starts Friday, August 4th at theaters
I
everywhere.
like the lollipop.
Dick King? See that?
I'm the Dick King.
It's a pretty cool name.
Dick King.
I am the Dick King. I'm here to pick up my mail.
Nature's finest and save on these delicious favorites. Brown berry
king of all
croutons, 6 tasty varieties for
Did you guys
soups,
ever eat
salads,
croutons
or
as like a snack?
I've actually put my
Exclusively.
hand into a crouton thing and ate it. Like,
boneless
like
and
chips.
So I always thought I was like a fat weirdo for doing that, but I guess it's
I've
just
done it.
everybody
I think a
thing.
lot of people are guilty of that.
The finest
When the
premium
croutons are
quality
clapping harder than the salad, you
Yeah.
just pick it all out.
side dish.
The Mahatma.
And Mrs. Richardson's toppings. Nothing tops Mrs.
Ooh,
Richardson's.
brown fudge.
See Sunday's paper for coupon savings. And be sure to look for extra savings on one or more of these products at the following stores. Big T, Value King.
Big T's.
Big
Never heard
Terry.
of any of those stores.
KGO Radio News Time is 7:05.
Jim, a bomb has exploded at the U.S. Embassy in London. Let's go live to ABC News.
An atomic
Jim, we've got more
bomb?
accidents.
Now, Katie Lever and Stan Burford, your eyes in the sky.
2 trucks have collided on Highway 101. Stand.
And a van is overturned on the Bay Bridge.
Ted, how about that boy who survived 6 days on snow and spiders?
Oh, Jim, I can never eat spiders.
What the fuck?
6 days of snow and he survived on eating household spiders?
Jesus Christ!
Says here he ate 17 pounds of spiders.
Oh my
That
god.
is the bleakest thing I've ever heard on TV.
This poor boy
What?
fell into a spider pit
Had to eat spiders
and had to
in
eat his
snow.
way out.
Okay.
Something Wygant won't eat.
Of course, if they were on a pizza.
KGO News Talk.
And then they make fun of him?
Not the same old
Yes, he
story.
was
Oh,
on
that's fucked up.
The cheer guy.
That's how you become real Spider-Man.
Now for the kicker.
Oh my god.
These two dudes just threw off their fucking underwear and threw it at this guy.
Shit stains in there.
New triple color guard cheer.
Ah,
There's no
it's
better guard
the
against
blending.
colors that run. Planning a summer getaway? Vacation clubs promise fabulous trips to exotic places, but some are leaving their members all packed with no place to go. Before you
Dude, I bet this happened so much.
Scams?
In the 90s with like without the internet and all the traveling stuff we have now. Like if in the 90s pre-internet you wanted to be like, I want to go to Egypt. That sounds scary.
Yeah.
I think like as time goes on, it's the year before it was so easy to scam old people. And as time goes on, it just gets easier and easier and easier to scam old people.
But here it's easy to just ditch them in a different country.
Yeah,
Like,
now
oh yeah.
Now it's probably like easy to like scam just normies.
Oh yeah, I'll send you to Italy.
Yeah.
Just give me this check. I'll send you right there. And they'll be waiting. There's a guy with a sign with your name. He'll be waiting for you.
Everything was like a Fire Island fucking scam.
Oh jeez.
Yeah, Pedro's gonna pick you up at the airport. Don't worry about it. Just give him your stuff and you're good.
You spend a dime on your vacation plans. See Channel 7's Newshawk Joe Deuce.
This guy stranded in the hottest fucking country ever. He's just sweating it out.
That's why you used to have to go to a travel agent back in the day.
Kind of had to,
Right,
yeah.
It was the only way to
Uncover
be
the-
like, oh, they know them. They found us a good spot.
A lot of money.
Watch today at 5 on Action News with Robbie Timmons and Frank Turner. Only on 7.
Who? Sick fits, dude.
If you see somebody look good, you want to go for it.
Wanted to have his baby because he looks so good.
Wanna have his
Yo!
This dude's so smoking hot. You just gotta have his baby.
Next, Rolanda.
Yo, Rolanda was tight.
Weekday mornings at 11 on
To do the screen? Rolanda.
7.
So hot, I want to have his children.
Rolanda.
How come your skin feels so smooth? Zest. Zest?
Zest is better for your skin than soap. Soap leaves a film that can dry your skin, but Zest rinses clean away. And the cleaner you rinse, the smoother you feel.
Would love to see you guys react to Rolanda. I would love to watch it.
Is Rolanda on YouTube?
Like Jerry Springer would get hit for sure.
Maury for sure.
would get hit. What about
But no one's-
Rolanda?
Rolanda talk show?
Rolanda talk show episodes. It's on
Rolanda
here.
Watts?
The Rolanda show. Where are they now? Where are all the good black men?
Where are they?
This might get spicy. I don't know.
Rolanda talking about dating, finding the right black man. The percentages.
What the fuck is this?
What? Music's banging.
This seems too serious for the. This isn't the Rolanda I'm thinking of.
That's her.
Is it?
This is like the taping of the show.
You know,
over midnight.
It was like she had to get her cue, like, and we're live, go.
It is hard finding a good man, no matter what you're raised, no matter.
Tell him, Rolanda.
Always scamming people for vacation funds.
Is Lil Kim sexualizing our children? Tonight on Rolanda. Babies.
I mean, you can ask the same thing about Cardi B.
Oh,
right?
no.
Babies having babies. Teen moms pregnant and proud of it. Bill Cosby apologizing to his brother on the Rolanda show.
I think he has a bunch more people to apologize.
Not just his brother.
The Rolanda show. Who owns Rolanda? This is like her uploading it.
This is her YouTube channel.
Whoa,
Wow.
she'll get us, dude.
she'll
Big Rolanda.
have
Well, we're putting out big Rolanda energy.
We do love her.
Will I ever find anybody worthy of these eggs? He didn't show up again. What am I gonna do? Take this hat off of me. You know, I've been waiting for the.
So she's like, I'm looking for the right man.
Someone's got to harvest these eggs.
Hey guys, it's 1996. There's some guys who want to meet some Romeos too. My first guest called our show about a hometown Romeo. Everybody meet Andral. Come on, Andral.
Andral.
It's like Street Fighter 3 music.
Andral, you said that you have got the Romeo. So for all of us women and maybe a man out here looking for a Romeo.
Slit your fighter.
Describe this guy. How do you know him?
Describe your perfect man.
This
dude,
guy looks worried. He's like, oh shit, I know her.
Well, I met him
This dude, right?
Shifty eyes.
Found him.
through his brother. When I first met him, you know, I kind of underestimated his skills, but yeah, he holds his name, Sexy Mark.
Sexy Mark?
Yes.
Sexy. The ladies call me Sexy Mark.
I mean, whenever you go to the house, let's take any holiday, Christmas, Valentine's Day, it's like inside of a department store. It's balloons, it's flowers from girls giving this to Mark, okay?
Really?
Yes, I
Wow.
don't see Mark, he don't send flowers, he receive flowers.
Really? Well, wait a minute. You mentioned a skill or two. What might be that skill?
Rolanda getting right to
All right,
it.
Adderall, what'd it be?
Okay, Rolanda.
Adderall?
Oh, well, it's called playerism.
Playerism?
Yeah. From the words of Mark, it's called playerism.
Like, I'm an expert in playerism, Rolanda. Can you bring him out?
Well, one.
Bring him out. I want to see him.
About
Oh, wow. He's
fucking
he's
cool,
decked
dude.
out. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's
he's,
him.
He's a captivating young man.
Oh, wow. Wow.
I see why he's
hitting up that knife.
He's just planting more seeds to have sex
Mark.
with. So I'm going to have sex with you. One day I'm going to have sex with you. Later I have sex with you. And I might even fuck you.
He passed her, though. And then he gave it back.
Reach over the ugly girl and I'll fuck you.
So, Mark, your friend describes you as quite some Romeo.
Well,
Yeah.
What can you say?
I wouldn't call it a Romeo.
You wouldn't. Why not?
I wouldn't. You literally just handed out flowers.
Well, most of the time, you know, when I meet a woman, you know, it's like when I meet someone, it's like when she comes up to me.
Go on.
The cameraman on this lady, and she just looks right into it.
Yeah, you gotta save that for the thumbnail.
We could talk, and we can, you know, have a nice conversation. So
Mark.
I would say I get along with women pretty well.
What do you find that you do that really gets women's attention? Where you
She's
have a
trying to
woman
get to the
swoon
point.
and go like, wow.
Rolanda.
What is it that you do that makes that woman feel so special? Different things that you've done.
I can make him
Well,
squirt.
I make them squirt out the butt.
I can make him squirt.
Make her laugh.
Oh, for real?
Oh, the crowd. Ooh. I eat ass till they squirt.
I let them.
I asked till they be squirting.
I let them tickle my prostate.
God damn.
And you know, let her have a good time. You know, if I take her
All right,
out,
Mark's not
you
that
know,
much of a
have
Romeo.
a good time, because most women, you know, they think an attractive guy, he's automatically gonna be stuck up or think that
I
he's
can
all
suck
that,
a fart like a
which
bomb
most
rip.
likely, you know, it's not like that
Hit
with
the card.
everyone. But
Well,
you have to get to meet a person.
Yeah, I like a guy who make me laugh.
True.
Tell him, Rolanda. See your little bumper. Oh, who's coming out next?
Going to
Oh, but guess what? We have your ex-girlfriend.
Oh, no.
says to say, Anitra, come on out here.
What?
Romeo, Mark's, Juliet, some rough times. Well, let's find out what one of Romeo, Mark's, Juliet's has to say. Anitra,
Oh.
come on out here.
What his Juliet has to say. Boom, chair.
This is awkward.
Which might mean here, but as soon as I said Anitra, old Mark crossed his arms. We're going to find out what happened with Anitra and Mark. We've got more Romeos to meet, and we're going to see if Mark can top the list.
Dude, this is so watchable, man.
I love Rolanda. She gets down to the nitty gritty.
We'll let this little bit, this sampling, our analytical, don't copyright us breakdown, because we're talking heads reviewing the content and giving our perspective.
We
on
love
it.
Rolanda.
We love you, Rolanda. We'll see if she does something about this on YouTube, if we're still live on YouTube. Maybe we'll watch more Rolanda in the future. Dude, this shit is so watchable.
I'm so captivated. I want to learn more from Sexy Mark.
Right after this.
Oh, wait, let me see what's coming up, because that's where you leave a hook.
We've got more Romeos to meet, and we're going to see if Mark can top the list. This woman might help our vote. She
Her?
says she just met Mark this past weekend, and she says he swept me off my feet. We're going to find out how right after this.
How do they find all these women?
They got 3 ladies up on the stage?
This is
just
before
from the
cell
weekend?
phones, too. Little rascals? Little rascals.
Breaking down how sexy Mike is so sexy for 40 minutes?
Jesus Christ.
How many more women come up on the stage?
Which is, I think a lot of guys might look at a girl and think, oh, she looks great in those jeans, or she's got a beautiful smile, or whatever. But
Mark
he
got
verbalizes it.
VD.
You know, I think a
For
lot of
sure,
guys might
dude,
think
has
those things,
multiple
but they don't
STIs.
have the confidence to come out and say it. And all the lines, I did fumble. So that's something that women can look out for. If a guy's
What is
too
she yapping
smooth,
about?
if he's got the lines, then maybe he's just playing.
So, Lord, how do we bang chicks like this Mike guy, dude?
Yo, Sexy Mike, treat us your secret way.
Dude, he's got 8 ladies on stage saying they're in love with him. Cool.
You know, I'm sitting here wearing white pants.
Damn, Rolanda. All right. We need someone who's on the lower end of the Jerry's and the Oprahs. We need someone down here that won't copyright.
If someone can go through the Rolanda archive and get the best Art Rolanda episodes.
The best of Rolanda.
That's what we need. Drop in the Discord.
My skin feel like your skin when I'm big?
I think the guys are there for Mike, too. Sexy
Mike
Mike.
swept me off my fucking feet, bro.
You're so charming.
I met this dude out of the library. He just started talking up the Grapes of Wrath with me. We just hit it off.
There's no hope for your hair.
He's just such a sweet guy.
14 days with Pantene Pro
I keep
V,
thinking
and
about
you'll
him
see
every
a real
day.
difference. Pantene's the
Making
first
news says, oh
root-penetrating
shit,
pro
Sexy
vitamin
Mike
shampoo,
put a baby
root
in
to
me
tip. It
too.
includes the whole length of your hair.
Christ.
So good looking, I
Healthier looking
had to
hair
have his baby.
in just
He streams on
14
Twitch?
days. It won't happen overnight.
Yolanda was great. She was messy without being scripted.
Nice.
Off the cuff. And she knows the right questions to ask.
She got right to it.
I'm going to go to the point here. I'm pretty sure that's scripted. How do they find 4 different girls who are fucking Mike?
Bro, you just don't have any faith in Sexy Mike.
Did
Like
you
one
get...
girl calls in and she goes, yo, this Mike guy, I don't trust him. He's a player. I can get him to come with me to the show.
Yep.
But then how do they go, okay, let's get through Mike's contacts without any social media? Will they get a hold of his phone book?
It's a lot of work.
I'm sorry, that's not possible.
Well, unless she knew about the side chicks, because, you know, Mike's gonna get around.
She knew about the side chick who just started a week ago?
You're lucky there's an effective
Just producers
cure like
doing their thing.
7. My doctor says it has the same prescription strength medicine as gynolotrin, and it costs less.
Gyno? What?
So my
Vaginal?
choice, my cure is my Select.
My Select?
This is Mom.
One singular sensation.
And this is new Banquet Pasta Favorites.
Ooh, white cheddar brock, Louis. That's your stuff.
This is
right
healthy.
there. It
I
used to be.
hate that
I
shit.
thought you would make this. Isn't this like your main dish you'd make?
I like broccoli cheese casserole with chicken.
Oh,
excuse
sorry,
me.
sorry.
Okay, sorry.
I don't get my shit out of a box.
My bad, dude.
Sorry.
Mom's favorite pastas and veggies
Ugh,
side by
that looks
side.
awful.
New Banquet Pasta Favorites.
For 15 years, we've taken good care of each other.
We sure have.
And to take better care of our health, we've started drinking Ensure.
More than a vitamin supplement. Ensure is a
And we're
delicious drink
big
with all the
pooping
nutrients
over
adults
here. We're
need to
Ensure
help stay
that you
healthy.
shit.
Active. Be energetic.
Drink Ensure as a meal.
Drinking that Sure.
Ensure is even recommended #1 by doctors as a source of complete balanced nutrition.
Nice.
Ensure. To your health, honey.
To our health.
Also,
See,
try
Sexy Mike has nothing on this guy.
Yeah, he's drinking high-protein milk.
That South Pole sure do was pretty sick.
Dude, I want to watch more Rolando.
I really like Rolanda. I'm just worried we're not going to be able to,
Can we watch more Rolando?
I feel like it's a worthwhile experiment.
Oh, yeah.
protein. It's low in saturated
I
fat.
don't think anybody's capturing Rolando.
Yeah, I'm just saying. We separated the
Remember when life
vibe.
was simple?
If
Well, we
Rolanda
made it
can't get
simple
you,
again. With
then it can't
promised
get you.
bread. It has less of what you don't
But I feel like
want,
Rolanda's
and more
going to
of
be
what
so
you
much
do.
better than this
A
commercial.
creamy, fresh taste. So get
My
Promise
daughter
and get
was
smart.
on Rolando.
This is the skin I've always wanted. Forget bath bars. Don't even bother with body lotion. Now all I use is this.
You don't
It's
even
this new
bother
2-in-1
with that lotion. Yo,
moisturizing
I
body
am
wash
Taylor.
from
What
Oil
up,
of
dude?
Olay. You get a lotiony cleanser with a soft Olay puff. A little dab on the puff, and
We're
suddenly
going to
there's
be
this
checking
wonderful
out your
moisture.
technique, and you're going to be judged right
I got to
after
find out
this.
his technique, guys. It's going to kill me. Why is he so sexy?
Do you think he's going to give it away?
I want to see. Does he reveal why he's so sexy?
Prefer to be a real Romeo to one woman and have her be your one only. For example, my husband is my one and only Romeo, and nobody.
Then
else
why
will
did you take the flower from a strange man?
Oh.
Bitch.
Exactly.
If I saw my fucking wife take a flower from a strange man on a TV set,
that's cheating.
I would be fucking pissed.
That's
it's
cheating?
not cheating, but it's public embarrassment. What if my friends watch the show and she's like,
Oh, it's cuckoldry.
no, get the fuck out of here.
What were you doing on Rolanda? On Rolanda? A rose? A strange man?
You say no, thank you.
Rolanda, I wanted to make a point about that. I don't mean to cut you off, but it's very true. I think a distinction needs to be made between a player and a Romeo. A lot of people.
Yeah, a lot of people don't know the difference.
Oh, Romeos are romantic type Pokemons, and players, they play the field.
Well, she goes right to the crowd for questions in the
Matt
beginning. Let's
Gaetz?
go back to the beginning before they brought out all those other guys.
This guy, I love this guy. God. What did he do that was romantic?
Oh my God, on the spot? What does your man do that's romantic?
Max Payne.
He's like, I took the trash out last week.
He shoots off a lot of fireworks on 4th of July.
Other than blush like that.
I don't know.
You're starting to match the red in the flag. No. Can you remember one instant where it was really romantic?
One time.
A single time. One time.
What about the time
National television? Go.
He took you to go see your favorite Rolanda show that he probably fucking hates, and he sat through the whole thing while holding your hand. Isn't that good enough?
He did the little
fucking
thing.
bitch.
Think about the little things.
Just that, he cooks me romantic dinners and stuff and remembers to bring flowers and cards when it's not a holiday or something.
Oh, man, you're striking 1,000 over there. That is great. You know, a man who can cook. Girls, isn't that something? And I mean, to really cook, not just throw a dog in the water, but I mean really cook. What do you this is your honey, huh?
Yeah, he is.
What did he do that was so romantic, that made him your Romeo?
When we first met, he took me down to Central Park and we went on the rock over near Belvedere Castle.
Wow.
And
All right, it's also smart
it's really
because
sweet.
it's free
Look
to just
at
walk into a park.
Yeah,
But what has he done for you lately?
It's free.
People
Very
sung
romantic.
to us.
They sang to you?
Yeah.
Did they want money when they finished? No, okay. It is New York. But we're back talking with people who say that they...
Damn,
Forcing the mic in your face.
just going in on that on your show, just hoping you get something. This could go
man.
wrong. It really rocks my world in the
somebody in
bedroom.
their life they wanted to bring on the show for all of them. There's Anitra. Anitra, how do you fit into this picture?
Well, I now reside in North Carolina, but I decided to go back home to Rochester. I'm from Rochester, New York, to see Andrell. She lives in Buffalo now, but she's about to have her baby, so I decided to come up and see her before.
So where does Mike fit in all this?
You're talking about some kid?
Someone's pregnant? Is it him?
He speaks with Mark, frequently on the phone and more time with Andrell.
All right. You're just yapping?
Who fucks Andrell?
Excuse me, I came
I think
in,
Mike
sat
fell
down.
asleep.
He immediately started talking, had a good conversation.
This is why I'm not with her. She yaps about nothing.
Another woman ready to testify about Mark's Romeo ways. But first, let's get to another Romeo. It seems
layering out the show.
Romeo to you.
What's a Romeo to you? This is weird. What's the difference between a player and a Romeo?
I got all mad and I was like, oh, that's so sweet.
We got him backstage.
So sexy, Mark.
See, game recognizes game, guys.
Yo,
as soon as it came out, he goes, "Yo, Mark."
Yeah.
Numbers game.
Oh, Rolanda. Oh, Rolanda, don't take our video down.
We love you, Rolanda.
Much better than beauty bars. And the special Olay moisturizers are actually absorbed by
I was waiting to see if it'd be like, who's pregnant, but then they just started talking.
Moisturized skin no bath bar can touch.
I moved, and then I went here, and then I went there, and
Dear Murphy,
I wanted more drama.
Yeah.
Murphy's Kitchen Care really is
It becomes a real
I cleaned
talk
spaghetti sauce off my painted wall
about
with the leading cleaner and Murphy's Kitchen Care.
relationships.
Both took off the sauce, but Murphy's was much safer on the paint. Thanks.
Louis
for
a
the
yell
safe
at the
cleaning.
TV watcher 100%.
Good
You're
morning.
not?
All the time.
Rise and shine
I
to
always
a
be
bright
yelling.
new day.
You really pop
Now
off,
there's a
Lou?
delicious way to get a healthy
Yeah.
start to your day.
Depends what I'm watching, really.
Ultra slim fast breakfast
If I'm watching a movie, I'm not going to yell at it. But like reality TV shows and shit, I'm going to yell.
Don't do it.
Delicious apple and
He's a
fig
player.
with wholesome cereal crust. The only breakfast bar that's fat-free and has 19
Fat-free.
vitamins and minerals.
Whoa, it's good for you.
Ultra slim fast fat-free breakfast bars.
Ugh.
A healthy way to start your day.
Itch, rash,
Bitch.
stop suffering. Cortisone 10 stops the itch and helps heal the rash. Cortisone 10
The camera panned down, his no pants, just rashes on his inner thighs.
Itching.
has the medicine
Big itching.
doctors recommend most for itch and rash relief. None of
Itch-
these products have
Itch
it.
and rash. Look at all these useless products here. Gold Bond. Damn, they used to call each other out so hard,
Benny's.
man. Benadryl.
Look, Cortisone 10
Oof.
Oh, that's infected.
Just got done smacking this
Go
bitch
to
in the arm.
doctor.
applied to itchy rash gets under the itch for fast relief and help in healing. See? No more itch, no more rash. Get maximum strength Cortisone 10.
No more
It
itch,
has the
bitch.
medicine doctors recommend most to
Just
stop
rubbing
the
his
itch
inner
and help
thighs.
heal the
cream.
rash.
The suit top on.
Just when you think your diarrhea medicine is working.
Oh,
Oh no. Oh fuck.
You guys ready for the 6-hour road trip business meeting?
no. Extra bumpy on this one.
You guys all went to the bathroom before you got in the car, right? Because I cannot stop.
Oh, and by the way, the AC's not working, and it's a hot day.
Diarrhea. Oh.
What's wrong? It can let you down. But you can
So at
count
some
on
point, you'd be like, I just have diarrhea. We're going to be stopping a lot.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
He's
Make it
pulling
everybody
that.
else's problem.
He's
Roll the
pulling that.
windows down.
To be fair, I'd rather stop a lot than have diarrhea in my car.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that face
Oh, boy.
says it all.
Oh fuck.
When you're looking for an answer somewhere. When you're doing this right here.
That's what your butt's doing.
We got a
too.
winner right here, chat. I'm gonna,
Oh,
I'm
boy.
gonna grab this guy right here.
Oh, boy.
He's too good.
What's the problem?
Oh boy.
The boss in the back. What's the problem?
Saving this guy for later.
Imodium AD to stop diarrhea, often in just one dose.
Stop
Instead
that
of dose after
diarrhea.
dose, more than a third of a bottle of the pink stuff. And Imodium AD is even better than the leading prescription.
I told you we should have stopped for Imodium AD.
Imodium AD.
Just keep shit.
One dose relief.
Every
you can
rest
count
area?
on.
has created a spectacular dessert called Viennetta. But
What
this
is
delicious
that?
premium
What
ice
is
cream
this
with its
beautiful
crispy chocolatey
thing?
layers
Like
could
a
cause
super tiramisu?
one small problem. Viennetta from Breyers. One slice is never
Mother.
The fuck is that?
Fuck, I've never heard of the Viennetta.
enough.
It's like lasagna ice cream, huh?
S tier?
Mm.
They still
Freezer
make
cake.
this?
Viennetta.
Breyers is really good. Dryers and Breyers are both really good.
Briars and dryers.
I never
Viennetta.
understood why their names were so similar and they both sold ice cream, but
Breyers, Dryers, they did that just to hopefully get each other to fuck.
that's what it
fuck
felt
up,
like,
you know?
right?
It's just a type of cake.
It's just an ice cream cake.
Ice cream cake.
I wonder if they still have that in the ice cream cake section.
According to some men, these are signs that a woman has PMS. Having strong opinions or expressing views passionately. Please. Real PMS includes
Please.
headaches, backaches, cramps,
Oh, I was
especially
thinking.
bloating, which can make you feel
I don't want to
miserable.
sound sexist, but
But
I was
my
like,
PMS will
yo,
take care of
these mine all just like make them not a bitch for like 4 days.
no.
But I guess
We
they
support all
actually have
women on the
problems.
street.
I'm sorry.
Take it back, Lou. I'm going to call on Rolanda. She's going to give it to you straight.
It's like, dude, how does that work? Because I need to get like a month's worth supply for that.
Whoa!
I need to get a lot of that stuff
For himself.
for me.
For himself.
True. Because women can have opinions.
What?
All days of the year.
Louis, quit getting canceled. It's your third time this week.
I support women.
Nothing works better than Midol PMS. Also available in easy-to-swallow gel caps.
You should take some of those Midol pills.
Oh, PK, thank you, dude. Oh.
Up there all night, man, it's always just been me and my music. The last thing I ever wanted to worry about were my dentures. I switched
his teeth. God. Right into someone's cocktail, just like, oh.
You know, you don't want to sit in the front row of a jazz concert.
Oh my God, my teeth fell out.
Fix it then. So now I know I can start playing at 6 p.m.
That would be so crazy if they showed the accident like before it. Before fixing it.
And swing set after set straight through the dog.
I bite down on the spit valve.
When I hit that solo.
Oh, you gotta take a bite out of an apple and the whole fucking denture comes out.
Yeah.
Fix it holds stronger, longer than any other cream, even after 12 hours.
Analator, they did.
That's like music to my ears.
For a stronger, longer hold.
He has to be very easy on that pretzel when he bites
The
down.
woman inside. I'm not like you.
What?
Yeah.
You're not like me.
Sure I am.
True.
A woman gynecologist knows how different we are inside. She designed New OB. It's an advance. New OB fits us each differently.
What is it?
New OB expands all,
It's a tampon.
Does this go?
all around.
So, Justin, because I want to change my public image.
This goes in the ear canal?
This is a sanitary device for women who are experiencing their menstrual cycle.
Okay.
They place this
Thank you for explaining, Lou.
in their vaginal canal to absorb the menstrual cycle.
A canal.
And they dispose of it, hopefully in the trash, and not flush it down the goddamn toilet.
Please do not flush feminine products down this toilet.
This is something I learned. Did you know that you're not supposed to flush tampons down the toilet?
Why not?
Because it'll clog up your shit.
Thanks, Lou.
Clog your poop?
Just a public service announcement
Better
to
than-
everybody out there who has to use one of these.
Never to fit
So
individual
then what, you
curves.
throw it like in the trash?
Yes, you're supposed to wrap it up in like a toilet paper and then throw it in the trash. That's why that one episode of South Park where Cartman goes in the bathroom and he finds a used tampon, he goes, "What'd you do to him? You just a boy." Remember that one?
Yeah.
That's an old one. Huh?
Yeah, it's one of my favorites.
Fit means individual protection from fluid going by. New OB fits us inside to protect us outside. New OB.
I learned a lot today.
But will it stop diarrhea?
Oh, will that work though?
You know your puppy trusts you so much.
Puppy commercial. Brace
I
yourselves.
love dogs so much.
Dude, what are you doing, kid?
Love.
Little beagle.
Puppy chow. The extra nutrition.
Puppy chow not good for them apparently though.
Now,
Yeah.
for heartburn, there's 3 great tasting alchemins: cherry, tropical, and spearmint, and each one has more medicine than Tums or Rolaids. I always knew that.
Dude,
Just a
Alka-Seltzer,
gut-
I always, as a kid, always thought Alka-Seltzer would taste good. I never tried it.
Always looked like a magic potion to me.
It's like instant soda.
It's the fizzy stuff,
dry
right?
ice and it fizzes.
Yeah.
feeling.
I don't know if I want it. That's how you act when you're on it. That guy scares me.
Goofy.
Better fast never tasted so good.
Think healthy,
Scares
shiny
me.
hair only happens in the movies? It can happen every day.
Christy
Pantene's the first
Alley.
root-penetrating
passed away.
pro-vitamin shampoo.
I think she did,
Root to
yeah.
tip, it
I'm not
improves your hair.
100% sure on that.
Pantene Pro V shampoo and conditioner for hair so healthy it shines. Now what do you say?
Tastes like shit. Oh my God. Yeah, I've never had to get down on an Alka-Seltz.
When I was a kid, I loved the movie Look Who's Talking 2 specifically.
The one with Roseanne?
Yeah, as the baby.
Mhm.
And they had the toilet that talked.
Oh, yeah.
You remember that
poopy.
toilet, don't you, Justin?
And if I saw it, I might remember it.
That scary toilet.
Scared you?
It talks to you and it,
It
like
talks. I
wants
had
to eat
teeth,
your
and it's
poop.
like, pee-pee in me. Pee-pee inside me.
Maybe I remember it.
Time
It
for
was
a healthy
terrifying.
lunch. With Nestle Sweet Success, you do. Each low-fat shake has the protein of a chicken
So,
salad
like,
sandwich.
protein
and more
powders
calcium than this
made
yogurt.
these things
Plus the
go away,
very
right?
best chocolate
Yeah, you're just doing your own powder
Sweet
now.
Success.
I mean, I'm sure you can get something that's.
lunch.
They have those pre-made protein
Slim
shakes.
Fast.
Stay tuned. All My Children will return here on ABC.
Oh, I can't
Is
wait.
this a...
She's a megastar.
Oh my
so you're right.
children.
You told me we can talk about anything, so believe me, I will.
Okay, go.
On the next episode.
Got her.
Get him, Oprah.
Oprah, weekdays at 4 on 7.
Dude, the fucking visual effects for the old commercials were so sick.
Yeah, those are cool. You know, Oprah did music.
Really?
Any good?
I saw a clip that was kind of going viral where like Whitney Houston was on Oprah.
Yeah.
and she's like, Oprah asks Whitney, like, what's your favorite song? She goes, and Whitney's like, I like that song, Run, Run, Run. And then she just looks so embarrassed, and they show a clip, and Oprah has a song where she's like doing a music video in the studio, and it's pretty bad. But you can tell she's embarrassed that she tried like a music career, and Whitney Houston is like clowning her for it.
Nice.
And like it shows the clip that's going viral is multiple times where she showed up throughout her career on Oprah to be like, I love that one song, Run, Run, Run.
Just
it's really bad. Play it, but the fucking DMCA, Oprah will take us down
for sure.
She doesn't fuck around.
Oh, she will.
Oprah has her own network.
Yeah,
she doesn't fuck around.
Family may not know that AbsoPure spring water contains no artificial anything.
AbsoPure?
Absolutely pure.
AbsoPure.
It's like
it has
because
nothing.
It comes from our own deep source. Your co-workers may not be aware that we test our water daily to ensure its wholesome quality.
Yep, that's water.
And you may not know that AbsoPure delivers free. But one thing that everyone knows is that AbsoPure tastes great.
Yo, the music's like infinitely better.
God damn, they had such good jingles for products that were products that you like. Why would you have a jingle?
I drink so pure.
A glass of water.
Never in my life.
We know you're supposed to take care of your teeth. And you know what happens if you don't.
You don't use it, you lose it.
We know you've been meaning to call a dentist. You're going to call soon. Really. There's so much stuff you need to do before you call. Feed the dog. Call your mother.
That was a cool paw he did.
And you need to research the dentist. Or you
Slow-mo
can do the smart
paw.
thing. Let
For the
1-800
longest time,
dentist do the research for you.
I just kept my dentist. And then I didn't realize until I switched dentist that for the longest time, I was just going to a bad dentist.
Yes.
Yeah. You can
For
just
the
get
longest time.
Good thing we got Yelp and stuff now, right? You can actually see who's got good ratings.
And then I switched dentists, and I'm like, oh, you do this?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you're nice?
I've heard so many people go to one dentist and like, oh, all your teeth are going to fall out and you're going to have to do this. We got a lot of work to do. You're going to be my retirement. And then they go to another dentist and like, I don't know why they told you that.
Yeah.
Your teeth are fine. Happens a lot. Happens a lot.
I went to the same dentist for a really long time, and he was really cool. And then all of a sudden, he's like, I'm done, and here's a guy who's replacing me. And he had like all the same nurses and everything, but he was different.
New guy was not good.
And then now I take my kids to this really nice dentist for kids, and they've got like TVs on the ceiling while they're getting worked on. Bubblegum nitrous, dude.
Bubblegum
hitting
nitrous?
that Kanye gas, dude. Fucking getting
Just
lit.
giving you some gas for
That
fun.
Kanye
Holy
gas
shit, dude.
It's fucking lit.
God damn.
Same with doctors. Yeah, same with doctors, dude.
The money, Western Union. Did you really need the money today? Just tell me.
That's for
That
fun.
Kanye
Holy
gas
shit, dude.
It's fucking
Same with doctors, dude.
The money, Western Union. Did you really need the money today? Just send it.
If you didn't send the money Western
What did he do, though?
Did you? Union, the fastest way to send
what'd he
money
do?
worldwide.
No, I didn't send the money Western Union, but I figured, what's the difference? 601.
If you didn't send the money Western Union,
that crypto
did you
didn't
really
go
send the money?
through.
Sorry it didn't get there, but I wouldn't worry.
Western Union, the fastest way to send money worldwide.
This is safeguard season. This is a season for germs.
Even the mom's like, what the fuck?
Antibacterial soap eliminates more than
Just sneeze in his brother's mouth.
Dirty brown trout.
Open your mouth. Achoo.
Spreads open the fish.
Here's dinner. Percent of germs you'd come in contact with. Safeguard against germs.
When you've got a toothache,
Oh,
why wait up
no.
to 30 minutes for aspirin or Tylenol to work when Oragel works on the spot
hell yeah.
instantly?
Some of that goo?
Don't
Or
wait.
just go to the dentist.
Get that goo.
And get instant
Nah, dude, just put that goo on it.
Wait, I thought like you're supposed to do the gums. Because your teeth are just like bones.
You
right?
can
Yeah.
can put it on your teeth and it will feel
I didn't know
weird.
that. Well, I've never
Yeah.
had like that level of tooth pain.
It's kind of weird numbing. It's like when it's like sensitivity numbing. You know,
Here's-
like cold ice cream on your
Yeah.
front two teeth. It's like, it's like
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
But it just goes away. It's like all numb.
Here's the thing that's kind of weird. Okay. You're having a toothache, and you're like, oh, shit, what do I take? Aspirin, right? And then you go to the grocery store, and then you buy Oragel. Shouldn't you have already been to the doctor?
Shouldn't you just go to a dentist?
Yeah, toothache's bad news.
To have the pre-knowledge that, I might have a toothache. I better buy this from the grocery store.
Yeah.
You should have already been at the dentist.
Hey, man, some people got teeth that are just far gone. Man.
Unless it's like a thing.
Far
you're
gone for the
from,
dentist.
Yank it through.
Maybe you had some work done, and the doctor said to do that.
Right now at Payless, if they're funky and chunky, they're on sale big time.
Funky and chunky.
Canvas to sandals are starting at just $9.99. Two for $18.
That Orajel stuff is. I bit my cheek so bad last week, and that Orajel saved my life.
Wednesday, it may look like a vacation paradise.
It's the worst, biting your fucking cheek or biting your own lip, your tongue. Ugh.
And you could be the next victim.
Have y'all watched the Neo Berlin 2087 trailer? I have no clue what that is.
What?
Don't take your vacation until you see.
Is that a video game or a movie?
7 hours ago, video game.
Oh, Gamescom's dropping stuff already? Let me check it out. See, this is the thing with Gamescom, chat.
I haven't seen this.
They don't do world premiere. They just like drop shit.
It's like a new Cyberpunk.
Oh, and they dropped gameplay of the replaced game?
This game got delayed. Is it getting a date?
Let me see gameplay.
Real life.
This game looks so cool, dude. Like a really cinematic 2.5D pixel game.
This looks really cool.
Okay,
I don't know about the sound effects though.
Really meaty.
They're doing like a
combat system of
Arkham.
Replaced is all about countering.
What do you think
and
about the
reaction.
camera?
Inspired by
It
the
jittered
Batman
like
Arkham
that?
series, we're aiming to make it satisfying and
I don't know. I'd have
as well as accessible to players of any skill.
going with
Not
Arkham's kind of a
satisfying
good
enough with the
sign. I was
sound.
wondering what the fuck this game's gonna play like. How many these guys just whack
are all
big
part of
dudes?
gameplay.
Gamescom's popping off, dude.
Sounds like a wet rag.
Don't care for the shake. I'll turn that camera shake off if I can.
Yeah, that was the first thing I noticed.
But damn, this looks cool.
The game has style
much
points like
gamer
through the
shit.
roof.
Orange. So
At
orange.
certain points in the story, you'll be set free to explore an open-ended location, which evolves with different new side quests, new hidden items, and new characters.
Actually run
to
towards the
interact with.
camera?
It will also be changing visually with each new visit as the game
There's some
takes
VR
place
drops
on a break
too?
of season.
VR? Anything cool, chat? So what was the one you said to look up?
Neo Berlin 2087.
Neo Berlin.
PlayStation official game.
Neo
All
Berlin
the important story events
2087
are fully
gameplay.
animated, with real action sessions behind each and every one.
To Berlin.
This is a Detroit Become Human-like game.
I know you wanted me to use this channel.
Whoa.
Wow.
Graphics are crazy.
Kind of weird.
That looks like a lady.
Kind of insane looking.
But I can hear them again. They're coming closer.
She's here. She's somewhere in the sector.
But I had to discover what lay beyond.
Still video gamey
I
for
had
sure.
to see it with my own
Yeah.
eyes. Who are you?
I'm here to help you. My name is Nolan. I'm a special investigator. I work with your father.
Help me.
We gotta go. Now.
Like they look good. They're just a little plasticky.
Yeah. That RTX look.
We're doing a Blade Runner. What kind of game is it? First person.
RTX is on.
Over the shoulder.
And first person.
What? This looks good.
What the fuck? What is this? It looks cool.
Okay.
Yo.
It's kind of going for the cyberpunk vibes, right?
Yeah.
Like Blade Runner,
Big
cyberpunk. With some Max Payne stuff?
Yo.
Yeah, we got Max Payne slides, bullet time, some cool
Take
gun
down.
kata shit.
I never asked for your help. Why are you risking everything for me?
Big ass mouth.
This city needs someone like you.
I never asked for any of this.
Never asked for anything.
I hope you're right.
Biggest mouth I've ever seen.
Whatever is necessary to keep you safe.
What
What
a big mouth do? Big mouth Billy Bass.
Billy Bass.
All right. It's kind of cool to see games doing both first and third.
I don't know Elysium Games at all. I don't know what they make.
What do you think, Diane?
Diane Shorter. Any other games to check out?
Weapon of destruction.
Yeah, Chet, if there's anything else from Gamescom.
Should
Thank you,
the weapon
Pantsu.
be used? This summer's best-selling thriller? No, it really happened. Peter Jennings reporting. Hiroshima. Why the bomb was dropped. Thursday.
Why it was dropped.
I just found an incredibly easy way to create really delicious dishes.
Barcour. And let me see what else is here. Barcour trailer.
Is this a furry game?
So remember that cat game Stray?
Yeah.
And I told you guys if they do a dog version, it would be way better. And it's like
Tricolor.
a Dee dog.
Good dog.
Pringles guy.
Spy dog.
Is it gonna be voiced by Owen Wilson?
Does he actually fight? Actually kick ass? Grapple hook dog.
This is sick.
Dogs with freaking grapple hooks on their head. And lasers.
Good dog.
Space dog.
Thunder.
Straight. If it was good. Kinda. I don't know what kind of gameplay it is. 2025.
All right. Hardcore. Hardcore barcore.
New savory seasonings from Crisco. They're 4 oils flavored with natural herbs and spices to add exciting flavor to whatever you're cooking.
Sonic
Like
fans
this
eating
easy
good?
recipe. Simply
Are
take
they?
chicken breast, add roasted garlic savory seasonings, and voila, luscious garlic chicken. Cooks who know, trust Crisco.
They might show off Indiana Jones tomorrow, I think. Or the 23rd. Most of Gamescom is next week.
Creations from Baskin
Erotic
Chocolate
cakes.
tempting.
Been living with heartburn and acid indigestion for 30 years. How's that
Chick
gonna
has been
help?
farting like crazy.
It's Pepsid AC acid
That's
control.
just stop
years.
farting.
It's not an antacid. It's different.
It's a little pill.
That little Pepsid AC pill relieves the heartburn and then controls acid for 9 hours.
9 hours?
And there's something else. Pepsid AC can even prevent heartburn from happening.
And acids can't claim that.
So
I'd say I can have pizza again.
You can be heartburn-free with new
Go
Pepsid
easy on the
AC.
pizza next time. How about that?
I don't think I ever experienced heartburn.
I have one time. I ate a whole bloomin' onion. Big mistake.
They
Raw,
fucked
you
up.
raw dog the whole onion?
A whole bloomin' onion.
Bruh.
That's a
Those
lot.
expand.
Bro, it was a bad mistake.
I might have gotten off of those, like, you know, like Korean cut ribs.
Short ribs.
Eat like a fat stack of those short ribs. And I think that was maybe
Oh, do
the
you
one
remember
time I
that?
came close to feeling it.
Remember that time I ate all those alcoholic chocolates at Christmas?
Oh,
you were-
yeah.
You got fucked
That
up.
fucked me
You tapped
up.
out.
Alcoholic chocolate.
Dude, never eat those, Chad.
I think you're like
Trust me.
eating them by like the handful.
I was trying to see if you could get drunk off them.
I found some.
You can get sick
Turns
off of
out you
them.
can't get drunk, but you can get fucked up.
Christmas ended a lot early.
You can get
Dude, I had to take like a nap. And everybody was like worried about me, and I was like, fuck, this was a bad decision. I don't feel so good.
thank you. I finally found a reduced fat peanut spread.
Finally. Reduced peanut.
Finally.
Reduced
The best nuts I ever put in my
less
mouth.
fat and more fresh roasted peanut taste.
I tried those other peanut spreads.
I've
Those
tried
other peanuts
others.
just don't do it.
Oh,
They're not big
Hard to
enough.
believe it's got less fat.
And Alora, they gave her the shout out for that and the super chat.
Thank you.
The trailer for Black Myth, yes, dude.
Thursday.
That comes out next week, right?
Yes.
No way, really?
Journey home to the heartland.
Why are you trying to wreck our family?
Grow up.
Stop trying to destroy us.
Leads to the happiness she thought she'd lost forever.
It's so good to have you home.
Patricia Wedding Stars, Kansas, and all new ABC.
Yeah, at this point, they just keep pumping like graphic stuff for Black Myth. Everyone's running that benchmark, showing just how good it looks. I get it, it's pretty, but what does it play like?
RTX it looks really good with RTX off. I mean, it looks better with it on, but with it off, it looks crazy.
With people running their benchmark, does it seem pretty stable?
Yeah, we haven't messed around with the benchmark, but I don't care. I just want to fucking play it and see what the gameplay's like, because this shit just looks insane.
Bugman. What the fuck? Snow fight?
You can throw snowballs.
Your long dinguses?
Really looking forward to it, man. Really looking forward to it.
I hope it's good. Let them cook.
It's pretty. But what does it play like?
Special Thursday.
Does it bug you that the EPA said it would test food
Oh no, the
pesticides, but ran out
EPA.
of money before they got to what may be the dangerous
They're out there.
It's
the Illuminati.
They ran out of money.
Somewhere, there is someone you want to be with. Greyhound can bring you together with low fares every day on every bus. Just walk up and buy your ticket.
Just please promise you won't behead anybody on the
Be
bus.
with the ones you want to be with.
Jeez.
You don't remember that?
Is that in
Go
the terms of
Greyhound
service?
And leave
There's a
the
dude who
drive.
fucking chopped the dude's head off on a Greyhound bus.
When?
Like 10 years ago. Maybe 20.
What do you?
Were you there?
What do you?
No, but he like chopped the dude's head off.
They bring a katana on
And
the
then
bus?
he got like off on like mental problems and he's back in public now.
Damn. Was he driving the bus?
No, he was a passenger.
Did you chop a dude's head off that was on the bus?
Yeah.
Louis Fact or real chat?
It's real.
In
he's,
Canada.
He's like in the public now. Just walking around.
With a machete?
You love playing.
You don't know what the tool was that he used?
I think it was a knife. I don't
Pain
know.
relievers don't have. Doan's, a back specialist.
My dad has been my dentist since my first tooth has come in. This is
She had a weird dad, right? My dad.
Where it hurts. Doan's has an ingredient these pain relievers don't have. Doan's,
Check
a
this
back
dad.
specialist.
Check it out.
my dad has been my dentist since
dentist.
my first tooth has come in. This
Dad is a Y in it.
My
dad.
daddy.
Y-A-D.
is the first toothpaste that he's ever sent me.
This is tartar control Mentadent with fluoride, baking soda, and peroxide. Mentadent helps stop tartar before it forms. Tartar control Mentadent.
You brush your teeth. Do you rinse your mouth after you brush?
Yes.
I brush my teeth and then I floss.
You brush your teeth, your mouth's full of all the pasty and the bubbles. You spit it out.
Yeah.
Do you then rinse your mouth out with water?
No.
Keep all that in.
I just spit it.
You just spit it, but then you don't rinse it with water.
No.
I do the mouthwash.
Right. Well, I got you there. But like, you brush your teeth, you got all the mouth full of foam, you spit out the most of it, but then do you rinse your mouth or you just go to bed?
I rinse it out.
I'm used to doing that too, but I saw a thing going viral. It's like, do you rinse your mouth? You're not supposed to. You're supposed to brush your
just
teeth,
swallow all
and
that
then
shit?
just like chill with that
It
shit
just
on
sits
your mouth.
in there.
I didn't know that.
I thought you'd get like a bellyache swallowing
See,
all
I
that
spit
fluoride.
it out, wash it out, and then I put some fucking mouthwash. And I spit that out, and I don't wash with the mouthwash.
Y'all ain't rinsing? You're not supposed to.
So there's a lot of people, I guess, the rules of it are like, you're not supposed to rinse, which is news to me. I always brush and then rinse the shit out of my
You know
mouth.
what the
and then
problem is?
I go to bed.
I think
Clean
we
mouth.
all went to public education, right?
Yeah.
And there was a health class, right?
Yeah, but all they talked about was drugs and sex.
Exactly, man. They talk about deodorant or fucking brushing your teeth the right way.
What's
We're
weird
talking
is
about getting AIDS.
they talked about stuff that I already knew. It's like, who doesn't know that you can't get pregnant in the mouth? You don't know that. There's something wrong with
They're
you.
trying to convince me to suck dick and get cancer. What?
Why do they make you rinse at the dentist? Chad is exactly okay. So most of the chat agrees. You brush and then you rinse with water. I don't know what this uprising is of. No, you brush. Your mouth is all full of soapy fluoride, and you just like you spit it, and you just go to bed, and your mouth is just covered in it.
You know what the fucked up part is?
You don't swallow it.
But I fucking was like bullshit. And I took the toothpaste. I look at it, and it says like, nah, just chill. Like spit it.
Yeah.
But then just go to bed with
That's what I do.
or carry on while your mouth is just full of paste.
Well, you don't. If you have to have a full load, you spit the load out.
Yeah.
You spit as much of the load out as you
But
can.
I want to get water up in there and get rid of all of it.
Yeah.
But there's some good stuff doing some things in there.
Because I always remember like them telling you don't want to swallow any of it because it's got that stuff in it.
I've also heard a 50-50 on mouthwash too. I think people say it's not good. I've heard certain mouthwashes are okay.
If you rinse, just don't swish.
What?
No, I don't know.
I don't know about these swishers.
I didn't know there was like a whole 50-50 who spits and rinses and who just spits and then carries on.
Yes.
So do you think maybe you're supposed to use a mouthwash first? And
people in China
brush?
saying after you brush, you mouthwash.
That's what I always thought it was.
I think after you brush, you can use a mouthwash, but I heard certain mouthwashes are no-goes.
Then why even make them?
The mouthwash activate
because the mouthwash industry wants you to do it.
Big mouth wants you to do it.
Big mouth wants you to do it.
Big mouth. Hawk-Tua, bro. Whose team Hawk-Tua and whose team just fucking nothing?
I don't rinse. I spit, but I don't rinse.
I get rid of it. Ugh. I don't want to chill with all that, like, taste it and then probably...
Now that you're saying it, I never really thought about it before, but now that you're saying it makes way more sense to not rinse it out.
It makes more sense, but it sounds weird.
I have a question.
It sounds sacrilegious.
Sounds weird.
Do you wet your brush before you put toothpaste on it?
Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. Depends.
Sometimes I even wet it so it gets jammed up in the bristles more.
Why? I don't want to go in dry.
Because I don't want I don't know. I don't want it dry.
You pre-lube your brush before it goes in your mouth?
Lube up?
Yeah, because what if like poo-poo particles are on there? Because your toothbrush is...
A little rinse of tap water is going to get all the
better than nothing.
Let the tap get real hot so it burns the particles.
Your toothbrush is sitting in the bathroom. People been pooping and shitting in there, and the fucking fart juices in the air.
You say you use peeing in the sink, so that's close.
I don't pee in the sink. I said I read the Reddit where people pee in the sink.
I thought you were like, yeah, you've done it a few times.
I peed in the sink in a public bathroom when a bunch of people were in another thing.
While they were in there?
Yeah.
That's a power move.
Dude, I love when you're halfway through your pee and the guy comes up to wash his hands.
Dude, punk shows hit different, dude. You know, you fucking pee.
It's sterile.
You're like just pee on the wall.
You're like dispensing soap and rubbing it on your balls for soap. No, I just was amazed by this anti-rinse movement that has been silent in the toothpaste community.
Dude, one time I was in a huge line at a punk show to get into the bathroom, and I was like, "Come on, boys, piss in the sinks, let's go!" And I get in there, and there was a bathroom attendant guy.
A bathroom attendant?
And he just was looking at me like, "Motherfucker, don't tell him to piss in the sink."
Guys got hard enough as it is.
So bad.
Oh man! You pee in the sink because toilets are pay stalls? Didn't have a correct change?
Oh yeah, fuck that.
I'm fine with that.
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
pissing on the door.
Piss on the wall.
I'd rather you pee in the sink than pee out.
I'll piss over this stall on the in there. Just like aim up and pee into the toilet from outside.
I've never seen a pay stall. I've seen a pay bathroom.
I have, and they're fucking
where the
vile.
Stall is fucking locked out.
Like
it's to try to get like meth users to not go smoke crack in there and stuff.
But you know they got
they're like, dude, 25 cents. I could smoke crack in here all day.
I'm not saying it's a foolproof plan, and I think someone's trying to nickel and dime the peers in the sinks.
Trick shot in your piss.
Dude, because think about this. Then they come in, you need to get out of there, man. He's like, hey, I paid my 25 cents. Leave me the fuck alone, man.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Well, if they're doing meth, they probably got the quarter on a string and they're doing that old trick.
Yeah,
They're just fucking hitting it all
Hitting
day.
them with washers and shit, you know?
Crazy. So yeah, toothpaste, man. She's just rinsing and carrying on. Mouthful of bubbles.
Having a 2-year-old means watching someone you love try to deal with life when he's 3 feet too small. It means challenges.
Oh, please don't show.
Stop! Oh God, please!
Sometimes they show too much of little kids in commercials.
Jesus Christ.
But she personally picks
Yeah,
out
put
a
this
Hallmark
stream on a
card
list.
for all of us to sign when someone has a birthday.
Relax.
She always gives a Hallmark that says something just to that part of the person she knows from work. I've always heard a company should have
Too
a
close.
heart.
Yeah.
And around here,
Happy
it's
birthday, you
definitely
filthy mouth
Helen.
rinser.
You can make a difference. Give a Hallmark card.
You've heard the stories of their stormy marriage. Now
Speaking
get
of
the truth from the
Whitney.
bad boy
Is
himself.
Bobby still alive?
And Bobby.
Every little step he takes.
Bobby!
Every little
Listen,
move
Bobby
he
on
makes.
Whitney, only on ET.
I got a hot take.
Oh, no, you're
I
going to
feel
blame
like-
Bobby?
No.
Are you going in on Bobby?
He's definitely probably the one to blame.
I don't know what he did.
I'm pretty sure he was like abusive or something. But can we
What
at
did he
least
do?
agree that Bobby's music was better than Whitney's?
What the fuck are you saying,
Bobby
dude?
Brown's music.
What do you mean? It's Whitney
Bobby?
Houston, dude.
Bobby Brown.
Even just saying the two.
My bad.
Whitney Houston.
I don't
Bobby
enjoy
Brown.
her music.
Well, I know it's not your demographic, but you have
So
to admit.
I have to go by what other people say?
No, I'm just saying you have to admit she's an icon that is way bigger than
Oh,
he
I'm
is.
not saying she's not talented.
You're just saying you personally like Bobby Brown more.
Yes.
You bump more Bobby.
100%.
Do I go around bumping a bunch of Whitney? No, but I'll
I
admit
never
she's
listen
better.
to Whitney Houston, but I listen to Bobby Brown probably on a weekly basis.
All right, then you're more of a Bobby guy, but I don't think it's fair to
Bobby-
say one better than the
Bobby
other.
boy.
It's kind of apples and oranges in a little way too, right? She's more ballad
I'm
singing.
just saying, New Edition and Bobby Brown.
They're good.
Fire.
They're good. But Whitney, yeah.
I'm saying she's more talented,
All right.
but his songs were
Just
Bob.
careful with your wording. That's all.
She's 100% more talented. Like as a singer,
Oh yeah.
vocal talents for sure.
Yeah. Lou listened to Bobby weekly.
You don't listen to Bobby Brown?
That he's good. He's good. He's good.
That's my prerogative. That's all I'm saying, dude. Fucking fire.
That was literally his
How long did I take Tylenol?
sound right there, dude.
Forever. Still take it for aches and
Wanna
pains, but
dance
for
with
headaches,
somebody.
major lifestyle change. Now I take Excedrin. How come? Excedrin relieves headaches better than Tylenol. Do I
It
feel
actually do.
unfaithful?
I took some of that shit the
No.
other day.
I still
Way
use
better than
Tylenol for
Tylenol.
stuff. But for headaches,
Tylenol.
I mean, it doesn't take a
I'm
genius.
an ibuprofen man.
If Excedrin's better, you use Excedrin.
Acetaminophen?
I'm not the
Excedrin,
acetophyte.
the headache
I'm an
medicine.
Advil.
Whoa. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Kissable lip.
Close the door.
Ew, the armpit.
What the fuck?
What the fuck is going on?
Is this lovemaking?
Oh no, she's sad.
Why?
Oh, wow. Wow, wow, wow.
And when they make love, they're listening to Bobby Brown. Oh, and the baby popped out.
Well, that was quick.
Instantly.
One life to live.
YOLO. What was that for?
Gotta be like some soap opera drama
Tonight at
shit.
Joe's Grill, for instance, you'll find lemon herb steak. While over at Caparelli's,
Lemon
it's
herb.
steak and pasta. On the menu at Chez Ralph's is honey Dijon beef stir fry.
Diddy Ralph.
And the chef's
You
special
get
at Eileen's
pasta and
place is
beef.
beefy chili mac. To enjoy
Ooh,
fine dining
fuck
like
a
this,
chili
all you
mac.
need
A
is 30
steak
minutes or
Caesar
less and
salad?
you've got a table at one of
God
the
You ever
best
had
houses
that?
in town. Beef.
I've had
It's what's
chicken.
for dinner.
Oh, this is sponsored by Big Beef.
Oh, that makes sense. They would try to make
The
steak
beef
Caesar salad.
industry.
Right now at Payless, if they're funky and chunky,
That's just
they're on
big beef trying to
Our
push
newest
their
Flood Soles
agenda.
From canvas to sandals are starting at just $9.99, 2 for $18. Grab 'em while
Fucking
they're
lug
hot right now at
soles.
Payless.
I've had tri-tip salad, but not
The
tri-tip Caesar
bacteria that
salad.
causes
That's
staph infection can
interesting.
live almost anywhere. That's why every cut
Got
needs the
staph infection
protection
off a
of
paper cut?
Neosporin. At the microscopic
Ah.
level, Neosporin kills a
You ever heard
broad
that urban
spectrum of
legend about that
hundreds of
lady who
bacterial
like
strains.
cut her tongue on like
Adding Neosporin to a
an
bandage
envelope
helps
and then
conceal
spiders laid eggs in there?
faster.
Stop.
It was an urban legend.
Infection.
So I don't know if it's true or
Cuts
false.
faster
Like
with
that kid that ate all those
Neosporin.
spiders?
And look for easy to
He
carry
survived off
packets of
spiders and
Neo
snow?
to go. You got a hold on me.
Gillette
Ladies, I get it.
The gentle touch I need to be smooth to the touch.
Finally, a razor to shave your ass.
Feel its spring-mounted blades and pivot your head. Hold on to every curve. So
Just show her with like the gnarliest pit and just take the whole thing off.
so smooth. Sensor for women. The razor worth holding on to. Now their satin care.
They always show them already hairless shaving.
Satiny smooth legs. New from
Should be like the hairiest leg first. Do it before and after.
Ever since I started getting gray pubes, I just shave it all off.
Yeah?
Like
Woof.
I don't have it.
Woof.
Just I'm like a seal.
What?
Slide through life.
Doesn't it get itchy?
You just gotta keep doing it every day.
I give it a fade.
That's not itchy though.
And if you shave your ass, the loudest farts you've ever had in your life.
That's finally a good reason to shave my ass.
Being boom farts.
Do men really not mind if women shave their armpits or not?
It's kind of gross. But I mean,
do I speak upon all men?
It's almost like because so many of them do it, it just stands out so much if it's not being done.
That's it.
It's the outliers.
Social, norm.
It's just that too many. It's when you're the 1% of natural grower. Oh, it just stands out, right? I don't think they care, but it just stands out. It's just something to look at, and then they go, "What? Oh, nothing."
Yeah.
I mean, I don't even like my armpit hair, but I couldn't shave it because I would shave off all my skin tags in there.
I take it down. I take the trim down.
Moving on.
I call them the village.
Moving on.
Yeah, Louis' underarms are pretty gross.
This one has Clorox automatic toilet cleaner. Drop it in your tank. It's
Dude,
like
when I put deodorant on, it looks like little yogurt raisins.
Oh, like yogurt covered raisins.
Clorox automatic.
Is the village growing these days? Or?
Dude, one of them's really long like a nipple.
Chill, dude.
I knew asking the question was the wrong choice.
Chill, dude.
That takes finesse.
I saw the sign. Opened up my eyes. I saw the
I
sign.
saw the underarms, and boy, was I horrified at the sight.
That's easy. Softness.
Could you imagine?
Why'd I have to see it? I wish I didn't hear it, but I looked anyway. No. We'll get banned.
All right. How would you get banned for armpit?
It just would. It just. They find some rule.
Tim, did you see that driving?
This is how you show off a car right here.
What the fuck? That's totally computer generated. There's no way somebody's driving like that.
It's actually such a cool commercial for a car. Like, if they made it obviously more realistic,
badass.
like idiots not knowing how to drive, like cutting you off and like shopping carts. Be like, damn.
I mean, this fucking dude survived Final Destination 2.
Rewind that real quick, though, please, because that was fucking insane. Okay,
Final
here.
Destination Chevy commercial.
Yeah.
I mean, the bikers, yeah, that's real. How often is that happening?
This part right here is insane.
Right here, fucking some kids up there throwing rocks, knocking boulders over. And you live right there, dude. You live on the most dangerous street.
Yeah, right next to a mountain full of rocks.
Just a normal J, and then she's chilling. Oh, it's in my mailbox.
Like a rock.
Whiter teeth in just 2 weeks?
Yes.
Then try Arm & Hammer Extra Whitening. The baking soda formula clinically proven to whiten
I have
teeth
heard
in
of
2
the
weeks.
no toothpaste
Arm &
users.
Hammer Extra Whitening.
So what do they just water on the brush?
They use baking soda paste.
Baking soda. I got
Whiter
baking
teeth in
soda.
just 2
Okay.
weeks.
Little pasty boys.
I heard about this new toothpaste where it's like a chewable tablet.
That don't work.
And then you just brush your teeth after you chew up the tablet.
That don't work.
Blue Chew.
I've been brushing my teeth with blue chew. Been working great.
No.
Damn, she's got the most mom look ever, huh? Damn.
Oh.
Looks like a microphone.
Yeah, it's like that helmet.
You look like a
Mom's just
mom.
get that helmet.
Pop filter on her head.
She needs to talk to the manager.
The second a
immediately.
baby pops out, you're like, well, snip, snip, snip. Poof, poof, poof. I'm a mom now.
But I was still miserable because I was so heavy, and I knew I had to do something. I lost over 50 pounds on the Slim Fast plan.
I think your baby was the 50 pounds.
Shake them up, have my lunch while I'm
Pack 'em up.
He loves it too.
him.
Bro, I tried to do Slim Fast diet. That is the most miserable diet you will ever be on in your life.
That seems like a hard sell, man.
Well,
I mean,
riboflavin.
it's pretty close to the
folate.
Good riboflavin.
You're supposed to still have one meal a day, but you replace 2 meals with the shake. So it's kind of like intermittent fasting, but you drink a shake.
Hey, I mean, people do protein shakes now.
Protein shake.
Yeah.
Protein shake.
That's the thing?
Yeah.
Yes.
But I like the taste of Slim Fast.
It tastes like medicine-y to me.
I don't know why. It's because I think my mom drank it in the 90s. I got used to the taste.
A weird nostalgia.
It's got a nostalgic flavor to it. The chocolate kind only. The other ones are gross.
Negotiate with drug lords.
The Marine Corps does not leave their own behind.
Those men lay it on the line every day. Some die.
David James Elliott is Commander Harmon Rabb.
You offering to defend me, Commander? Yes, sir.
His partner, Marine Major Sarah McKenzie.
It works better with the safety off.
New year, new network, new champions. Jag premieres CBS.
Come over later. We're watching Jag.
If you love to ski,
All right,